Hello everyone, you are on the Jin Fiction channel. Before we start, please give a like and subscribe to the channel. I would be grateful to everyone. Also, subscribe on Boosty. Enjoy watching.
Down in a landmark called the Valley of the End, a battle had raged on for a long time. It was a battle between two best friends and rivals. Even though they were young, they were very strong, if the lava and huge gouges in the sides of the valley were any indication. The two boys decided to end it by clashing with their ultimate attacks. That had created a purple sphere of evil chakra to form around the two of them. Why? Well, they were both using dark powers. One was Sasuke Uchiha, who was using the power of the curse seal and at level 2, the other was Naruto Uzumaki, who was using the power of the terrible Kyuubi no Kitsune. Then all of a sudden, the sphere exploded, sending the traitor Uchiha into the leg of his ancestor, Madara Uchiha. As Naruto was shot out, all of time seemed to slow down and then seemed to stop, while he had also stopped and was floating just above the water. Time had literally stopped, for everyone and everything. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto woke to see the cage of his prisoner. He really wondered what was going on because even the dripping water had stopped in midair in his mind. What is going on? Time has stopped, young one. I did this for one reason only. To tell you the truth of everything that has happened and what is to come. Also to give you choices of how things will go. For you see, things are not as they seem. I wish to help you, young kid, for I have seen the timeline. He would have said more, but Naruto interrupted him. What the hell are you talking about? Nothing you are saying is making. This time it was Naruto who was stopped mid-sentence. That was because Kyuubi's form had started to change. The fox began to shrink into a form that not even he would expect, an older version of himself. Now that I have your attention, please let me continue. At this, Naruto nodded dumbly. Now, we Biju are not what we seem and your future is alterable. We Biju are part of one entity called the Jubi, or as very few know, Kailina, the Queen of Time. She was the girlfriend of the Six Paths Sage, not the entity he contained within himself like the stories go. He also had an apprentice that, in the end, betrayed him and killed Kailina. The Six Paths Sage did the only thing he could do with the power that was unleashed when she died. He split it up and sealed it into the timeline itself, which Kailina had shown him how to access. If he had not done that, there would have been one of left alive, as everyone would have been turned into possessed sand zombies. Now, Kailina was not originally from our world, she came from another world where there were brutal wars, and it seemed that she could not escape that. Luckily no one here knew it until she told him and his apprentice, which led to the betrayal that she foresaw in the timeline and prepared for. At the Kyuubi paused and saw that he still had Naruto's full attention, so he continued. So when the power that she left behind was sealed into the timeline, it stayed there for a long time and soon the power became sentient, thus the creation of the Biju had started. Eventually we found ourselves in the reincarnation cycle and we gained the forms of future people. That is the main reason I have your form, for I chose the form of a future hero in time. The others were the same and we have turned into the forms of their eventual downfall, the forms of the demon containers. Not only did we gain those forms but forms of animals that fit our nature. Once that was done, we escaped the timeline, but we were all weak with only one tail. So, we trained in secret, and as we grew in power, we also grew in height, which led to our secret existence being shattered. People feared our power and eventually devised ways of gaining our power. Though we saw our own demises in the timeline, we were not happy about it. Now, I have brought you before me to tell you that you are the person that will bring the power of time back together again, but Kailina will not be revived. Her power will be yours and your destiny is your own, but if you do not defeat the dark entity that we felt in the timeline, then everything will be thrown into absolute chaos, and reality will cease to exist and time will cave in on itself to end the worlds that are connected by time. At this, all Naruto could do was sweat drop and say, no pressure then, huh? I guess you could put it that way. Now you have three choices. These are all variations of what will and could happen. The first option is where Sasuke Uchiha escapes and you return to Konoha where you trained for 3 years under Jiraiya of the Sannin. The Akatsuki will gather most of the demon containers and kill many people. You defeat them, and Konoha is mostly destroyed in the process, which is led by Danzo as he slowly changes everything that the Sandaime had created for the worst. He has you kill, and he unleashes the dark entity. At this, Naruto gulped as all that seemed pretty bad. The Kyuubi continued. The second option is where you bring Sasuke back, but the council banishes you, where many things could happen. You die at the hands of Root, which is led by Danzo, you create your own village that is full with missing nins and other powerful people, or you become an outcast to the world where you become very strong, but in the end, you are not strong enough to defeat the dark entity because the Akatsuki has captured you and taken me away in resurrecting it. Naruto gulped once more, this was something he really wished would not happen and not some destined hero. Though this option seemed just as bad, if not worse than the last one. After the brief pause to let the information sink in, Kyuubi gave Naruto the final option that was foreseen. The final option is that you disappear from the battle site and make the people from Konoha think that you are dead. This is the tricky part because this option is bathed in the mist that covers the unknown in the timeline. All that I know is that you gather all of the Biju's energy before the Akatsuki does, you return to Konoha and with the help of friends old and new friends that you make along the way on your journey, you defeat the Akatsuki and the dark entity that someone bathed in the mist but I know as an Uchiha will resurrect. The third option is bathed in mystery and there is no telling where you will go, or even when. Now, choose. Naruto was shell-shocked. He never thought that anything like this would happen in his life. Still though, he would need to think on these three options. The first option really sucked. He would go through all that training to defeat the Akatsuki, but die at the hands of some asshole by the name of Danzo. He quickly threw that option out the proverbial window. The second option is just a bit better. He could help all the outcasts of the world but he would either meet his end at the hands of Akatsuki or see that they are destroyed somewhat and see the dark entity, but he would not be strong enough to defeat it. That option was too thrown out, and so all that remained was the third option that is bathed in mystery, one where he could possibly win in. The choice was obvious to even a little kid. I choose option 3. Let's get this party started. Kyuubi nodded at this and felt that his conscious self would soon end because of this decision. Reality. So with that, time started once again and Naruto's body glowed for few seconds before it shot off to the raging stream that sent him to Wave Country. Kakashi arrived just in time to see this happen and fall to his knees in failure as a teacher. I'm sorry, I failed, old friends. He said as he looked to the sky and then pried the Uchiha out of the stone leg and set off back home, to the soon-to-be depression. With Naruto. 2 days later, Naruto had found himself in front of the memorial his team had made for Zabuza and Haku. Naruto stared at it for a few minutes before Kyuubi told time to take the blade. Naruto relented and took the blade. Though when it was out, it began to shine with a strange lightning-like energy that Kyuubi had shouted was the power of the timeline. Then there was a very bright flash that had attracted everyone in Wave Country, including little Inari as he was close by. Though that was not the problem, what was the problem was that Naruto felt searing pain as the Kyuubi's power was ripped out of him and led into the blade as it glowed with power. With Jiraiya, same time. He was talking with Tsunade on what to do on finding Nato as they had not believed that Naruto was dead. He felt something, a weird pulse on his person and a scroll flew out of clothes with the label, YN on it. He widened his eyes as Tsunade was just very confused as to what was happening. The scroll then unrolled as the other half of Kyuubi's power came out to form a sphere of demonic power and then flashed out of existence and into the blade in Naruto's location. That broke the old toad hermit as he fell to his knees, crying. I truly failed you Minato, your son really is dead. That statement shook Tsunade to the core as she too cried that the necklace took another soul and probably itself with it. With Naruto. When the light died down and Naruto was no longer in pain, he panted as he took a look at the blade only to gasp as it had changed. It was larger with what looked like blue energy was traveling along the outside of it and with a figure 8 symbol in the middle that glowed the same blue. It also had a few other odd designs on it as well. Though as he looked at them, the final words of the Kyuubi came to mind. Travel back to find the answers from the Six Paths Sage himself. He was confused as hell but didn't get much time figure it out because he heard a voice. Naruto. Naruto looked to see that it was Inari. He smiled and said, Hey, Inari. Before passing out. Naruto awoke in a bed, in a familiar house from his mission to Wave. He suddenly shoot up in a sitting position thinking, that's right, that stuff did happen. In here I thought it was a dreaming and I was still on the Wave mission. Might as well say hi the right way this time. With that, Naruto slowly got out of bed and went downstairs to see the happy family talking about how Naruto got here. You know, I could answer those questions for you, he said surprising them. Naruto ni-san, yelled Inari as he rushed up to his hero and gave him a hug. Hey, long time no see Inari. Naruto, could you please tell us what happened and why you are not in Konoha? Asked Tsunami, Inari's mom. Of course, said Naruto as he told them the truth of what had happened and what the Kyuubi told him. To say they were shocked was an understatement. They just stared at him like he had grown 2 heads. Finally, it was Tazuna who spoke, okay. I will believe you for now, mostly because I don't understand much about the ninja world. So tell me, do you really want Konoha to think that you are dead for now? I think it would be for the best. Naruto said, I will eventually go back, but I need to train and find a way to go into the past to save the world somehow. I want to train with you. Please take me with you, pleaded Inari. You sure you want to be a ninja and travel with me? Yes, I want to be able to protect my family when the time comes. Alright, but you have to ask your mom. At this, Inari rounded on his mom and grandfather and gave them the puppy dog eyes. Tsunami sighed and submitted. Alright, but you have to train here for 6 months to a year so you both have what it takes to protect yourself. Got it. She said. Alright mom, yelled Inari as he thought this would be fun and easy. Oh how wrong he was. So for the first month, Naruto literally trained Inari into the ground. He made the poor boy run around the entire village a few times a day. Though the kid was not alone in this, Naruto himself usually ran and trained with his young apprentice. There was one thing that helped Naruto train Inari, and that was the scrolls that he had forgot about when he took it from the forbidden scroll that one day. He remembered that day since it was the second day that he had started living with their family. Flashback in time. Naruto was sitting on the couch after Tsunami told him that he would be living with them. They also said he would be getting new clothes soon too, so he was rummaging in it to get what he had out, and what he found were the scrolls. He stared at them before Inari noticed and asked what they were. He told him that they were scrolls addressed to him but had never opened them. Tsunami then suggested that he should open them then. So he opened the red one and began to read. Dear Naruto. Hi son, I am your mom. My name is Kushina Uzumaki and I am from Whirlpool Country, which was destroyed by Iwa. I came to Konoha to live a new life. I became known as the Red Death. Now, I would tell you who your father is, but you probably know who he is, or if not, I won't spoil it for you. Know that I will always be proud of you, no matter when you are. I would give you some things to help you along the way, but you already have it, or you will get it from your grandfather. That is all I will tell you. Good luck my son. Oh, I have a better name for you to use, when you find out, Teimu Kohaku. With love. Your mom, Kushina Uzumaki. P.S. If I am dead, then it is because a bastard named Danzo killed me. To say that Naruto was confused was an understatement. Had his mom gone insane? He got the gist of it, but he did know what power she was talking about. How could he be a time traveler? Inari and the others were just as confused, but Naruto shook it off as he began to read the yellow scroll. Dear Naruto. I don't know what I should say, but I am your father, the same man who sealed the Kyuubi inside of you. Yes, I am the 4th Hokage. I know you probably hate for it, but I could not do that to anyone else's child if I could not do it myself. Now, I have to thank you for the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. I got the idea from you, but maybe I am talking too early, so, I will stop there. In the seal below, is a few just you I would like you to learn, a few books on seals and a training regimen that you should use. Good luck. Your father. Minato Namikaze aka the Yellow Flash and the 4th Hokage. This time Naruto thought that both of his parents were insane, but he just shrugged it off before unsealing what his father gave him. Flashback end. Oh yeah, the training regimen had been very useful for him and Inari for the next 4 months. In the 4 months, he had gained a power to look at the timeline. That was good and all, but he could not see much of his future, so he looked to the past to see if it could help him and Inari with training. What he found made him really happy because he learned how to bend the elements. He did find it hard to teach Inari what he saw, so the sword that was forged from Kyuubi's power formed an amulet for the kid so he could train himself. Sure, Naruto had taught Inari the usual ninja skills, but that just bore the kid up to genin level. Anyway, Inari had to make his own ninja style, so he taught himself the way of the waterbender. Tsunami had been a little miffed about that, and when asked why, well, it was not the answer they were expecting. It turned out that Inari's real dad had been an ex-ninja who lost his ability to use chakra. He was a water manipulator to the point that his bloodline let him turn into water. Inari was shocked but was happy all the same. The kid seriously threw himself into water bending after that, and he also managed to unlock his bloodline in the 4th month that they trained in. He was now at mid-chunin level. Naruto on the other hand combined 2 bending styles that he saw. They were air and lightning bending. He had to learn each individually and is still trying to combine them. Naruto learned a few other things as well. His father's jutsus were all cake, but the Flying Thunder God really threw him for a loop. It seemed that this jutsu was time-based. His father had learned to manipulate time to make him go faster than any other ninja, but the jutsu was incomplete in the fact that he had to use those trikunai to actually work the jutsu. Luckily, Naruto had full control over the time element thanks to the blade. He could use the just you to the fullest effect, and instead of a yellow flash, he was surrounded by the blue lighting from the timeline itself, and Inari had dubbed him the Azure Flash. Naruto had not stopped there. He created some of his own time jutsu, including the one he had been confused about from the very beginning. The time travel jutsu. Normally, it would be impossible to do, but he has been to do the impossible. Wave Country is an example of that. Speaking of that place, it was like a second home to him and everyone treated him with respect. They even warned him about any Konoha ninja that came there. Yep, this place was great, but he had only 1 month left until they were able to leave and travel the world. So right now, Naruto and Inari are at the place where Inari's stepdad was killed. You really think this will work, Naruto? Asked Inari with a skeptical look on his face. Anything is possible, Inari. Besides, if this works, we could save him right before his dies. Naruto said as he hefted the blade on his shoulder. Oh, that is another thing. You really need to name that blade before we go. Fine. How about the time blade? Good enough. Now let's do this before I change my mind. Inari stated, then said a little nervous. Alright, with this move, we will change time itself. Oh, and I don't think it is a good for you to see your younger self in the eyes, because I'm not sure what will happen. Said Naruto as his friend nodded as he charged his chakra into the blade and yelled out, time travel jutsu. There was a large electrical surge throughout the city as the two were taken back to a few minutes before Inari's stepdad was taken from them. They flew through a huge lightning-filled area, was a raging ocean below them and a lightning storm above them. They were hit by a lightning bolt and disappeared. They appeared in an alley not too far away from the spot. They quickly rushed to the roofs and raced to the spot that was surrounded by a fence. They could see if happened before them. Why could we have earlier? Asked Inari. I don't know. I was planning on going back a bit further, but something was keeping from doing that. Alright, let's get closer and then get him. Inari said with some impatience. Naruto stopped him and said, we get closer, but we wait until he is right about to die and then we strike. You take out the surrounding samurai, I free him and deliver a message to Gato, and then we get back. Fine. And with that they waited till Gato said his part. Let this be a lesson to all who oppose me. He will be an example to those who do. Kill him, yelled Gato. The samurai then smirked and prepared to kill the guy. They were about to when a voice suddenly yelled out. Not on my watch, to jackass. It was Naruto who yelled it as Inari jumped over the fence. Everyone was shocked to the core at this because it was two kids who jumped out of nowhere, even more at how they were dressed. Naruto was dressed in black, steel-toed, combat boots, baggy black jeans with lots of pockets, a black muscle shirt, a black trench coat with the sleeves ripped off, a pair of sunglasses, and a black bandana that cover all of his hair. All that, topped with his huge glowing blade, he looked pretty intimidating. Inari had black shoes, black pants with silver T-shaped stripes on them, a blue shirt, a back jacket that showed of his shirt and a tan cloak that hid his face from them. That made every one of the samurai pause for a moment, and that was all Inari needed as he pulled the water out of the air and knocked away all the samurai while Naruto cut Inari's stepdad down and looked right at Gato. It made the short man shiver a bit. Sleep in fear, you creep, 'cause in time, you will be killed by the demon of the mist, that, or other ninja will kill your bitch ass. Who the hell are you? Naruto smirked as he said, Temu Kohaku. He then turned to the older Inari and nodded to him. The boy understood and jumped next to him, and he looked right at younger Inari and yelled out the just you before the three of them flashed out of existence. They appeared right in Tsunami's living room in another electrical surge. Naruto smirked before saying, mission accomplished. That jutsu taken way too much chakra. Then fell over and passed out with Inari's stepdad still in his arms. The man was in complete shock at what had happened. While that was happening, Tazuna and Tsunami were staring at them in shock as certain memories suddenly came to them and Tsunami screamed out, what the hell? Kaiza stared at the blonde boy. Inari had called him Naruto, reclining sleepily on the sofa next to him. Inari was seated in between them, fast asleep and curled against Kaiza's side. The poor kid had chattered on and on while Tazuna was fixing up his wounds, excitedly explaining everything that had happened after he died, though he was having trouble accepting that part. Remarkably, the old bridge builder had been able to bandage him up pretty well, though it took several long hours and a whole lot of screaming on Kaiza's part, and even more remarkably Naruto had managed to sleep through the whole process. Now, about half a day later, here they sat on the sofa, Kaiza staring at Naruto, Naruto blearily looking up at the ceiling, and Inari passed out between them. As glad as Kaiza was to be alive and all, it was rather disconcerting to be suddenly tossed from one time to another. Quite understandably, he was having a bit of trouble adjusting. As if that wasn't hard enough, it was all because of this boy that his self-proclaimed son almost reverently referred to as his older brother. To think that this one child held the astonishing ability of time travel in his hands. I know I'm awesome and all, Naruto grumped, startling him from his thoughts, but could you stop staring? You're sort of freaking me out. Kaiza blinked at him before smiling a little sheepishly. Sorry. The blonde nodded and mumbled a sleepy, "No problem." He yawned loudly, showing of his just a little sharper than average teeth. Kaiza was silent for a few more moments, his eyes unconsciously drifting back to the lightly dozing teen. "So," he said finally, if only to break the silence, "what's it like to time travel?" Naruto looked at him with half-lidded eyes and then grinned. "It kinda tingles." "Yes, and it nearly drained you," said Tsunami as she came in and gave Kaiza a loving kiss, to which Inari upped to and made a gagging sound. His mom just playfully bobbed him on his head. Right now though, Naruto was being a lazy ass, but he couldn't that way for long. Now that his chakra was back to normal, he stood and said, "Inari. Yeah. Stay here for a bit, get to know you stepdad again. I am going back to see an old sage," he said cryptically. "What? You're going to see that old man without me?" "Inari, the time I am going back to is more dangerous than our time." "Oh, wait, I think know what you are talking about, the time of bloodshed and all that," Kaiza said weakly. "You sure you can handle?" "I don't know, but if I can't, I don't want Inari to be lost in the past." "I see, well while you're going I am going to be training. I will not be weak when you get back," Inari declared as he ran out the door to train. "I think he is taking after you, Naruto." Old man Tazuna sighed out. "Dad, that is a good thing, he just wants to protect the people he loves, just like Naruto," Tsunami said. "Yeah, now I have to go," Naruto said. Tsunami nodded as she gave her Serate-san a hug and then called out his jutsu, and with a large electrical surge, he was gone. Kaiza just stared at the spot where he saw Naruto leave and sighed. "I don't think I will ever get used to that," he deadpanned as Tazuna and Tsunami nodded at this. Though they didn't know it, that electrical surge affected all of the elemental countries. That just led people to believe that something big was about to happen in the future. They didn't know how right they were. With Naruto. As Naruto flew in the air through the Sea of Time, as he called it, he noticed that the storm was getting worse the more he traveled back in time. He even had to split a few waves in half with his large blade so he would not get knocked off course and sent to another time. As he neared his destination, he waited for the lightning to strike him he could get access to the time he wanted. Just as it was about to hit him, he saw a creature that sent chills down his spine. It was a humanoid creature that was surrounded in black mist-like energy and had huge horns that were twisted into the infinity sign. When he was back in the normal world, he could feel the malice in the air. Hen then felt a terror and looked in the direction he came in. He was an old man in mortal combat with a man with a spiky white hair, which if possible was spikier than Jiraiya's. The old man was in white and gold high priest robes, had gold ninja-like sandals, and a cracked in many places gold staff. The man had a white armored shirt, white baggy pants and white ninja sandals on. Naruto also saw a few other people there, but two stuck out the most. They were in priest-like robes on and Naruto recognized them as the two sons of the Sage of Six Paths. He walked up to them just as the fragile-looking old man speared the man he was fighting through the chest. It seemed that the old man had won, but as he turned around, Naruto noticed it was not without a price. The old man's robes were shredded and bloody with huge gashes here and there. It was then the old man noticed Naruto and said, "I have been expecting you, Tama Kohaku, or should I say, Naruto Uzumaki." It was then that all eyes were on him and he started to sweat. "Hey, you were expecting me." "That is correct, Kailina told me of your presence before she left this world and told me you would be arriving soon," he said with a sad look on his face as he also noticed that his two sons were in the same condition. Though they were her sons, she treated them like they were, their real mother died long ago. "I see, but why was I told to come here by a large piece of her?" Naruto said pointing to his rather large blade. "It is because I have something I wish to give to you. You are not to save your time, and with that you will need the true Rinnegan," the old sage said as he placed his two figures on Naruto's forehead, where his third eye would be. The boy felt power surge into his system. When it stopped he noticed the two sons of the sage were eyeing him and then smirked. "With this new power, you will gain the powers of others. Now, this power will let you control the bodies of fallen warriors and your mind controls them. You yourself may be able to use their power with enough training. Take the body of my fallen apprentice, his bloodline shall be beneficial to you in the future, all you have to do is look him in the eyes," he said as he passed a scroll to Naruto and said to read in the future as it was a scroll on how the Rinnegan worked. Naruto nodded as he took the scroll and walked over to the dead body where he looked it in the eye and it disappeared. He would have asked where it went but he was sure he would find out when he read the scroll. That and the Sage of Six Paths was speaking again. "Naruto, you have a long journey ahead of you. You must gain 5 other bodies, but ones that should be connected to you in your home and they can be from any time period. Once that is complete, find out your routes while searching for the temples of the elements from each major village of your time. There are 5 of them, but some of them might not be accessible in your time. That is what time travel is for. Then both of the sons came over and handed Naruto a scroll. The old man spoke for them. Summoning scrolls that are lost to your time. Use them and find the others. They will be need for you and your friends from your time. Naruto nodded and saw they were for white tigers and phoenixes. Thank you, but what am I supposed to do at these temples? Ah yes. You will find pieces of a key that will unlock the Tower of Time in your time. You will know where it is once you have found the pieces of the key. The power you find will unlock the true power of the blade of time that passes. The old man paused in thought and was about to ask his sons a question when it seemed that he remembered. Sorry, old age and injuries are getting to me. You will need this as well, he said as he processed a dagger tail and dagger that was glowed blue, which was attached to the dagger tail. Time's serpent dagger. It was then the weapon snaked it up Naruto's left arm and melted into it, forming a tattoo of it. Cool, was Naruto's answer. Indeed it is, Sage of Time. Dubbed the old sage to a shocked Naruto as the old man patted him on the back and turned to his sons. Naruto watched firsthand the beings of the Senju and Uchiha clans as they were made. When the old was done, he was starting to look transparent. This is the end of me, but I have planted the seed of the future. Then he dissolved into a gold mist that traveled to Naruto, giving him a godly look before the old man's chakra was infused with Naruto and his blade. The blade itself had changed just a bit. The blue energy was still there, but now, right next to it was a line of gold energy, and the same with the infinity sign and the other odd symbols on it, only for it was mixed energies. Naruto sighed and turned to the 2 brothers and said, I guess it's time for me to go. They just nodded and he did the jutsu and left. Unknown to him, the 2 brother would start his legend, the legend of the Sage of Time, and boy will he and his friends be surprised when he returns. Sea of Time. Naruto was flying through the Sea of Time once again, but he had not set destination. He was thinking on whose bodies he should use. He has think on his past and the past of other when an idea struck, well, a few ideas. Sure, some people in Konoha will be shocked, but they probably need it. He quickly flew off and was stuck by the time lightning. He arrived at the end of the battle between Gaara and Lee vs. Kimuru, SP. The bone guy. He walked up to the body stuck up in the bone forest and looked into its eyes, and it was gone, and so was he. If he would have stayed a few seconds more, Gaara would have seen him, and he looked back to see that the dead body of the boy freak was gone. Another flash later and pile of dirt that was flung up to reveal Haku. He took her body and flashed out. A flash later and he was in Kumo. Right as they were about the body of one Hizashi Hyuga. He took the body right out the shocked ninja's hands and got the hell out there before they had time to react. The last 2 people he went in time for was Obito Uchiha's body, which he had to remove a lot of rocks to get in Naoki Senju. That last one has been a real pain because he had to sneak into the death room while a frantic and younger Tsunade and a younger Jiraiya were talking at the entrance. They saw him near the kid and noticed the kid was gone. That made them furious and they demanded his name before they killed him. He had said Tama Kohaku and flashed out of there, leaving 2 gobsmacked future sage in his wake. Naruto had to make one last stop and leave a message to his old friend Gaara, but he wouldn't be doing it the normal way. Here I come, Gaara, yelled Naruto as he traveled to the day before Gaara went nuts. In flash, he was in the village of Sand, a few feet from the main gates. TCH, now to find him. Unknown to him, the Chunin guard saw the flash and gawked. Since he was drinking, he threw the bottle away and continued to stare. What is the famed time sage doing here? He asked himself before he quickly turned around to stare the desert. He wanted no part in this even if the guy helped them out in the past. As Naruto walked through the desert city, he came upon the sight of a younger Temari. She looked to be 7 years old, which meant that Gaara was 5 years old in this time period. So he continued to walk, but it seemed that she noticed him and walked right up to him. Hey, who are you? I have never seen you around here before, she demanded with her hands on her hips. Oh, just a traveler passing through. I have never been here and I am kind of lost, quipped Naruto with a smirk. Well, I am Temari of the desert, the Kage's daughter. If you wanted a tour around this place, you should have asked. Wen gave no noticeable reaction to her being the daughter of a Kage. She asked, don't you care that I am the daughter of a Kage? Naruto chuckled and said, nope. I see it or care. This made her red with anger until Naruto spoke again. What I do see is a beautiful young lady with a lot of potential. Wah, how can you see that? Little Temari with a blush. Your eyes tell all. I can see that you have suffered a bit, but you are trying to prove to everyone that you are strong. That is what I see. Besides, I have met you before, and I can say that you will become one of the wind mistresses ever. I wish my eyes would shut up. She grumbled, but then heard the other parts and her eyes widened. She was about to ask how he knew that, but then she took a look at his clothes. Black combat boots, black baggy pants with lots of pockets, a black muscle shirt, a black trench coat with the sleeves ripped off, a black bandana on his head that covered his hair, a pair of black sunglasses, and the huge blade on his back. Instant recognition was in her eyes and they grew to size of dinner plates. The only man she looked up to. You're Tama Kohaku, he suddenly yelled as she suddenly glomped him. As he fell, he could only chuckle. This Tamari was a lot more hyper than the one he knew in his time. Yep, he said as he got up with her in his arms. The villagers just chuckled at the scene, as they had recognized him already and got over the shock of seeing one of their old heroes that fought with the third cage against an old enemy. They did admit that he looked younger than what he was before. So how do you know me? He asked. How can I not know you? Tamari gushed. You were in the history books. I read a book with my dad a few years ago on how you helped the third cage out in a battle and he helped you get into the Temple of Wind for your help. You're my only hero. Naruto's sweat dropped as he took it all in. I guess I become quite a hero here. Wait, she said, the third cage. That has to me well into the past. I wonder if I have to do stuff like that to get to these temples. Well, since I haven't been here in a long time, will you show me around here, Tamari-chan? I'll be happy to, she said as she jumped out of his arms and started pulling his arms. Come on. Naruto chuckled as Tamari roughly pulled him throughout the village. During that time, he learned quite a lot and the two just chatted about random topics until they came upon the village playground and she asked a question that was bugging her. Kohaku-san, could you tell me what I am like in the future? She asked with puppy dog eyes, to which Naruto caved in on. Alright, but first just call me Tama. I really don't like formalities. Now I know I shouldn't, but I guess I can tell you. I met you in my Chunin exams in Konoha. I must say, you are a badass kunoichi. You were pretty much a wind mistress by then. She wanted to know what she looked like and before she could ask, she was cut off by a scream and she grimaced because she knew what it was about and she was also worried about her little brother. Gaara, she said as she ran off with Naruto following her. What they saw was a scared Gaara who was looking at the sand that was dragging some kids to him. Naruto sighed and walked forward, but Tamari caught him and looked at him with concerned eyes. He just smiled and said, Don't worry Tamari-chan, I won't get hurt and neither will your little brother. She gave him another concerned look before she let him go. Naruto walked over to the chaos and just touched the ropes that were pulling the kids. It froze up and then fell into the surrounding sand and everyone had shocked looks on their faces. The kids just yelled, Thanks mister. As they ran away, Gaara just looked at Naruto as he walked over to him and said, The voice, it is gone. Who are you? Naruto smiled to the young redhead. Just like Tamari, he was different when he was younger as well. Tama Kohaku. Don't worry Gaara, Shukaku will leave you alone a little while. Gaara and Tamari's eyes widened after they heard that. After that, the three just got to know each other a little better, with the siblings getting a bit closer. After a while they were sitting on top of a nearby building. Tama, thanks for calming Shukaku, but why did you do it? Asked Gaara. Because, like Tamari-chan, I have met you before, but under different circumstances. Naruto said with a sad smile. What do you mean Tama? Asked Tamari. I meet your team when I take my Chunin exams in Konoha. You, Gaara and Kankuro. You are all different in that time. Kankuro is a bit of a perverted jerk, Tamari, you are a bit of a cold but badass ninja who commands the wind, and you, Gaara, are a heartless killer. The two kids looked at him with wide eyes and looked a little scared. Gaara, I have come in time to give you a message, because I am from that time and people think I am dead because I got my time powers. Now that I am here, I want to give you some advice. When you lose sight of yourself in the future, seek out the one called Naruto Uzumaki at the Chunin exams. Your answer to your existence will be with him. Gaara had a confused look on his face before he asked. Okay, but who is he to you? Naruto chuckled again and said, because, in way, he is me. The two young kids' eyes widened at that information. Cool, was the combined reply. Now, I want you to remember this as well, because this is the message I want you to remember. I am still alive, but don't tell Konoha I am. That is because I will be back, when the time is right. Naruto then looked to the kids and they nodded. He then stood up and took off his sunglasses so they could see them. They were the deepest shade of blue they ever saw and Tamari caught herself staring and blushed a bit as she looked away. Naruto smiled as ruffled their hair as he put on his glasses back on. The same eyes as mine, remember that. Okay, I gotta go now, remember me okay? They nodded as did the jutsu and flashed away. Seiya then, Naruto ni-chan, whispered Gaara into the night. Tamari didn't say anything as she was thinking some other thoughts. With Gaara and Temari, Sand Village, normal time period. Gaara and Kankuro had just finished talking about how Naruto had shown him the way to be a real hero and such, as Temari walked up to him. The three looked out in the sunset as Temari had an arm around her little brother's shoulder. There was an odd flash in the sunset and the two siblings suddenly remember something very important. Gaara, what he said was true. Temari suddenly said as she remembered that night with a small blush. Yeah, the two really were the same person, and he is not dead. I also have a strange feeling that he will be coming here soon. Why? Asked Temari a little panicked and Gaara just looked at her. Oh, that's right, he doesn't know what year to go to. That would be hard to figure out all by himself. That and the Temple of Wind is all but rubble in this time. Gaara said. With that said, the two siblings went back into town to prepare. That left a very confused Kankuro in their wake before he yelled out, "Who the hell are you two talking about?" Naruto Uzumaki aka Tama Kohaku, was the answer he got from a blushing Temari. Kankuro's eyes widened to the size of dinner plates as he said, "Holy shit," he recovered quickly at the sight of his sister blushed and got an evil smirk on his face. So what is with the blush Temari? Shut up. Naruto, in the sea of time. Well, that was a good time. Who know they were so different as kids. He said as the storm suddenly got worse. What the? He had to split the waves a few times before a lightning bolt from far away snaked its way over to him and in a flash, he was gone. When Naruto was 5. Naruto flashed in a random ally in Konoha. He slowly walked out and saw the Kyuubi festival. Sure he was confused, but he just couldn't figure out why he was here. Okay, what the hell is going on? I was aiming for the time I left. Sighing, he just continued walking through the festival. That is when he saw himself. He saw his 5-year-old self and gasped. This is the year that I got it real bad. Hey, maybe I can change it for the better. He said as he followed his younger self in the crowd. He noticed, the stares that were directed at his younger self were worse than normal. Oh yeah, I am changing this day somehow. He didn't notice until it was too later that they had wandered into a stadium. Oh right, the talent show, he. Suddenly a man in a black suit walked out from the curtains and yelled, "Okay. It is now time for someone from the audience to come up and sing 3 songs. So WHO has the balls." Naruto smirked and yelled, "Oi. I'll do it." Before anyone else could. Then come on up my black-clad friend. They yelled as Naruto made his way up to the stage. When he got there the guy said, "Okay dude, this is your time, so you make the rules." To this Naruto just smirked. He took the mic and yelled out, "What's up party people?" The crowd roared at that. "I am going to do things differently this year. I am going to choose a few people to come up and do whatever while I sing." The crowd cheered and Naruto said, "Okay, this first song is called, Burn It to the Ground. So I would like." He randomly pointed out 2 people from the audience, which turned out to a younger Anko and Kurenai. He just smiled as they came up without fear and said, "You ladies ready to rock?" "Hell yeah cutie," purred Anko as she got right in his face. "This should be interesting," said Kurenai. "Well, let's get this party started then," Naruto said as he pumped his fist in the air and Anko cheered while Kurenai smiled at her best friend's antics. As the music began to play, courtesy of his shadow clones in the back. He then tapped his foot a few times before starting as the 2 girls began to dance. Burn It to the Ground, Nickelback. Well it's midnight, damn right we're wound up too tight. I got a fistful of whiskey, the bottle just bit me ooh. That shit makes me batshit crazy we got not fear no doubt all in balls out. As Naruto sung his lightning-like powers sparked up above them and started showing scenes of the timeline. The first was Anko fighting Orochimaru in the Forest of Death. The thing was, neither one of the 3 on stage knew it was there and when the 3rd Hokage saw it, he went wide-eyed as he knew who this guy was. "We're going out tonight, hey, to kick out every light, hey, take anything we want, hey, take everything in sight, hey, we're going till the world stops turning while we burn it to the ground at night." Each time he said the word hey, the crowd said hey and the lightning surged a bit. "We're screamin' like demons swingin' from the ceiling I got a fistful of 50s tequila just hit me ooh. We got no class, no taste no shirt and shit-faced we got them lined up shot down firing back straight crown." The scene changed to that of Anko, always crashing through windows, then leading a team back to Mother Island. "We're going out tonight, hey, to kick out every light, hey, take anything we want, hey, take everything in sight, hey, we're going till the world stops turning while we burn it to the ground at night." Then it changed to the first time Anko and Kurenai became friends while on a mission together. "Tickin' like a time bomb drinkin' till the night's gone get your hands off of this glass last call my ass. No chain no lock and this train won't stop we got no fear no doubt all in balls out." It then changed to Kurenai and Asuma going out. This caught the Sarutobi's attention and made him blush. He would wait time later to date her. We're going out tonight, hey, to kick out every light, hey, take anything we want, hey, take everything in sight, hey, we're going till the world stops turning while we burn it to the ground at night. It then changed to the last scene with Anko, Kurenai, and a baby as Kurenai's arms with Asuma next to them. We're going out tonight, hey, to kick out every light, hey, take anything we want, hey, take everything in sight, hey, we're going till the world stops turning while we burn it to the ground at night. When the song ended, people at first just stared before breaking out in a loud cheer. So with that, Naruto led the two young ladies off the stage, and when they were off, Anko gave him a quick peck on the cheek before running off with her best friend. So Naruto just rubbed it a bit and shuddered as he remembered how crazy she was in the future. Ethan walked back up and pointed to a few other people, and they turned out to be Sakura, Ino, Haruka, and Sasuke. He just shook his head at his luck and called out his next song. New Divide Lincoln Parle. I remember black skies, the lightning all around me. I remembered each flash as time began to blur. Like a startling sign that fate had finally found me. And your voice was all I heard, that I get what I deserve. The lightning show was back again as it showed them in the academy. So give me reason to prove me wrong, to wash this memory clean. Let the floods cross the distance in your eyes. Give me reason to fill this hole, connect the space between. Let it fill up to reach the truth and lies, across this new divide. It showed Ino defending Sakura from a bully. There was nothing in sight, the memories left abandoned. There was nowhere to hide, the ashes fell like snow. And the ground caved in between where we were standing. And your voice was all I heard, that I get what I deserve. The scene changed to Sasuke and Itachi talking in their home, and then it changed to Sasuke spying on his brother's throwing practice. So give me reason to prove me wrong, to wash this memory clean. Let the floods cross the distance in your eyes, across this new divide. In every loss, in every lie. In every truth that you deny. And each regret and each goodbye were some mistakes you pray to hide. And your voice was all I heard, that I get what I deserve. It then changed to Sasuke surrounded by Ino and Sakura in the academy fighting over Sasuke, with Haruka trying to separate them for the first time. So give me reason to prove me wrong, to wash this memory clean. Let the floods cross the distance in your eyes. Give me reason to fill this hole, connect the space between. Let it fill up to reach the truth and lies, across this new divide. Across this new divide. Across this new divide. When the song and the dancing kids stopped, the crowd burst into a loud cheer once more as the some of the kids were left of stage. Sasuke and Haruka were told to stay behind as Naruto pointed to his younger self and a younger Kakashi. It was a good thing that he was wearing sunglasses or he would not be here at the moment. Alright kid, ready for your song to be sung. His self just looked at him like he was crazy. He just chuckled and began to sing once more. Monster Skillet. The secret side of me, I never let you see, I keep it caged but I can't control it, so stay away from me. The beast is ugly, I feel the rage and I just can't hold it. The lighten then showed Naruto and Sasuke when they are older, but Naruto had a background of red chakra to him while Sasuke had a purple chakra background. It's scratching on the walls, in the closet, in the halls, it comes awake and I can't control it, hiding under the bed, in my body, in my head. Why won't somebody come and save me from this, make it end? The scene changed to Sasuke brutally beating up the sound ninja in the forest of death. I feel it deep within, it's just beneath the skin, I must confess that I feel like a monster, I hate what I've become, the nightmare's just begun, I must confess that I feel like a monster. It was then of Naruto when he was training with Jiraiya as he pushed him of the cliff and Naruto had to demand the fox for its chakra. I feel like a monster, I feel like a monster. My secret side I keep hid under lock and key, I keep it caged but I can't control it, cause if I let him out he'll tear me up, break me down. Why won't somebody come and save me from this, make it end? It showed Naruto figting the Shukaku. I feel it deep within, it's just beneath the skin, I must confess that I feel like a monster, I hate what I've become, the nightmare's just begun, I must confess that I feel like a monster. I feel it deep within, it's just beneath the skin, I must confess that I feel like a monster, I feel like a monster, I feel like a monster. It's hiding in the dark, its teeth are razor sharp. The scene changed to a lighter note with Haruka with Sasuke and Naruto in the academy, and then Naruto with Haruka during the Mizuki incident. There's no escape for me, it wants my soul, it wants my heart, no one can hear me scream, maybe it's just a dream, maybe it's inside of me, stop this monster. The scene was then of Team 7 and their ventures. I feel it deep within, it's just beneath the skin. I must confess that I feel like a monster. I hate what I've become. The nightmare's just begun. I must confess that I feel like a monster. The final scene was of Naruto and Sasuke in the Valley of the End. I feel it deep within, it's just beneath the skin. I must confess that I feel like a monster. I've gotta lose control. He's something radical. I must confess that I feel like a monster. 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 When it was all said and done, everyone was quiet as the third Hokage walked up to the stage and said, "Tama Kohaku, please come with me." He nodded as they flashed out of there. They were gone. Everyone was staring at little Naruto and then left. They thought if they hurt him physically, they would feel the wrath of time on them. Once in the Hokage's office, they talked a bit with the old man telling Naruto what he saw. "So Tama, why are you here?" Naruto chuckled and just took off his bandana and sunglasses and said, "'Cause old man, I wanted to see my younger self not get hurt." The old man just stared at Naruto's whiskerless face and said, "I." He was cut off by Naruto hugging him. "It is good to see you again." "What do you mean?" Naruto sighed, "Apart from those images you saw, I am about to reveal a other thing." His face then grew serious. "You die at my Chunin exams by sealing Orochimaru's arms to the Shinigami, that is what Jiraiya told me anyway." "I see," the old Hokage would have said more if he hadn't been interrupted by the entrance of an old, one-armed man. Naruto heard the Hokage growl out Danzo and he became instantly alert. "I heard that the famed Tama Kohaku was here, but you look like a younger version of the fourth Hokage to me." "You're close, I am Naruto Uzumaki." "Ah, the brat, but I am very confused as to why a whelp like you could become such an important figure in history." "I guess it won't matter, you can work for me now," Danzo said with a smug look on his face until Naruto got up and slammed him against the wall. "Shut up you old fuck. I bet you heard about me from those annoying ass root ninja you command." He then remembered his mom's words formed a letter and his anger rose. You're the fucking reason I don't have a mom. You killed her." "Hey, no proof, but I guess it is a good thing. No family ties to make a great ninja under my command," said Danzo. "I said shut up, I should kill you myself," Naruto yelled, but then smirked, giving the one-eyes man the creeps. "No, I won't kill you. I'll let someone else do that." He then walked to the door. "Naruto, who are you going to get?" asked a concerned Sarutobi. The boy just smirked and said, "Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, and I have all the time in the world to go a get her." The Hokage, Danzo, and even the hidden Anbu all paled. "Danzo, you're screwed," the old man said as all that came out of Danzo's mouth was hot air. "Oh, an old man," Naruto said at the door, as got the attention of the Hokage. "I tell you one more this. I learned this during my training. If you want to get done with the evil paperwork, use shadow clones. They retain the info they get and send it back to the creator." With that, Naruto closed the door and flashed away. There was silence in the office before the Hokage started laughing like a mad loon. Danzo quickly left the room while the hidden Anbu just shook his head. Naruto time warped right in the living room of Inari's home a few days after he left there. "Hey guys, how is it going?" After the initial shock of Naruto just appearing out of nowhere, Kaiza spoke. "Oh, not much Naruto, you have fun in the past or whenever you went." "You could say that," Naruto smirked. "I gave a message to an old friend and then I put on rock concert." "That is nice. Inari should be getting in soon, so why don't you help me set the table so we could all have dinner?" said Tsunami with a smile. Naruto nodded and began to help, and after 10 minutes, Inari came in and smiled at his brother figure. "That didn't take long, bro. I never said it would. Now we can talk about some more training." "What do you mean, bro?" "We should finish this year off with more training, you know, to be ready for anything we might eventually come across in our travels." "Fine with me. I wanna be the best water master out there," Inari said as his mom left the dinner table for a minute and came back with an old-looking scroll. "Inari, if you are going to be traveling around the world like you said, please take this scroll." As Inari took it, he asked, "Mom, thanks, but what is it?" "It is from your father, he wanted me to give it to you. It contains jutsu and the summoning contract for alligators and crocodiles." "Thanks Mom," yelled Inari as he hugged his mom while Naruto smiled. So for the next 8 months, Naruto and Inari trained themselves into the ground. Naruto had created a few jutsu of his own and they were pretty strong. One of them though was a joint attack with their water powers, and even Inari paled at how much damage it did. Though, Tsunami got real pissed for destroying one of her flower gardens and no one wanted to be around her when she was angry. Anyway, it was a good thing that Naruto learned how to water bend a bit, or that attack would have been impossible to do. He had bought chakra paper before coming back and he had found that they both had the same chakra elements, water, wind, and lightning, though Inari's water element was the strongest while Naruto's was wind. After that he snuck into other town once in a while to get jutsu for their elements and Naruto learned that sealing was very interesting along with making a few of his own jutsu. Heck, he even improved his rasengan to new lengths and even added elements to it. He remembered the scroll the old sage gave to him and opened it to work on the rasengan. He found out that if you have a bloodline in the bodies you possess, it brings out the full potential of that bloodline. That was good because it took away the blind spot in the Byakugan, along with the caged bird seal and brought Obito's Sharingan to eternal level, and without all the negative side effects. He also discovered, from the toads, Sage Mode. He got into it once but that was way too much power and he hasn't been able to get into it since. He does have a few ideas though. Inari had pretty much become quite the water boy, and in a good way. He bent the water in such a way where he could convert it to ice, vapor, steam, and mist. He even got his summons to accept him. He even got himself a bow staff and incorporated it into his water-bending style. Finally the day had come where they could finally set off on their journey. Tsunami was fussing over the two of them as they walked to the bridge, where everyone from the village was waiting to see them off. It was Tazuna who spoke for the village. I know you two would have to leave someday and so we all began making preparations for this day, though I thought it would have been much later. What can you do? Here, it is money for the trip. The old bridge builder said with a smile on his old face as he gave the two a generous amount of money. Naruto looked at it in shock and said, "Are you sure? It is a lot of money." "Don't worry about it, you're going to need it," Tazuna replied. Okay, thank you," the blonde said, not really sure what else to say. Naruto gave Tsunami, Kaiza, and Tazuna a hug as they wished him luck. Inari did as well but he did cry a bit and said, "Don't worry mom, I be okay. I am going out in the world to make you proud." Tsunami just giggled a bit and hugged him tighter, saying, "You already have." That brought a smile both boys' faces as they walked the bridge to their journey. When they were a good distance away from the village, Tsunami said, "They're going to be great warriors one day." Kaiza looked at her and said, "They already have." "What do you mean?" asked Tazuna. "I checked out a recent history book in the library and saw them in it." Kaiza went on about how the boys helped Kumo, Kiri, Suna, and were seen in Iwa in the past. He smirked at their shocked looks. They are in for a hell of a ride. With Naruto and Inari. "So, where to first bro?" asked Inari. Naruto put on a prankster smirk and said, "The borders of Konoha, time to leave with them a little message and then to the capital city in Fire Country, we have to pay the Fire Lord a little visit." Inari's smirk just grew with each step they took to Konoha as Naruto told him about his plan. It was a good message and all and people were going to people they thought were dead. Konoha, 3 days later. Not much had changed in the year that Naruto had disappeared. Well, Sasuke did because he had gotten the curse seal off thanks to Jiraiya. When that happened, he couldn't remember anything from the Forest of Death or beyond, though he somehow remembered all the jutsu he had learned. He also found that he had gained the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, but at a price. Once he activated it, his body would morph to that of his curse seal level 2 which is why he barely ever used it. His personality had changed a bit as well because when he heard that it was he who made Naruto disappear, he worked day and night in his training to one day be able to go find his friend and bring him back to the village. Him along with the rest of the Rookie 11 since they all thought they was not dead. Tsunade didn't have the heart to tell them they were wrong because a part of her thought he really was alive. Sakura had become Tsunade's apprentice and was advancing in the medical fields quite well along with Ino and Hinata. The others had just thrown themselves into training like the Uchiha had so that they could help find their friend. Right now though everyone was taking a break from training and was just hanging out. Sasuke, Sakura, and Team 10 were lounging about in random train field, along with the Konohamaru Corps. Neji, Hinata, and her team with eating at the Hyuga estate. Lee and Tenten were sparring at their training ground. Kakashi was with the other Jonin sensei where at the memorial and they were trying to get him away from it and Jiraiya was annoying Tsunade and Shizune in the Hokage tower. Naruto and Inari appeared on the Hokage monument, cloaked by Inari's genjutsu. Naruto had his paths out while Inari was casting a genjutsu on them to make them look like their old selves since they all had white hair. I wonder what they will do when they see them. Who knows bro, I am more worried about how they will take the message. Will they understand it? I am sure they will, they are all smart after all. Okay bro, your paths are ready. Good, Naruto said as he nodded to his ourselves and they disappeared to deliver their messages. Inari, get ready to leave soon, I am sure someone will notice the genjutsu. Yeah, you'll just Azure flash us outta here, I got it. In the Hokage Tower. Tsunade was desperately trying to ignore her old teammate, would not shut up. When he did get quiet, she looked up at him and followed his paled gaze. What she saw made her pale as well because in front of them was little Naoki, staring at them. With Sasuke and the others. Sakura was talking to Ino about random things, Sasuke was lounging with the two lazy asses, and the Konohamaru Corps were playing a game of ninja when they all felt a presence in the area. They all turned to the source and the two members of Team 7 gasped as they say the figure of Haku, as the day they met him, mask and all. With Hinata and the others. Hinata was talking with Neji about her drawing with Tsunade while her two teammate and sister just listened on. Hiyashi, who had just came in was listening as well and he was very proud of her. Then a man appeared in the courtyard where they were at. Hiyashi and Neji were ready to attack but when they got a better look at the intruder, they both fell to their knees while Hinata and her team just had their mouths open in a shock while Hanabi was just confused. There, standing in front of them was none other than Hizashi himself. With Lee and Tenten. The two were currently in a heated taijutsu match when they felt a presence behind them. Lee was the first to recognize the white-haired man as Kimamaru, the man he and Gaara though was dead, hanging in a forest made from his bones. With Kakashi and the other Jonin sensei, along with Anko. Guy was ranting on about the power of youth as usually while Kurenai was trying to keep Anko from killing the green maniac, while Asuma just shook his head. They come to try and cheer up Kakashi, who was now 4 hours late to everything and they wanted him to get back to normal since he looked so broken most of the time. Kakashi turned around to tell them to leave him be when his single visible eye widened in shock. The others who were about to respond to his wave off, looked in the same direction as he did and paled, because a few feet away from them was Obito Uchiha. Kakashi's old teammate and friend. When where he stood, Naruto smirked as he saw everyone's reactions through the eyes of each of his paths. He chose not to use his metal path because no one would recognize him. He then spoke through each of his paths with the same message at the same time. Though we may be dead, we live on through another you all hold dear. When the Tower of Time rises, be ready for the return of the Sage of Time and an old friend you all have lost and think is dead. For when he returns, the 5 elements will unite to fight a great evil that will be unleashed, be ready my old friends. With that Naruto made his paths return to his mind, but with style. Kimamaru's body turned as white as bone and disintegrated into the wind. Obito's body was surrounded in fire before the wind blew it and him out of sight. Haku's body turned to ice before the sun's intense rays melted it into water. Hizashi's body turned to white leaves that flew away into the wind and Naoki's body turned to sawdust that flew out the window. Tsunade and Jiraiya both went to the window to see the sawdust fly out towards the Hokage monument. That is when a genjutsu released and they had saw a sight they had not seen in many years, the time sage himself, with a brown cloaked figure as they Azure flashed away. What the hell? Said Tsunade as everyone else had the same phrase going through their minds. 4 days later, in the capital city. Naruto and Inari had just arrived at the Fire Lord's palace and everyone they passed seemed to be recognizing them as a lot of people were bowing to them. Hey bro. Yeah Inari. Are people bowing to us because of what we are going to be doing in the past? Most likely. Ah, Inari said as he approached the main gates of the Fire Lord's palace. The guard rose an eyebrow at them before his eyes widened when he recognized them and led them through. They walked through the gorgeous halls until they came upon a set of huge white doors. Please wait here while I announce you presents, young sages. With that, guard disappeared by the huge doors. He said sages with an S right. Asked a bug-eyed Inari. That is what I heard anyway. Naruto said with a bit of a smirk. As soon as he said that, the large door opened to reveal a room that would belong to a Greek king. There were golden pillars on the sides of the room with white statues lining the red carpet that lead to 3 marble thrones, where a few people were sitting in. The floor too was white marble. In the middle of the thrones was the largest that held a ma with a large white beard, regal-looking red clothes, and a clown atop his white hair. To his right was obviously his wife. She too wore regal red clothes, she had graying red hair, and she looked to be the same age as her husband. Now to the man's left was a young, red-headed girl, about the age of 13, in a beautiful red dress with fiery designs on it. She was looking at the 2 boys with a critical eye, probably thinking either one could be a good future husband. It was the old Fire Lord who spoke with a straight face. I have been waiting for you Sage of Time. Reptile Sage. The man said to the 2 boys. Inari now understood why he was called a sage before. The old man then put on a smile on his face and said, it really has been too long young Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto was taken aback at how the old Fire Lord could know him and then it hit him like a train in Snow Country. He had come to visit when the third Hokage took him here when he was 6 years old, for the Fire Lord had summoned the old man for some reason. When Naruto had come with him, the Fire Lord was surprised but not mad. Even he could tell Naruto was himself and not the demon. "You scared me for a minute there, Tashi-sama," he said as he took off his black bandana and sunglasses. As soon as the Fire Lord's daughter saw this, she quickly jumped out of her seat and ran to glomp Naruto. "Naruto ni-chan." The Fire Lord and his wife just chuckled at this while Inari was just confused. Naruto chuckled as his first and oldest friend glomped him. As he got up, he helped her up saying, "Nice to see you too, Kira-chan. You miss me?" "Are you kidding? Of course I do, you never write. How am I supposed to know if my best friend is still alive or not?" "Oh, and what is this I hear that you are the most famous person in history, you blockhead?" she said surprised then scolded at the end. "I am not aware of my fame at the moment," Naruto said as he sweat dropped at the hot-headed redhead. "Ah, did I miss something?" came the sudden voice of Inari. "Hey, old man Hokage took me here when I was 6. I quickly became friends with everyone here." "Oh, so you got connections with people in high places?" Inari stated more then asked with a smirk. "You could say that, young reptile sage. Now Naruto, why are you here and not in Konoha?" the old Fire Lord asked. "You of all people should know that. After all, you called me the Sage of Time," Naruto said as the old man raised an eyebrow. "Though my accomplishments have been stated in those history books everyone has been talking about, I have not done those things yet, for our journey has only begun." Understanding flashed across the old man's face as he said, "I see, you are from this time after all. But you have not answered my other question yet, and why you are here." Naruto sighed and said, "Konoha might think that I am dead but not for long. You see, last year I was in a battle against an Orochimaru-possessed Sasuke Uchiha. We got separated and found out about my true call, which you all know of. I will return to Konoha in 1 year to unite the 5 elemental countries to fight the being known as the Dark Entity that has been sealed in the timeline for thousands of years." Naruto paused to let the info sink in. "Now, why I am here is part of my journey," he said as he pulled out a golden horseshoe from a seal in his coat. "I need to get into the Greek memorial and the Temple of Fire." "Ah, the golden omega symbol of ancient Greece, right. I grant you permission to enter them, just go to the Greek memorial first. Trust me, you will need to power you receive from there on your travels," the Fire Lord said as he tossed Naruto a small flame-like key that went to the Temple of Fire. "Oh, and Naruto. Yeah, Tashi-sama. Do this old man a favor and be careful. I know more about you than you know," he said cryptically. "Right, old man," Naruto said with a smirk as the two boys left to go to the Greek memorial on the far side of the city. Tashi's wife, Kuina, looked at her husband and said, "He has not changed much." "Yes, and that is what scares me. Even though I know a lot about him from the history books and see him and a second son ever since he came on his first visit, I still worry he might mess something up and fail in his quest." "Dad, you worry too much. Besides, he will be the strongest person in history. Maybe I could be with him in the end," she said with a sly smirk. The old man smirked sadly and said, "You of all people should know that is impossible. You have read everything there is to know about the Sage of Time." The girl sighed and said, "Yeah, I know, that woman from Kiri is lucky." She whined. Kuina smiled and said, "Well, there is always the reptile sage." The girl looked at her mom and thought about it. "Perhaps, if he already does have a girl by the time he returns," she said as she looked towards the door. Naruto and Inari were now on the other side of the city and panting. Why? Well, they wanted to race there, and since they didn't know where it really was, they got lost a few times. "I win, Naruto," panted Inari. "You just got lucky," said Naruto. "Yeah, don't be a sore loser," smirked Inari. Yeah, Naruto responded as they walked into the building that looked like an ancient Greek temple. "So where are we supposed to put that horseshoe thing?" Sked Inari until they came upon a statue of an old man in a toga. A nearby sign said it was Zeus. As their eyes traveled up the statue, they saw a grove that looked like the horseshoe in the old man's chest. "Place the omega symbol in the heart of the king of Olympus and the path to their resting place shall be lit up." Naruto read. He then looked up and said, "That answers your question." "Yes, thank you, mister," points out the obvious. Inari said sarcastically. "So, do you want to jump up there, or would you like for me to raise you up to it with my ice pillar?" "Let's go with your ice pillar, I don't feel like jumping." "Right," the water master said as he pulled the water out of the air, formed it into a spiraling pillar, and then froze it. With that, Naruto walked up the pillar and slammed the omega symbol in its rightful spot. The statue began to move its arms toward the ice. Inari saw this and quickly got out of the way, just as huge bolts of lightning shot through the ice, shattering it in the ground where Inari once stood. That opened up a stairway that went downward. Naruto landed next to Inari and the little boy couldn't help but snicker at the blonde. Ice was sticking to the blonde's clothes and his hair was standing on end. Well, I guess we know what lit up means now, Naruto said venomously as he put his black bandana back on. Hey, yeah, Inari chuckled as they descended down the stairs. They were unaware of the sign changing its wording. Now they must face challenges of the big three to win the power of the destroyer of the gods. As the duo got to the bottom of the stairs, they entered a room that looked very spacious and very plain with torches lining the sides of it. They also noticed a sign in the middle of the room. First challenge, Army of Hades. Naruto read before it disappeared and the room shook a bit. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Well, no said this would be a cakewalk. Inari stated as he got ready to fight. Wait a sec, isn't this Hades guy the god of the underworld? Oh great, we are getting challenged by the old Shinigami. Naruto replied sarcastically. Then, by those words, the ground cracked and hands shot out. Those hands were connect to undead-looking Roman soldiers and sailors. Ah, shit, zombies. Well, we might as well kill them again so that they stay down. Inari said with a nervous chuckle. He then began to flash through a few hand signs before yelling, Steam Claws Jutsu. Inari's hands were covered in chakra before the natural water in the air surrounded his hands and then boiled so hot it turned to steam. Naruto smirked before summoning his metal realm. He set him out to attack. The path brought metal from nowhere and it impaled and sliced up their enemies alongside Inari who was tearing up all the zombies that attacked. After a bit, there were at least 50 zombies still there, so Inari jumped back to Naruto as his metal realm disappeared. Got a jutsu that will get rid of these freaks fast? Asked an annoyed Inari at how these things just came back for more. 1. Stay behind me. Naruto stated as Inari moved. Naruto did a few of his own hand signs before pointing his right palm right that horde of zombies. Wind Vortex Jutsu. A small pocket of condensed air formed a few centimeters from his hand as it sucked in all the zombies. But before they could cheer at their success, a few undead, axe and hammer wielding, minotaurs appeared. Naruto smirked and yelled out his next jutsu. Wind Vortex Cannon Jutsu. What came out was not what he expected. All that came out was high-pressure wind that knocked down the minotaurs, that in a black mist. Note to self, never use on zombies. He said as both Inari and him sweat dropped. Forget this. Inari, just bend. Naruto yelled as he charged in and started basting a few minotaurs with while also turning some of the wind into blades and sliced them to pieces. Inari used the water to block the attacks of their axe swings until he saw an opening. He took it and sharpened the water into spears, but it seemed that it didn't kill his half, so he surrounded them in water and froze them. He smirked as he formed some water blades and broke the iced minotaurs to pieces. Well, that was different. Inari commented. Yeah, but why do I get the feeling that it is not over? Asked Naruto. Just then, two huge cyclops climbed out of the holes in the ground. Ah come on Naruto, you just had to jinx it. Yelled Inari. He then did some hand signs for one of his lightning jutsu. Zapper Jutsu, he began to circle the two cyclops at high speeds thanks to the ice he formed on the ground, while shooting quick shots of lightning bolts the two freaks. It only seemed to irritate them as they growled out and punched the ground, which threw Inari off balance. Dang, I hoped that would work. He said as he got back up only for Naruto to charge in with his timed serpent dagger and the blade of time at the ready. He sent the dagger to the ceiling, to which it stuck and Naruto swung over to one of the cyclops and tried a downward slice. It was stopped by both of its hands, to which Naruto growled at until he got an idea. Naruto sent chakra through his dagger tail and he made it snake its way into the thing's eye. Naruto smirked and brought down the blade one more time to see it slice right down the middle, while it was busy roaring about its eye. With that one dead, the other one got pissed and punched Naruto into the wall next to Inari. Ah, this not working. Well, we could try that joint jutsu on it. Inari suggested as he helped Naruto out of the wall. Alright, that should have enough power to kill this thing. Naruto said as they did the hand signs simultaneously, then they put their hands forward like they were throwing energy. After that, Naruto got behind Inari to form the same position Goku and Gohan used to kill Cell. A water vortex in the shape of a sphere formed a few inches in front of them. The two boys smirked and yelled out, Uzumaki Cannon. With that, the sphere formed a high-speed blast of water that shredded the stupid creature. Once it was gone, the holes on the ground sealed up and a door formed at the other end of the room. The room also glowed a bit and the two boys felt energies once again. Okay, at least we won't have to keep on fighting like we are drained of all energy. Inari stated. Naruto nodded as they exited that room and enter a completely different room. It seemed that they were now on a huge Greek ship in the middle of an ocean. Oh, K. Inari would have said something, but he was cut off by an unearthly roar. They turned to see a sign that said, "Defeat the evil Hydra." The sign was then blasted apart as a head of the Hydra shot out from the deck and started attacking them. The two boys separated when it lunged for them. The two boys nodded and formed a blade of their element as it started to rain. They ran at each other, which was at the beast, and sliced off the head. That was too easy. On Naruto, a Hydra usually has a lot of heads, where the main head controls the others. Inari stated as snake-like heads came blasting out of the ship, surrounding them. Another head, way bigger than the others, came out of the water and roared out, making the two boys pale. "Oh shit," were the words that came out of their mouths. They didn't have time to stare for long as the four smaller heads of the Hydra attacked them. Inari had to create a water sphere so they wouldn't get hurt. "We need to think of a plan, and fast, these Hydra heads are strong," Inari said as he winced each time a head collided with the sphere. Naruto nodded as he looked at his surroundings through the sphere. There were huge hooks above them, which indicated that this ship was a fishing ship. Those hooks could be used to incapacitate the heads for a short time while they take out the main head, to which they had to climb up the mast to even get to. Yeah, this could work. What could go wrong? Naruto nodded as he relayed the plan to Inari, who thought it was a good plan. With that, Inari let the water sphere go and they went to attack the beasts. When they got the first two down, Inari used his water-bending skill to pull one of the bladed hooks onto the Hydra, while Naruto did the same with his dagger tail. That hooked them to the ship while the boys did the same to the other two heads. They thought they did good until the first two heads broke free. "Ah, Naruto, take care of the main head while I deal with these jerks." "Are you sure?" "Yes. If you don't kill the main head, this cycle of trapping the heads will continue. Now go," yelled Inari as they dodged a strike from the heads. Naruto nodded as he used chakra to climb up the mast to get to the platform to which he could fight the main head. Meanwhile, Inari had used his water-bending skill to freeze the water on the ship so that he would have the speed advantage. After that, he called out his next jutsu, raining ice needles. The rain that neared the battle instantly froze and flew in random directions, hitting the four heads. Those just made them thrash around. Inari smirked as he called his zapper jutsu, and while moving quickly to avoid getting hit, he launched small lightning bolts that hit the ends of the ice, which electrified them and in turn, the Hydra heads. What he expected were for them to suddenly explode in a shower of gore. He didn't have time to be grossed out because instead of 4, 8 heads came out to leer at him. He gulped and used his speed advantage to not get hurt too much. Of course they slammed him a few times, but he tried to best not to get killed. Soon he was in the middle of the creatures and sighed. He echoed out, "Calm waters," that signified that he was about to use his special taijutsu. Instantly the ocean began to calm down, even though there was a fierce storm going on. He took his bow staff off his back and got into his fight stance. The creatures noticed this and were very confused until Inari struck. Still using his speed advantage, he sped toward one of the heads while also creating 2 water clones to attack the others. His strikes were precise, and when he struck, there was a lot of force behind it, because each time he hit them in the neck, their necks snapped back. Soon he was in the middle again with his 2 clones, when he saw the heads disintegrate, and to his horror, 16 heads rose up. "Shit, Naruto. Hurry the hell up," he yelled, cried in panic. With Naruto, the same time Inari started fighting. Naruto had gotten to the top and was amazed at how big the head was alone. "This will not be easy," he deadpanned. The monster roared and tried to eat him, but he dodged out of the way in time. It seemed to follow him wherever he went, so Naruto decided to get rid of that trait and used his lightning bending to shut out its eyes. It roared out pain as it thrashed around and broke the top part of the mast off and made it sharp and pointy. That gave Naruto a great idea. He jumped atop it and brought out his blade and jumped at it to slash it a few times, but it roared and that alone knocked him back. He almost flew off the platform, but he thankfully caught the edge just in time. Naruto growled as he got back up and got another idea. He took out his dagger tail and swung it around the snout of the beast and pulled forward so that it was right above the sharp point of the broken mast. He smirked as he pulled down and it impaled itself in the eyes, or what was left of the eyes. As it was trying to get out, he heard Inari's yell and looked over and paled at what he saw. He quickly yelled back, "Get to the side of the boat then." Inari was confused but weaved his way to the side of the boat as the heads of the creature all looked up at the sound of his voice. Naruto then started a few hands while jumping high in the air above the main head of the beast. He brought both hands downward and yelled out, "Pressure force jutsu." With that, a huge blast of high-pressure wind blasted downward. As it traveled down, it blew up the main head and kept traveling down and blasted where Inari once stood and blast the heads of the smaller creatures away, along with the middle of the boat. As the boat was sinking, there was a bright flash and Naruto and Inari were in a white room. In front of them was an old man, who looked to be in his 80s but he was quite muscular. "I am Zeus, ruler of the gods, but I am also just an echo of the past," the man said as the two boys got ready to fight. "Unfortunately, I do not have a challenge for you. I never thought anyone would get past the evil Hydra in the way you did. I grant you to the power of my son, Kratos, destroyer of the gods." With that, the man disappeared. In his place, were some wicked-looking blades and two wisps of energy that traveled to the two boys. "Wow, that was unexpected," stated a shocked Naruto. "Yeah, you take the blades. I don't use blades," Inari said as he was trying to figure out his new powers. Naruto nodded and when he reached them he said, "It is a good thing I created some storage seals in my coat." The first thing he picked up was the blades of Athena. He placed the golden, serrated blades into two seals, one on each side of the coat. The next was a blade that looked like the inside and parts of the blade was sectioned out and replaced with lightning. He placed the blade of Olympus in the right side of his coat so that he could pull it out with his left hand. The blade of time was in the opposite side. Next was what looked like a silver, 10-foot blade that had Greek letters that traveling along the edge of the blade. The middle of the blade were the symbols of each of the titans, traveling from top to bottom. He placed the blade of the titans in the seal on the back of his collar. It was heavy so he would have to pull this out with both hands. Finally he saw two golden tridents. He sighed and tossed the smaller one to Inari who just shrugged. He could use it since it was like a bow staff. That was the trident of Triton. The one that Naruto put in a random seal in his coat was the trident of Poseidon. Naruto had also found a piece of golden armor that traveled from shoulder to his wrist. He put that on his right hand. The name of this and its properties came to as it was called the Golden Fleece. There were also a few other weapons like the Spear of Destiny, the Barbarian's Hammer, and a few other weapons that he sealed in a scroll and gave to Inari. They were not blades and Inari was skilled in weapons like these. After that they were transports back to the entrance that looked like nothing ever happened. "Inari, let's just go to the Temple of Fire tomorrow." "Fine with me, that was kind of tiring," Inari said as they headed for an inn to rest for the night. As the two boys were getting ready to leave, Naruto noticed something different about his sleeveless black trench coat. The bottom had blue lightning, sparking along the bottom and on the back was the red spiral of his clan, but it was different. It had a golden omega symbol in it that was crossed by two swords. On the top of that symbol were the words for Time Sage. He thought it looked cool but was surprised by it. When he asked Inari about it, he said it was probably from that Zeus guy. Now, the two boys were in front of the Temple of Fire and all it was a large red dome. "Okay, this should be easier than I thought." "Don't say that, you'll jinx us." "Geez Inari, you worry too much," Naruto said as they entered the building to find themselves in a large room that had a pedestal in the middle. It seemed to have a circular piece of something on it. When they were halfway to it, the ground shook, and the pedestal sank into the ground. In its place a 20-foot creature rose and it seemed that it was chained to the ground. It then awoke and burst into a flame-like creature and ripped the chains from the ground. At this, the two boys' faces paled. "You know, sometimes Chicken Little knows what he is talking about," yelled Inari as they got ready to fight. Yeah, Naruto deadpanned as they saw the creature move, very slowly. They thought that could easily get to it, but as soon as it saw them, it began to flail its arms around, causing the chains to go everywhere. They decided to stay behind it for a while. "Got a plan yet?" asked Inari. "Still processing," Naruto said as he took a quickly look around the dome. There was not much he could use this time, but he did see a spire above them that held that glass part of the dome together. He then looked at the chain for a second and said, "Can you make any clones?" "Are you kidding? This place is a freaking sauna. That thing's fire has taken away all the moisture. The most I can do is those useless mist clones. They are good for one hit Inari, that is all we really need." "What are you talking about?" "Take out the Barbarian's Hammer and create 4 of those mist clones. I will then create 4 shadow clones. They have your mist clones dent the chains into the ground then I will send some lightning its way." "You're nuts, you know that don't you?" Inari asked and Naruto just chuckled. That plan is so crazy, it might just work. He then took out the hammer from the scroll he was given and then created 4 mist clones. Naruto did the same with his shadow clones. They both sent their clones to the dragging chains and Inari's clones brought down hell on those chains. The monster was stuck and as it looked around, it saw 4 Naruto's charge lightning around themselves before sending it up the chains and into the flame monster. It roared in pain as the fire was extinguished and the lightning was coursing through it. People outside were now afraid that the monster within the dome was breaking free. Sure they had saw the 2 boys enter and silently pray for their safe return, but that thing was a monster from ancient times. The monster soon fell to its knees and the moisture in the air finally came back. Naruto smirked and said, "Freeze it." "My pleasure," Inari said, but before he could, the monster started to stand up and thrsh around. Naruto cursed and said, "Okay fine, I'll fight this thing while you work on freezing this place." "Got it," Inari said as he raced around the dome, freezing the floor which then began to creep up the walls to the top of the dome. Naruto thought on what he could do to beat this monster and a thought of Sage Mode came to mind, but he couldn't get back in it for some reason. Another thought to him came and it was an attack he got from the Olympians. Naruto smirked before stand straight and putting his hands in the ram seal. He then shouted out his attack, Spartan's Fury. At that the ground shook and even people outside could feel the new power coming out. A blood-red aura formed around the boy, changing him a bit. His skin became ghostly pale and a large red line ran over his right cheek, to his eye, and into his hair that was under the bandana. Think of the red lines on Kratos from God of War. He would later learn that this attack was a trigger to eventually get to Sage Mode, but not just for the toads. Naruto smirked at all the power running through him. "Good, this should be enough to knock this thing down," he said as he brought out Athena's blades and slashing up the monster with ease. He even used his power overwind to add deadliness to his blades. Finally, he got it to kneel in the middle of the dome and it was bleeding heavily which froze when it touched the ice. Naruto then sealed the blades back into his trench coat and then unsealed the blade of Olympus. He saw that it was filled with lightning and thought of an idea. This should keep him from moving anytime soon, he said as he charged the blade with more of the lightning element and half of his Spartan's Fury energy. The lightning in the blade turned red as Naruto pointed out to the monster's chest and when the lightning struck, it roared a very painful roar as the red lightning now coursed through its body and burning its insides out a bit. Inari was now near the spire and saw everything. That was new, he would have seen more but he heard the monster speak. As smoke rose from its lightning-charred body, it began to laugh, but not with its own voice and instead of black eyes, they were now red. "Very good Sage of Time. Using the powers of ancient times, no one has ever though of using that to kill my monster." "Who are you?" Naruto sneered. He now knew this thing was being controlled. "I am what Kylina feared, I am the dark entity that was sealed away from even before her time. She was the Empress of Time and she was afraid of me. Yet, you are not. Hey, I will make you fear me." Yeah, old man, we will see. I will be the Emperor of Time and I will make sure you die." "Hey, not yet you're not. Just know this boy, when you become the Emperor, I will soon be freed, then I will make you feel so much pain for your insolence. Then I will kill you, you pathetic human. Well see you ass. Inari, now," Naruto yelled. Inari quickly got out of his shock and used the ice to pull the spire out of the top of the dome. He then got down to the ground and away from the center of the room. Just as the spire stuck, the voice said, "Let it begin then." The spire stuck it through the head and through its body, killing it once and for all. Naruto then flipped out of the way as the glass part of the dome fell in on itself, sending glass and ice chunks down on the already dead body of the fire creature. As Naruto let the power dissipate and Inari walked next to him, the whole dome glowed a bright golden color as the ice melted away, the glass disappeared and the pedestal appeared once more. The people on the outside had wondered what the hell was going on throughout the whole battle. I mean, the first heard a roar, the ice covered the inside of it, and then the glass part caved in. Some of the people had set up lawn chairs just to watch what would happen next. The boys walked over to the pedestal and Naruto picked up the piece of what looked to be a circle. Perhaps the key was a circle and he had to find all the pieces like this one. Though he did think that they were all different colors, because this one was red and had an odd design on it. Not that he could figure it out at the moment because the room was shaking again. The two backed up just as the pedestal sort of blew up and a large fiery red energy rocketed out of the new sky light in the dome and in the direction of Mist Country. Once there it traveled to an ancient-looking rock with 5 orbs on it and in the middle of the orbs is an indentation for the key to go in. The red energy slammed into one of the orbs as it now began to glow red. Back with the boys, they were just as confused as the spectators outside the dome. "Yay no, this is getting weirder by the moment," deadpanned Inari. "I couldn't agree more," Naruto commented as he pinched the bridge of his nose. He then placed his sunglasses back on and the two walked to see a roaring audience and the Fire Lord was there as well. "Well done Sage of Time," the old man said. Naruto was about to question why he called him Naruto when the boy saw a few leaf shinobi. "Yeah well, it was pain but me and the reptile sage got it done. I would expect nothing less. I also must thank you boys. You see that monster has been a pain in the sense that we could not explore the dome more. That is why I had the key and gave it to you." "Right," Naruto said as he gave the old man the flame light key back. I guess it is time for us to go, we do have journey after all. Of course, good luck kid. Yeah, I think we will need it. Naruto sighed out as he put a hand on Inari's shoulder and they Azure flashed out of the city. A few days later, Konoha. Everyone in Konoha was a little shake at what happened a while ago. Tsunade was a little worse for wear but she will be okay. As she was at her desk doing paperwork, Shizune came with a letter. Tsunade-sama, this is a letter from the Fire Lord, she said meekly. The blonde woman quickly snatched the letter from her assistant and nodded to herself that this was indeed a letter from the Fire Lord as it has his seal on it. She quickly opened it and started reading. Dear Tsunade. It has been a while, but I am informing you of something important. The Sage of Time and his traveling partner, the reptile sage, are on the move now. I am not sure where at the moment, but if you send some of Naruto's old friends after him, you just might find where Naruto is, he is alive, the two are connected. Good luck. Fire Lord. Tsunade's eyes twitched at the man's calmness, even in a letter like this. Shizune, get me Naruto's friends. With Naruto and Inari, a week or so after they left the capital. The boys had just entered the village hidden in the mist and boy were they surprised. They were expecting to get a shitload of dirty looks and get roughed around a lot, but that was not the case. The place wasn't even gloomy like in the stories. This place also looked a lot like Venice. The streets were all water, the freaking city built on top of water. The place was full of life and as they random people, they were bowed to and given thankful smiles. Some of them girls though, they were give the two some lustful and jealous looks, like they knew who they were dating. Okay, they is freaking me out. Inari said quietly to Naruto. You get used to it. Though, now I am starting to think they something we did the past for them. I wonder what though. Naruto, the only thing I can think of that we would have helped them about is the bloodline purges, and I would have stopped that crap. That is the only thing we know of the Mist Village. True, Naruto said as he looked up the buildings to see Anbu watching them. One of them however, a wolf-masked one to be exact, dashed away from the group into the Mizukage's tower into the distance. Well, at least we be a surprise to them, he said as Inari just gave him a look. With the Mizukage. The Mizukage was different in the sense that it was a she, like Tsunade. She was not any woman, no sir, she was none other than Maid Terumi as she was hot. She had long rust-red hair that went down to her ankles, jade-green eyes but one of them was hidden behind her hair which was also done in a topknot. She wore a blue kimono-like battle dress over a fishnet dress and some blue shinobi sandals. She was currently doing the bane of all cages, paperwork. Luckily, she was interrupted by one of her Anbu. She looked up to see it was one of her old friends. Wolf, take of the mask please, she said with a small smile. Yes, milady, came the feminine voice behind the mask. Once it was off, the Piran was revealed to have beautiful dark skin with her hair sort of braided. Now then Katara, what's up? They are here, and he was right. They are the age when we first meet them. Came Katara's happy voice but a little sad as well. Should we take in his advice and pretend to not to know them all that well? Unfortunately, we must, or it might never happen. May sighed. I just wish I could to talk to him like we did, but we must do as he says is to not freak them out. Alright, Katara stuttered. Just then, there was a knock on the door and the secretary said that they were here. May ordered for them to be led in as Katara put her mask back on. Once they walked in, they had to bite back the urge to hug the boys. As soon as the two boys were in front of them and sitting down in the chairs provided for them, May spoke, well to the village hidden in the mist. So how can I help the Sage of Time and the Sage of Reptiles? Oh and don't mind me being a lady cage. Naruto snorted and said, hey, don't worry about that. I figure any chick could be a cage if they were powerful enough. Just look at Tsunade, she is the Hokage and she is freaking old. Inari sighed and smacked the back of Naruto's head. Come on bro, don't be rude to a cage. The two women almost laughed. This was how it was back in the day for them. Naruto on the other hand was just rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. He could swear that this May had a look of longing in her eyes that was directed at him. He just didn't know why. Inari also felt that he was being stared at by the wolf-masked Anbu. Sorry. Well, since you know who we are like everyone else I have met, could you please tell how to get to the Temple of Water? It was at that moment that Naruto felt another presence in the room, then the door to their right, but it didn't seem like it was hostile. He thought this May had a Konohamaru problem like the old man did. I am sorry, but the entrance to the temple is gone. The only way to go there is to go to the past. How far are we talking about? How old are you now? 14. Then to the time of when you would have been 2. She replied. Okay then, that doesn't seem as bad as I thought it would be. Come on Inari, we got to the past. As they got up, he heard Inari say under his breath, "Great, we are going to the time of the bloodline purges." "Well, thanks Mizukage-sama. Time travel jutsu," Naruto said, then yelled as he transported himself and Inari to the past. After the lightning had died down, Mei let out a single tear before saying, "Alright Haruhi, you can come out now." "Aw man, you always seem to know where I am." "So was that Tama," a girl said as she walked into the room and set herself on Mei's lap. She was about 9 years old, had shoulder-length rust-red hair with the tips of them being spiky and yellow. She had a red dress on that had the ocean on the bottom of it and red shinobi sandals. "Yes, Haruhi, that was Tama Kohaku, the Sage of Time," Mei said. "Aw man, I should have came out to get his autograph." But, you would know him as Naruto Uzumaki, your father," Mei said as the little girl's eye went as big as dinner plates and then a big smile cracked along her face before she began cheering. Hidden Mist Village, in the past. In the Mizukage's office was a boy who looked to be in his late teens. His name was Yagura. He had greenish blonde hair, violet eyes, with his left cheek had a violet line running down it which also looked like stitches. He had a gray bodysuit with a green turban-like scarf around his neck, a headband on his waist that acted like a belt, and gray shinobi sandals. He was currently talking to two of his ninja when a ball of lightning appeared in the middle of the room. He quickly waved his anbu off as he was intrigued and also had an idea of what this was. He was proven correct as two figures appeared out of the lightning, shooking the two young ninja he was speaking to before. The younger one spoke first. "Aw man, that is something we'll never get used to." Inari spoke. "Hey, geez Inari, you didn't complain this much when he saved your father from Gato." "Yeah well, I was holding it in," Inari said but was interrupted by a cough. "Oh right, sorry for ignoring you Mizukage-sama. My name is Tama Kohaku." He spoke loudly before Inari smacked the back of his head. "Geez, you gotta be so loud and rude. Anyway, I am Inari. I know who you two are. The famous Sage of Time and Sage of Reptiles," Yagura said with a small smile. "What can I do for you two?" "Well, I was wondering if you could help us by giving the key to the Temple of Water." At this, Yagura frowned. "I cannot help you with that at the moment. One being I have no clue where the entrance to it is, and two, I do not trust you enough yet to give you the key so willingly. I do have a solution to that though, you both become my shinobi to gain my trust." The two boys looked to one another and knew that they would be here for a while if they did join. They also didn't have much of a choice as they needed that key and they kind of had all of time anyway. They nodded to each other and Naruto said, "Sure, why not? If that's what it takes, then fine." "Very well, here are your headbands," Yagura said as he pulled two headbands out of his desk and tossed them to the boys. "Tomorrow, you will have to fight one of my ninja of choice so I can figure out how to rank you. Mei, Katara, show them to an inn, they must rest for tomorrow. Tell the innkeeper I will pay for it later." The two now identified girls nodded as they lead the boys out the room, but before they really left, Naruto stopped at the door and said, "My real name is Naruto Uzumaki. Oh, and you should use some sort of clone jutsu to get that paperwork done quicker." He then left to catch up with the others. Yagura just gawked at the empty doorway before creating fake anime tears with a fist pumping the air. "Thank you Naruto Uzumaki, you just gained a little of my trust by helping me defeat the ultimate Cage's Bane," Yagura said as he created two water clones and stood watching them and giggling hysterically while the demon in him just rolled its eyes. With Naruto. The two girls had lead the two boys down an alley and stopped. Naruto noticed that this Mei was about 13 years old and her hair was to her butt, and her breasts were smaller, but she looked about that same they saw her in the future. Katara was a dark-skinned girl who looked to be 10 years old. She had blue clothes on. She looks the same as she does in Avatar. Mei suddenly spoke after casted a silencing just around them. "It is hard to believe that you two are the sages Yagura was talking about, but I guess you could be. Now I have a question for you two and you better answer right if you want us to your friends. We are part of the resistance that secretly sabotages Yagura's attempts at killing people with bloodlines and his evil reign. We are also trying to regain his trust and then eventually kill him. So, which side are you two on?" The two boys looked at each other and snorted. "Kind of upfront aren't you, but in all seriousness, we would be with you. Our reasons are because we think this bloodline purges thing is useless and stupid. That and we both have bloodlines." The girls blinked at this and Katara asked, "What bloodlines do you have?" "My bloodline lets me turn into water," Inari stated. "I got the Rinnegan and I guess I am the second of the time bloodline," Naruto said. "Ah, that is good. I have two as well, boil release and lava release, while Katara here does not have a bloodline." "Sure, rub it in my face Mei." The younger girl fake pouted. "Hey, glad to have friends who think like us." Naruto said and the girl smiled. Glad to hear that, Mei said as she released the silence jutsu and they began to walk again. So, what do you mean regain his respect? Inari asked. We were the students of Zabuza Momochi. We went on a mission and lost our third member. Zabuza sensei got angry and tried to kill Yagura on his own and failed. He somehow survived and fled the village. He is now a missing nin. Katara said sadly. Yeah, now we don't have a team and we must regain Yagura's respect after Zabuza sensei destroyed it and made Yagura question our loyalty. Mei said with an annoyed smile. The two boys looked at each other and smiled. Oh, so your sensei was old no brows. The two girls' face vaulted as their third team member had only spoke about into their sensei like that. How do you two know Zabuza sensei? The girls both asked at the same time. Well, first of all, I am originally from Konoha and my team ran into him and his apprentice on our first C-ranked mission. That mission is also where I met Inari, whose grandfather was his target that he was supposed to kill. They both took turns tell the story of the wave mission to the two girls until they made it to the inn. On the way there, they noticed that the streets were different than in the future. They were dark and hardcore ninja were sharpening their weapons and giving the group crazed smirks. To say the two girls were shocked by the end of the story was a bit off. They cried that their sensei would be dead and so would his apprentice. Naruto comforted Mei while Inari put a comforting hand on Katara. Who knows sensei would end it like that, but he would always help us if we were in trouble. I hope he find happiness in the afterlife with our old teammate. Mei said as she leaned her head on Naruto's shoulder. When they got to the inn, she quickly got off as they went inside and told the innkeeper what to do. As the two girls left, Mei said, "Thanks Naruto, you really are a good person." Naruto just smiled and thanked to her, while blushing a bit. When they left, Inari smirked and said, "I saw that." "What? That look? You got a crush on her don't ya?" "I don't know what you're talking about," denied Naruto and blushed a bit. "Whatever bro," Inari said as they went to their rooms. The innkeeper just rolled his eyes and muttered something about being young before whipping out a familiar orange book and started giggling. The next day, Yagura's office. The two boys were standing at attention in front of Yagura's desk. "Well, the ninja I wanted to you two fight are out on a mission, but I have a better idea anyway. You will fight Mei and Katara, a one-on-one battle each." "Ah, okay," said Naruto. "Don't worry, they are a real challenge. Mei is a chunin but her skills are higher than what they seem. Same with Katara. Now, let's head to the area." With that, they left. Once at the arena, they noticed that it was a stadium that faced the ocean. "Okay, that is new." Inari deadpanned. "Yes it is. Now I want Naruto to fight first." Yagar stated. "You will fight Mei." "Alright," Naruto said and then Azure flashed to the arena. Yagura arched an eyebrow but just waved it off thinking that it was Naruto's special shunshin. When Naruto got here, he noticed that the stands were packed. Hey, he is going to give them a show to remember. A few minutes later, Mei walked onto the water of the arena. "It is a pleasure being able to fight you, Naruto." Mei flirted. "Same to you, it is an honor fighting a lady as beautiful as yourself." Naruto quipped with a bow. "Shall we cut right to the fun then?" Mei said with a small blush and smirk. "Yeah, let's get wild," Naruto said as he got into a battle stance. "Yes, let's." Back in the stands, Inari smacked his head while Yagura deadpanned, two dangerous flirts. With an unspoken signal, the two rushed at each other, settling for a taijutsu fight at the moment. They punched and kicked at each other, either dodging or blocking the other's attack. When Mei finally got a solid hit in Naruto's chest, the blonde backflipped and then flipped over the girl and kicked her in the head, sending a few feet. When she got back up, she quickly went through a set of hand signs before yelling out, "Water Jets Jutsu." Sudden blasts of water shot right at him and he cursed under his breath. He flipped over one while bringing out the Blade of Time and the Blade of Olympus. He then sliced the next two with each blade and when another came, he put one of his blades away and used the Golden Fleece to absorb the attack, channeled it through his Blade of Time and sent it right back Mei with more force as it knocked her back in surprise. She growled as she got back up and noticed a small smile on Naruto's lips. That smile was infectious and she smiled too before doing more hand signs and yelling out, "Raging waves." She brought huge ass wave up and shot them at Naruto who cursed and tried blocking the waves. He cut one in half and tried to push another away with his sword, but others slamming into it and knocked Naruto back and got his soaked. Naruto got back up and said, "Not bad, but I am sure you can do better." His taunt worked as Mei smirked and thought, "Time to use that new jutsu I have working on." She then did some hand signs that Katara recognized. "Well, Naruto is screwed," Katara said. "Why do you say that?" asked Inari. Mei is performing her new jutsu and I don't think that Naruto has a counter to it. Hey, you'd be surprised. Mei finished her set of hand seals and yelled out, 1000 raging cyclones. Huge cyclone rose up around her and it gave her a pretty menacing look with that smile of hers. Naruto and Inari both paled. Oh shit. Come on, I never even seen a jutsu like this. Come on Naruto. Think. It was then that Naruto remembered his wind vortex. Well, here goes nothing, hope this works. Wind vortex jutsu. Naruto yelled as the cyclones were almost to him. He held out his right arm out and a small pocket of air appeared and violently sucked in all the cyclones. There was only one problem, it was too much for Naruto as he held his arm in pain and he called out his next jutsu while pointing his arm at the sky, Wind Vortex Cannon Justu. A huge swell of wind and water blew out of his arm and from a gained wind and water cyclone. Naruto quickly jumped on it and preformed another jutsu that was aimed at Mei, who paled at Naruto's skill with water and wind. Giant Dragon of Wind and Water. The giant cyclone morphed into a giant Chinese dragon that crashed right into Mei, creating a monster of a wave. Wah, what the hell was that? Mei brings out her new jutsu and he busts that out. Katara yelled from her seat. Inari, who was sitting next to her, put his pinky finger in his ear and said, "Do you have to yell?" She just gave him an annoyed look. Anyway, Naruto is a genius at improvising in the heat of battle. I didn't even know he could do the huge dragon jutsu though, must have made it on the spot. Impressive, but this is far from over, she still has that one jutsu, right Katara? Observed Yagura then stated. The girl looked confused for a second before a smirk flashed across the girl's face as they looked back to the battle while Inari was confused. As the wave died down, they saw stand on the water, looking for Mei. Mei slowly rose out of the water behind him and put a kunai. Nice one, didn't expect my own attack to be sent back at me like that. Mei whispered into his ear, making him shiver and blush a bit before smirking. Glad you liked it, but you're not the only one who replaced themselves with a clone at the last minute. He said back as he poofed away, leaving a surprised Mei who stumbled forward as she was pressing herself against him. You think I was crazy enough to hop on that cyclone myself? He said as he appeared a few feet from her. You mean a clone you did that dragon jutsu? Mei asked surprised. Yep, and now it is my turn to bust out a jutsu that Inari and I have been working on, though it should be performed by two people. Oh well, I guess that is what shadow clones are for. He smirked at her shocked look and did the right hand sign for his signature jutsu. Inari just sighed at Naruto's impatience, idiot better not kill himself. At this the other two looked at him with confused expressions. You'll see. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Naruto yelled out as over 100 clones came into existence, shocking everyone. Most thought that this kid must have huge chakra reserves or had excellent chakra control. Mei just paled as she looked around her frantically at all the Narutos. Now, to test out this jutsu. He said as he did some hand signs and yelled, Melody of the Ocean. The name itself made a lot of people sweat drop until they saw the ocean morph into huge musical instruments and the Narutos jumped to them. What everyone thought was the real Naruto, had water fly up to his hands as it formed a microphone. Hey, y'all like? Naruto's voice echoed throughout the ocean and everyone heard it. Let's rock. The music began to play and people knew that this was a rock song that would really rock the ocean. Let the bodies hit the floor, let the bodies hit the floor, let the bodies hit the floor, let the bodies hit the FLOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOO Beaten wifer can't take much more, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. 1. Nothing wrong with me. 2. Nothing wrong with me. 3. Nothing wrong with me. 4. Nothing wrong with me. Mei had gotten in close and punched Naruto, only to find out that he was a clone, and the music just picked up again. She frantically looked for the real Naruto in this crazy music storm. 1. Something's got to give. 2. Something's got to give. 3. Something's got to give now. Let the bodies hit the floor, 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 let the bodies hit the floor now. Mei somehow spotted the real Naruto and rushed him. They began to do simple taijutsu, bot smirking like crazy. Push me again, this is the end, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. 1. Nothing wrong with me. 2. Nothing wrong with me. 3. Nothing wrong with me. 4. Nothing wrong with me. 1. Something's got to give. 2. Something's got to give. 3. Something's got to give. Now. Let the bodies hit the floor, 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 skin against skin, blood and bone, you're all by yourself, but you're not alone, you wanted and now you're here. The fight began to escalate as they used jutsu to get back at the other. To the audience, this was an epic battle that they enjoyed. Driven by hate, consumed by fear, let the bodies hit the floor, let the bodies hit the floor, let the bodies hit the floor, let the bodies hit the floor. 1. Nothing wrong with me. 2. Nothing wrong with me. 3. Nothing wrong with me. 4. Nothing wrong with me. 1. Something's got to give. 2. Something's got to give. 3. Something's got to give now. Let the bodies hit the floor, 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 let the bodies hit the floor. When the song died down, they could see Naruto and Mei panting heavily. Naruto, got one more attack, let's end this. Mei stated as Naruto nodded. She then did hand signs for her next jutsu. Great blades of water. 2 kitchen cleaver-like blades formed into each of her hands. Naruto smirked. So, she wants to end this with a final blade strike. Fine with me, I'll just try that out. If that is the way you want to go. Naruto trailed off as he took the blade of time and the blade of Olympus out of their seals and threw them into the air. As they came down, he brought Athena's blades out and used his chakra to connect them to the bigger blades. He snapped the chains so that they would go back up in the air as he took out of the Titan's blade. He then did the same with all the blades and combined them for a short time. He thus created Blade of Time's Will. He did have help wielding it with the chains, but it was still too heavy for him, so he activated Spartan's Fury and gained the strength to do so. "Y'all ready?" At first Mei was shocked at this new development, but she guessed she should have expected something like this. Yay! So with that, they charged at each other and in a flash, they were at opposite ends and had their backs to each other. In reality, when Mei swung both her blades, he knocked them away and then hit a certain pressure point that lets the affected have a minute of consciousness before passing out. With her eyes shadowed and a smile on her face, she said, "Handsome, strong, and kind, what a good combination for some like you." Naruto smirked and said, "You didn't do too bad, Mei." "Thanks," she replied before falling as she passed out. In an Azure flash, he caught her before that and put his blades away. They then flashed to the stands next to Yagura. He gently put her in seat and sat down himself. "Man, even if I got almost infinite chakra that still wore me out." Truly impressive, Naruto Uzumaki. I would say you are truly a part of my village now. Now, Inari, Katara, you turn. Okay, since I have a major headache and I kept getting interrupted, I am going to make this quick. The battle between Inari and Katara had been short to say the least. Unfortunately, Mei had only woken up in the middle of the battle, so she saw the last half of it. Inari had shown his skill with Genjutsu by casting his own illusion, Fear of the Deep, but sadly it was not strong enough for Katara as she quickly dispelled it. Katara began to brag about being an expert water bender, but Inari had set her down to the level she was at by beating her with his bending. She never expected him to bend the water into steam and ice. Yagura and Mei had been surprised that there was another water bender since there was not a lot of them in the mist. It was a welcome surprise nonetheless, and it seemed to spark a rivalry between the two. Now back in the Mizukage's office, Yagura spoke, "I am impressed with the 4 of you. These battles have let me see how good you are. Naruto and Mei, you are now Jonin. You will also be part of my Swordsmen of the Mist. I needed 2 more since most of the originals are gone." "Wow, didn't expect that," Naruto said, surprises next to Mei. "Yes, now Inari will be a Chunin with Katara, and when you 2 are not taking missions with the other swordsmen, you 4 will be a team." "Got it." They collectively nodded and Yagura continued, "Oh, and Inari, since you are the reptile sage, you can have this summoning scroll for turtles since the only good turtle is the one inside me." To this he got blank looks from the boys. No reactions to that. Inari just shrugged and said, "Kinda pointless to be angry at someone with a demon in them, you guys don't have any control over that fact." "Yeah, I used to be one." "Ah, I see, I guess you may go now." With that they left. As they left, Yagura thought, "They are interesting, just who are you 2? It has been a year since Naruto and Inari joined the Hidden Mist Village. During that time, Inari and Katara become rivals, pushing each other to greater lengths. They would argue too much though, and that annoyed Naruto and Mei, and gave Yagura a headache each time he heard them. No one really knew it, and not even them, but they had developed a crush on each other. Naruto and Mei had become good friends that would flirt with each other a lot. This just annoyed the 2 younger members of the team because they knew Naruto and Mei had major crushes on each other. The 2 had gotten along well in the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. He became the Olympian of the mist while Mei became the water blade mistress. They met Kisame, who Naruto became good friends with, Raiga, who left about halfway through the year because he couldn't stand the Mizukage, and Chojuro, who was only a few years older than Naruto. Some of the other newer members were Kenpachi, who was a berserker, his daughter Yakiru, who was an expert in cat-like blades, and Nero, who was an expert in shadow blades. They were all part of the resistance along with a few others like Ao. Right now however, Team Maelstrom, Kisame, and Ao were in front of Yagura in his office. My mission for you all is simple. We have a problem at the border. Sanbi's enemy has come, the three-headed shark, he looking for strong warriors and the Sanbi himself. I order you to kill it so I don't have to. Now go. As soon as they left, he pulled out a familiar orange book. Ever Naruto helped with the paperwork problem, he had more time in his life, this gave him something to do. So, after that left to get to the border and after an hour of ninja-style running over water, they were half a mile away from the giant shark. Naruto, the unofficial leader, said, "You guys ready for this?" "Yes, Ow. You know it bro," Inari said with a thumbs up. "Yay, I am going hurt more than you do Inari." Katara agreed with Inari. "Yay, let's spill its blood." Kisame yelled as he hefted his giant blade. "Oh, I am always ready Naruto-kun." Mei flirted as she leaned next to him. "Oh, and since Yagura doesn't care how we kill it, how about we use our bloodlines?" "Fine with me, how about you guys?" asked Naruto as they all nodded. "Let's get wild." And with that they charged at the giant beast in their own ways. Inari sank into the water, merging with it as he raced off, infuriating Katara as she bended the water to jet off to the shark. Out just water sunshine to it. Kisame too sank underwater, a sonic boom to it and rammed it with his blade. "Hey, let's make this interesting shall we?" Naruto asked. "What do you have in mind?" asked Mei. Naruto smirked as he took off his bandana and sunglasses. His eyes then changed to the Rinnegan and his 6 bodies appeared. He then did some hand signs to create some shadow clones and melody of the ocean. Mei smirked as Naruto said, "Agitate the hell out of it." "So what song will you be singing?" Naruto smiled and said, "Ice Ice Baby." "Oh, sounds fun," Mei said as they rushed in while the Naruto clones began the song. Ice Ice Baby Remix. Yo VIP, let's kick it, Ice Ice Baby, Vanilla Ice Ice Baby to cold, cold. It started as they all rushed in to attack the giant shark. Haku and Inari used ice to get their way up to the top of the beast. "Alright, stop, collaborate and listen. Ice is back with a brand new invention. Something grabs a hold of me tightly, flown like a harpoon daily and nightly, will it ever stop yo, I don't know." Mei started to shoot lava at the metal that Naruto's metal realm created, melting it as it shot to the shark, searing its flesh. Ao used to Byakugan to direct Naoki's wood to impale the shark at some of its chakra points, destroying some of them. Turn of the lights and all glow, to the extreme, I want the mic like a vandal, light up the stage I'll watch the chump like a candle. Dance, spockin' them booms, killin' your brain like a poisonous mushroom. Deadly, like I play a dope melody, anything less than the best is a felony. Kisame started shaving the shark's back, making it roar out in pain, while Katara was slashing it with sharpened water. "Love it or leave it, you better gain weight, better hit the poolside that kid don't play and if there was a problem yo I'll solve it. Check out the hook while my DJ revolves it." The ocean itself was rocking the shark around and annoying the hell out of it while the ninja were really doing some damage to it. The Hyuga Ream was working with the Uchiha realm in destroying some of its chakra points. Haku, Inari, and Katara then froze one of its giant fins when Naruto and Kisame broke it off with their blades. "Ice Ice Baby, come on, Ice Ice Baby, Ice Ice Baby, yay. Ice Ice Baby to cold to cold. Now that the part Y is jumpin', with the bass kicked in and the figures are pumpin'. Click to the point no faking. Cooking MCs like a pound of bacon. Burnin' up, but not quick and nimble, I go crazy when I hear a cymbal. In hi-hat super tempo, I'm on a roll. Time to get solo, okay, this a pain in the ass, I'll just finish the battle." In the shark's rage, it set off Shark Frenzy. It thrashed around and knocked Naruto's realms away. Kisame flew off and into the iced fin. Ao just got out of the way as huge waves came after him. Mei was not so lucky, because unlike the others, she didn't get away in time. Katara watched in horror as her sister figure was slashed upward by the good fin. Since it was blade-like, she got a diagonal slash across her back as blood flowed from it. The three-headed shark positioned itself under her so that they could rend her alive. Naruto's blood boiled at that. He didn't want this thing hurting her at all. He quickly rushed in while unconsciously bring out the Blade of Time's Will. He then bypassed Spartan's fury and yelled out his next attack, Rage of the Gods. Naruto's aura skyrocketed as it turned silvery blue along with the tribal marking on his face. They all watched as Naruto rushed the big beast and cut off the middle head, created a shadow clone to catch Mei before the other head got to her, and then sent some chakra to the blade. This time though, it split in half. Naruto was shocked for a few seconds before he decided to use it to his advantage. He swung in both ways and cut the other heads off as he then swung around to chop the shark's body to bits. When all was said and done, Naruto to Inari and Katara and said, "Can you two heal her with your healing water?" Of course, the two said, then glared at each other. "No fighting," Naruto yelled, not wanting to waste time. "Right." The two saluted as they began healing Mei's back, leaving no trace of it ever being there. Mei slowly woke up to see Naruto sitting next to her. "What happened? If you wanted to sleep with me, you could have asked first." The other's sweat dropped as Naruto blushed a bit as he told what had happened. "That attack got me thinking, I don't like to see you get hurt, so will you go out with me when we get back?" Mei just stared at him for a few minutes before smiling and saying, "I have been waiting for you to say that for a long time." "My answer is yes," she said as she leaned herself against him. He blushed a lot as helped her to her feet as they walked back home. Kisame and Inari looked at each other before smirking and saying, "About time." Naruto picked up Mei at her and Katara's place. Since they lived together, Katara was able to help her sister figure out a lot better if she didn't live in the same place. It was also her that opened the door for Naruto. "Hey, Katara," Naruto said. "Hey Naruto." She smirked as she let Naruto in. "Mei will be down in a second." She then left to go upstairs, but not before taking in Naruto's look in. He wore some nice black dress shoes, some black dress pants, and a white dress shirt. In her opinion, Mei was going to be happy, he looked quite handsome after all. After 5 minutes of waiting, he heard her come down. As she came down, his jaw dropped. Her hair might have been in its usual style, but it made her look beautiful in his opinion. She had a stunning blue dress that has waves etched onto it to make it look exotic as it hugged her every curve, and to finish it off, she wore blue high-heel shoes. All in all, he thought she looked very beautiful. It seemed that she approved of his attire as well because she was blushing a bit. She thought he looked like a Greek god. Naruto decided to be a real gentleman and bowed while saying, "Shall we go, milady?" She blushed a bit and said, "Yes, as my Prince Charming has finally arrived." She then linked her arm around his and gave him a quick peek on the cheek, making him blush. With that, they left the house and began to walk to one of the good restaurants in the Hidden Mist Village, which was a seafood restaurant. They never saw Katara leaving the house to follow them, or the other shadows of their friends following them either. Once inside the restaurant, the waiter had them seated. He asked for their orders. Mei got the sushi while Naruto ordered the lobster. After that, they made small talk. Feel that happened, he noticed that Yagura and a few others were there eating as well. Yagura just wanted something to eat and he coiled get the food for free because he was the Mizukage, he made sure of that. Naruto also saw Chojuro with a cute blonde that he knew to be a girl named Hitome. Seems that Shy Swordsman finally got some courage to ask her out, not that he could blame him. It took him almost losing Mei to finally ask her out. Then the food came and they ate in silence. After that, he took her out for a walk until they came upon a rowboat. Mei looked at Naruto with a smirk and thought that he must have planned this. They quickly got in and Naruto started rowing down the river-like streets toward a cave. While that was happening, Katara, Inari, and surprisingly Kisame were jumping rooftops to follow them. Inari chuckled as he and Kisame did a summoning jutsu and told them to set the mood. "Time for a little fun," Inari said as the three of them chuckled. Normally, Inari wouldn't care, but he had tried to stop Katara from spying on them. That didn't work because he got dragged along as well, and since he was with Kisame at the time, the shark man decided to come along as well. They watched their summons got other summons to help as well. As the two rode down the way, a song began to play, not that they noticed because they were too lost in each other's eyes. A small hydra, Mei's summon, suddenly came out of the water near the boat as frogs and other creatures poofed into existence. It began to sing, "There you see her. Sitting there across the way, she don't got a lot to say. But there's something about her. And you don't know why, but you're dying to try, you gotta kiss the girl," said the hydra as it came close to Naruto's ear. "Did you hear something?" asked Naruto as he was broken away from the stare. Mei just shook her head before a couple of turtles slowly spun the boat a bit. They noticed that there were a bunch of summons, watching them and setting the mood, not that they minded, they thought it was nice. The hydra started again and this time he was joined by a few baby alligators. "Yes, you want her. Look at her, you know you do. Possible she wants you too, there is only one way to ask her." At the end of that a phoenix sang as she flew by. "It don't take a word. Not a single word. Go on and kiss the girl." The hydra sang as he was joined at the end by a low baritone shark. As the boat entered the cave, the hydra dove in underwater and said, "Sing with me now." A bunch of toads jumped out of the water and landed on the walls of the cave with summoned fish popping their head out of the water singing, "Sha la 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 la, my oh my. Look like the boy to shy, he ain't gonna kiss the girl." The sang as they almost kissed, but Naruto pulled back to row a bit with a big blush on his face. Sha la 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 la, ain't that sad? Ain't it a shame, too bad. He gonna miss the girl. They sang as the two blushed a bit more at the words. Mei then took Naruto's hand as they floated a bit more into he cave as the moonlight bounced off the walls, hitting some crystals. Now's your moment, floating in the blue lagoon. Boy, you better do it soon, no time will be better. Sang the Hydra. She don't say a word and she ain't gonna say a word until you kiss her. The two started to lean closer to each other as they animal sung. Katara, Inari, AMD Kisame, who were hanged into a fish, a alligator, and a shark, were watching the whole thing with dinner plate-sized eyes. Soon they and the rest of the animals, which consisted of fish, crocs, alligators, 2 phoenixes, a few hydras, a couple of sharks, a few turtles, and a whole lot of frog began to gurgle the rest of the song in the stunningly beautiful lunar cave, making it echo loud enough that most of the village heard it. Sha la 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 la, don't be scared, you got the mood prepared, ya 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 ya, go on and kiss the girl. Sha la 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 la, whoa whoa, don't stop now. Don't try to hide it, how you gonna kiss the girl? Whoa whoa, they sang as they leaned in closer. Sha la 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 la, float along and listen to the song. They say kiss the girl. Sha la 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 la, the music play. Do what the music say, you gotta kiss the girl. They sang as the couple was centimeters away from each other. You've gotta kiss the girl, you wanna kiss the girl. You've gotta kiss the girl, go on and kiss the girl. They all finished as they all leaned in to watch the two finally kiss. They did and the animals poofed away, leaving the 5 humans there alone. As the two lovers stared to make out, Kisame took the 2 crying enjoy kids and shunshined out of the cave. They were still cry when they noticed that they were also hugging each other and quickly leapt off each with blushes on their faces. Kisame just rolled his eyes and thought that the two should just hook up already. He then noticed something. Hey, wasn't that song from Little Mermaid? The 2 kids just palm-faced themselves before just was walking away. Yeah, I got a soft side, just hope those 2 don't figure it out. It has been 3 years since Naruto and Inari joined the village hidden in the mist. Naruto and Mei have gotten really close and they kiss a lot, further annoying their teammates. They all have gotten stronger and they are about ready to end this rebellion once and for all. Inari and Katara have become closer as well. After the date between Naruto and Mei, they slowly realized that they have feelings for each other and have become less harsh to each other, and they found out about Kisami's Disney movie collection and start ripping on him instead. They only confessed to each other the other day. Flashback. Boy, I haven't done this a while. Inari and Katara were leaning against a wall near their team's usual meeting spot. They were waiting for Naruto and Mei to stop making out at Mei's place. Inari looked over to Katara and thought that she did look cute in his opinion, and they have gotten along pretty well since their teammates' date. Unknown to him, Katara was thinking the same thing. She noticed him looking at her and blushed while saying, "What?" Nothing, just thinking on how we became better friends since, well, ya know. Inari said with a smile. For some reason, Katara really liked that, smiled and leaned closer to her friend. I guess so, Inari. Yeah. Like you. At this, Inari's head whipped around to her and he asked, really? Yeah, I guess I was just arguing with you because I liked you and you were similar to me with the water bending. She said as she looked him in the eyes. Inari smiled and just leaned in and kissed her. Katara was surprised at first before just enjoying the kiss. They would have continued if they didn't hear a snicker. Ain't that sweet, came the too sweet voice of Naruto as he chuckled. The 2 younger lovers were then seeing red as they water whipped him as he ran and they chased him. Mei just shook her head. Naruto would never learn. Just the Kisame jumped down next to her and said while watching the 3 with amusement, so, what happened? We saw them kissing and Naruto provoked them. Mei stated. Hey, so the 2 brat finally got together, they're just lucky I didn't get to them first. Now I can watch Finding Nemo in peace. Hey, isn't that a Disney movie? Yes, don't judge me, Kisame yelled as he shunshin out of there. Flashback end. Anyway, currently, Naruto was in a restaurant with his team after a successful mission. Since they were done, Inari and Katara had snuck out, leaving Naruto to pay for their food. Brats, he said. Mei smiled lovingly at her boyfriend and said, think of it as a good thing, we are now by ourselves. Naruto smirked at her as he paid and once they out of the building, they made out for a few minutes outside of it. Passing by ninjas just rolled their eyes at the scene, they were used to it. When he finally broke the kiss, he said, how about I take you someplace special? Oh, what do you have in mind? She purred. Someplace we haven't been to. He said. We have been everywhere in the mist village, silly. Hey, who said it is in the village? He said, quirking an eyebrow and smirking. Wait, what? Well, you know when I seem to just disappear for a day. Yeah, we all just thought you were time traveling. Nope, come on, I'll show you where I have been. He said as he took her hand and led her to the beach passing Inari and Kisame. He then took out Poseidon's trident and held it vertically in front of him. Grab on. She did as she smiled and then energy poured out of the top of the trident and formed a ball of golden energy around them. Though nobody could see inside, they saw everything outside. Inari and Kisame watched as the ball of golden energy went under the water. I can see what's happening, Inari stated. What? Asked Kisame. And they don't have clue. Who? They'll fall in love and here's the bottom line. Our trio's down to 2. Oh, wait, don't start singing, yelled Kisame. This coming from someone who watches Disney movies. Quipped Inari with a smirk. Ashuddup. Kisame yelled as he stomped away. At least we still got Hakuna Matata. Inari joked, further annoying Kisame. Katara came up to Inari and quirked an eyebrow before they just made out on the beach. Putkin up I feel the love tonight on if y'all want, I am not going to type it. Back with Naruto and May was in awe at the scenery of underwater. The coral reefs were busy with life as the schools of fish swam about and the sun pouring down from above made it more beautiful. All the different colors made everything look beautiful and serene. She turned to Naruto and said, "They is beautiful Naru-chan. You were right." Naruto chuckled and said, "This is not the place my water princess." "Still, I love it," she said as she leaned in and gave him a loving kiss. They then began to move toward a series of underwater caves and went in the middle one. They traveled along the pathway to a large inner area where they then moved upward and back onto land. They were in the depths of an underwater cave. "Oh, this is new. Yeah, this one of my favorite places," Naruto said as they walked deeper in until they came upon a large, spherical room that had crystals and other gems lining the walls with a hole at the top, letting the sunlight shine of each and every one of the gems. "Beautiful," she whispered as she stared at around in shock. She then turned to Naruto and asked, "How did you find this place?" "Hey, I found it on accident while looking for the entrance to the Temple of Water, which is over there," he said as pointed to a small door to the far end of the room with a water crest on it. "I can't wait for tomorrow, we are going to end this," he said with a far-off look as he knew they were going to have to kill Yagura to end this pointless bloodline war. May looked at Naruto sadly as she knew Naruto didn't like the bloodline war. She was glad to since she wanted everyone, more importantly, Naruto to be happy. She then gave Naruto a quick kiss to get him to look at her and said, "Tomorrow is the day. But I fear that it will bring something bad, like one of us not surviving." "Don't say that," he said softly as he moved some of her hair out of the way. "I promise that won't happen, and I never go back on my promises." "Sorry, I was just being paranoid. Let's stay here for tonight, I want to make this night last and be remembered," May said with a small smile. Naruto gave her a loving smile and said, "Okay, just tonight and for you. I love you. I love you too," she said as she smashed her lips to his. She wanted him now. Lemon warning, please be kind, I am not that good. They wrapped their hands around each other as they began to make out. Then he groped her breasts as he moaned into his mouth. He slowly moved his kisses down to her neck and she moaned again as she ran her hands through his hair since the bandana was off. She then started to take off his shirt and coat. She then let her kimono fall to the ground to reveal that her body was covered in fishnet-like armor. It showed off her generous C-cup breast and her curvy body. Naruto then took it off for her and he slowly began to suck on her right breast while fondling the other. His other hand then went down and rubbed her pussy before inserting 2 fingers and starting to pump into her. She moaned loudly in pure pleasure and that made Naruto smirk. He stopped sucking long to whisper in her ear, "Do you like that?" Before going back down and switching breast SM, making her moan again. "Ooh yes. Oh Naruto-kun," she suddenly yelled as he started sucking on her pussy. Since they were already on the ground, they didn't have to worry about her getting weak legs and falling, ruining their fun. After a bit she came all over his face but he just smirked as he took it all in. She recovered quickly as pulled off his pants and underwear and got down to Naruto's already erect, 10-inch dick and began her teasing. She licked the head before taking it in her mouth and began to bob her head up and down. Naruto moaned in pleasure as she sucked and jiggled his balls for added affect. Soon, he came in her mouth and since there was lot she had it coming out of her mouth before she licked it up. She then crawled up his shaft and positioned herself above his throbbing dick. "Are you ready my love?" May questioned. "As ready as you are May-chan," he said with a loving smile. May smirked before then lowered herself onto him, the both of them moaning in pleasure as he entered her. She then gave him a lustful smile as she then going up and down on his dick. He moaned before matching her pace, making her moan in pleasure. As she began to pump faster, he went in harder and soon they were at their climax. I'm gonna come, Naruto yelled. Good, so am I. Naruto-kun. Mei-chan. They yelled in pure pleasure as they both came at the same time. They were panted for a bit before Naruto looked her and said. Ready for round 2. Hell yes. Mei purred as Naruto got on top and started fucking her brains out and she enjoyed every minute of it. They went for 5 more rounds before falling asleep with her on top and him still in her, not knowing that they had created new life. The next day. Once they got dressed and left the cave, they met up with Inari and Katara and were confronted by an Anbu. Yagura-sama wants to see you at the arena, now. He said then disappeared in a water shunshin. They nodded to each other and left to end this once and for all. Once there they say Yagura all by himself as they did not sense any other ninja around, except in those in the stands. I have been waiting for you. Yagura said calmly. I have been waiting for you. Yagura said calmly. My Anbu have been giving me reports that you been helping out the rebels who wish help those with bloodlines, pathetic. Shit, Naruto said as he listened on. I guess he knew, now we gotta battle him. We gonna have to kill him but he is a demon container. He thought before he was interrupted by Yagura. For you crimes, I would normally have my Anbu kill you, but since you are the strongest my village has to offer, they would be dead. So I will do it myself, just know this, I have full control over my demon. Yagura said as he began to cover himself with 1 tael's worth of the demon's chakra. While Team Maelstrom was getting ready to defend and battle against Yagura, the ninja in the stands were whispering amongst themselves. Most of them wanted to help out the 4 but they weren't powerful enough and if they all lost, Yagura would kill them. The others that just didn't care either way, were making bets on who would win. Naruto then nodded to his teammates and mouthed that it was time. They would unleash their bloodlines in this battle. Well, Yagura, we got bloodlines too, so we were on their side the whole time, now let me show you why they call me the Olympian. Naruto yelled as he began doing hand signs and yelled out, Olympian style, Zeus's fury. With that, huge bolts of lightning began to form around Naruto's hands as he then threw them like javelins at the Mizukage. Yagura had to dodge very quickly as these came at lightning-like speed. He was able to dodge a few of them but had to use his chakra tail to deflect some of them but one did hit, stunning him for a short amount of time. While that was happening, Mei, Katara, and Inari were preparing a combined bloodline attack. Inari used his great affinity with water to help create a large dragon. Katara then create many smaller dragons and Mei used these dragons to power her bloodline attack up. She sent her boil powers into and when they saw that Yagura was stunned and a little on the crispy side, sent their attack. Boil style, boiling dragon swarm jutsu. The attack hit head on and when it dissipated, they saw that most of the water was evaporated away before refilling itself. Yagura was gone. Do you really think that could have killed me? Though I have to say, I was not expecting to see those kinds of attacks. Too bad you fighting in vain, you will all die. Yagura said as he brought out the second tail, hoping to intimidate them. He also brought out a staff with hooks at both ends with one being larger than the other and a flower design in the logger as well. He channeled his demon chakra in it giving it a more deadly vibe. Inari growled and yelled, we'll see about that. High-pressure steam cannon. A water-like cannon came up from the water and attached to his hands as he pressurized stream of super hot steam jetted toward Yagura. The Mizukage just rolled his eyes as he used his staff to catch the attack and send it in another direction, more specifically at Katara. Inari growled at that and cut the attack performed another jutsu. Turtle style, turtle protection. He sent his protection to Katara as she was then covered from all sides by diamond-like turtle shells. Oh now that is interesting. Glad to see you using the turtle summons. Not that it matters. Yagura taunted. The team then circled him and sent their attacks at him. Great Dragon of Wind and Water Jutsu. Steam Dragon Jutsu. Water Dragon Jutsu. Lava Dragon Jutsu. The 4 elemental dragons arced upward before spiraling around each other, combining, and crashing down on Yagura. Those seemed hit him, it did before Yagura rose his staff above him to redirect the attack away from him. They saw that he had many burns on his body, most of them 3rd degree. The only problem for the team was that the demon chakra shield was quickly healing the burns, but slowly. The ninja in the stands all had their eyes bulging. They can't believe all the power that was coming from this one team. Yagura was right, they are the strongest team there. Naruto created a few hundred shadow clones to go after the now 3-tailed Yagura. While they fought Yagura, the original and his team were forming a plan. What is the plan? Asked Mei. Naruto thought about it for a while and then said, we need to constrict him movement, he may be a demon container but he is not invincible. The Blade of Time absorbed the Kyuubi's energy to create it, I am betting it will do the same for Yagura. Use whatever you use is up to you, let's go. They shot off in different directions and start doing their stuff. Yagura finished off the last of the clones when noticed that he was surrounded again. Do you really think you can kill me? I am a cage. Add that to being a demon container, that makes me a greater being than you fools. So is that the reason you started killing people? Asked Katara angrily. Why yes, Naruto Uzumaki should know what it is like to be ostracized as a demon container since you were once one. Yagura commented as the audience was shocked at this new development. Though how you are still alive after your demon was taken out of you, I'll have no idea. You seem like your sanity is intact as well. So, how did you find your way out of the darkness? Naruto sighed as he took off his bandana, showing off his golden hair. My way out of the darkness, I guess I have to thank the third Hokage for that. He said as he pulled out the Konoha Hyade and put it on his left arm where the mist hand band rested. Yagura raised an eyebrow at this. Yeah, I am from Konoha, a place where bloodlines are welcome but also they hate demon containers. The villages hated me because they didn't understand the ways of the ninja and labeled me the demon that killed my father, their fourth Hokage. This statement brought shock to everyone. Most of the ninja knew about my problem, either didn't care and left me alone or helped the villagers beat the hell out of me. It was thanks to the third, who made a law stating that if anyone told the younger generation of what I held in me, he would kill them. They found ways around that and they made their kids hate me, but it was not until after I became a ninja that they started to change their views on me. I started to make friends and they also helped in bringing me out of the darkness. My way in life is to protect my precious people. To say many people were shocked was an understatement, they were flabbergasted. This guy had a rough life and didn't go nuts like the other demon containers did, that was saying something alright. Naruto's friends were smiling at his proclamation as they knew he chose the right path. Yes, well that was very touching. Yagura taunted. My sources say that you were only have years old in our time even though you're here you were in two places, interesting to say the least. You were even the demon container for the Kyuubi no Kitsune and to still stay sane like you are now is very curious, not that it matters because you will soon die. Yagura then paused and then smirked. Now, let me tell you my story. My life was like yours, only I choose a different path. ISW how well the bloodlines were treated in this village while was treated like crap. They were different than I was. So when I accepted the offer of becoming a weapon for the third Mizukage, I took it. I let the old fool train me and when he said I had become stronger than him because of my control over the demon within, I slaughtered him and took the title of Mizukage. I then made a plan. I would kill off the accepted freaks of this village. Not only that but once that was complete, I would slaughter even human in this village. Ha ha ha, no one stands a chance so it would be easy for me. After I would be done with the village, I would travel to the other villages and repeat the process until only the other demon container lived. We would rule the lands. We should live and everyone else should die. Yagura yelled to the skies, shocking everyone to the core, payback for how we were treated. A new order of the land. When he was done, he brought his crazy eyes to Naruto who had his eyes shadowed by his hair. You choose a path worse than Gaara, the demon container of the Shukaku. He chose the path that his existence is proven by killing people with his sand, lucky I showed him the light. For you, it seems that it is too late. Naruto power began to rise as his head came up to reveal his angry Rinnegan eyes glaring at the Mizukage. No, true monster. I was just going to beat you hard enough to take the demon out of you, but you don't deserve to live. Spartan's fury. He then had his energy turn blood red and preformed a few hand signs. His hands began to glow white, white tiger style, divine claws of pain jutsu. He then swung his hands in an X formation, creating few large energy stripes that slammed into Yagura, sending him back toward Inari. Inari got out of his stupor long enough to activate his bloodline and merge with the water around them and then shot himself around Yagura's right arm, water style, constricting currents jutsu. Katara took that time perform her own jutsu and get Yagura's left arm, water style, water bind jutsu. The water shot up to take hold of Yagura. Mei smirked at the constrictions and performed one of her new jutsu. Hydra style, constricting lava searing jutsu. 3 Hydra shot out of the water, but they were different than usual, they were made of pure lava. They then wrapped themselves around both of Yagura's legs. They did not totally melt them off, they were just hot enough to slowly burn them away. Yagura yelled out his pain as not even his demonic chakra was being very helpful. Naruto growled as he took out his blade of time and started charging toward the demented demon container. Once he was at the Mizukage, he thrusted the blade right through his chest, but he didn't die right away. Naruto then leaned in to whisper in Yagura's ear. Zabuza once said that you would die by his blade, he was right. Yagura's eyes widened and blood poured from his mouth. He tried to speak but couldn't. He then saw the blade of time glow bright before he felt that his demon was being torn from his body to the blade. He and the blade glowed a bright green as he yelled to heavens in pure agony. Soon, he stopped as his lifeless body slumped forward, but Naruto quickly ripped the blade out of Yagura and let the body float to the depths of the ocean, though it didn't even make it there because it was swarmed by sharks. Good riddance, Naruto said as he then heard clapping. It first came from his teammate before it caught on in the stands. The other ninja and the swordsman came down to congratulate them when Kenpachi spoke. Seems that we need a new Mizukage. How about it, kid, you up for the task? I am sorry but I still have a quest to do, but I have a better idea, let's let maybe the new Mizukage. She is the second strongest on the team, Naruto said. Mei was shocked that he would do that, but she knew his words were true. I accept, she stated, but first, I must help Naruto in the Temple of Water. Me and Inari are going too, one last mission before we have to part. Katara said. I agree, but we don't have the key to it though. Inari commented. Oh, you mean this? Naruto said as he took out a circular key with a water symbol on it. Oh, where did you get that? Katara yelled. Last year, I stole it from Yagura's office. One of the reasons he was so grumpy most of the time. You what? Everyone yelled angrily, recreating the big head jutsu. You idiot, we could have gone in there and left. Steamed Inari. Naruto sighed and said, then he would have suspected something when we left and sent Hunter Ninja after us, making out escape harder. And we wouldn't have experienced all of this, and you would never had known what Katara felt for you. Ah, touché, Inari said, a little embarrassed. In the normal time, with Iruka. Iruka froze in his lesson. Konohamaru was the first to ask what was wrong. It feels as though someone has said touché before me, he slowly said, making everyone freak out. Back with Naruto. Just had to do that. You know, I have a feeling that Iruka is going to be pissed when we get back. Naruto commented. So are you ready? He asked them before they nodded and then teleported the four of them to the cave via Azure Flash. I never get tired of that. Yakiru commented from top Kenpachi's shoulder as everyone began to prepare for Mei's ceremony. Team Maelstrom appeared in the crystal-filled cave and the first thing Inari was sniff the air bcasue he smelled something odd. Okay, that is an odd smell. Naruto and Mei instantly blushed and even Katara knew what happened. Well, this is the place Naruto and I became one. Giga-T, Naruto said randomly. Lame, Inari shouted, I can't you use a Family Guy line, wait a second. The teen said as he then thought about it and blanched. Oh come on, you two did that here. Yes, Mei said as she turned to Naruto and said, and maybe later we'll come back for more fun. Naruto smirked and quipped, haha alright. This time, both Katara and Inari palm-faced themselves. Well, shall we get going? Asked Katara. Sure, Naruto said as he took out the key and put it in the middle of the door, where key was. It then melted into the door as the door itself evaporated away. They were awed by the display until Naruto walked in and they followed. Naruto was glad he wore sunglasses because it seemed that the inside of the temple was built into the rock formation and it absorbed all the light, making this place shine. After their eyes adjusted that this place was levels high with steel columns holding the place up. There also was a set of stairs that looked like it was able to rotate around the room. Well, let's get to work. Naruto deadpanned as he knew they had their work cut out for them. Oh, I almost forgot, here, sign this Naruto. Mei suddenly said as she pulled the scroll out from nowhere. What is it? The summoning contract for Hydras. Oh, alright, Naruto said a little iffy because of the Hydra incident, though he signed it anyway as to now anger Mei, making Inari snicker. What came next was like music montage, the likes only seen in the Scooby-Doo chase scenes. The four tried to split up but ended back up together. They entered many doors only to come out the door as it was the wrong way and the stairs spiraled around many times. Finally, after a lot of bickering between Naruto and Inari on which way to go, their shouts echoing off the walls. One would think that the place would collapse on them. They finally made it to a room where there was nothing but water in it. Naruto sighed as he knew the key piece they need would be underwater. So he took out a scroll and unsealed a set of rebreathers and waterproof earpieces. He gave them to each of his teammates as they finally understood what they had to do. They jumped off the edge and dived down into the depths of the small lake inside the Temple of Water. Naruto swam to the bottom and saw a pedestal like the one in the Temple of Fire. As he swam closer, it evaporated into the surrounding water and what seemed to be a few cages opening were heard. The team quickly got back with each other as they had their backs to each other. What do you think it is? Asked Katara as she looked around. Inari looked around and then up as he pale and said, it could be those. Everyone's gazes shot upward as they say two huge worm-like creatures, a giant crab, a great white shark, and a kraken suddenly appeared. This is gonna be hard, Inari deadpanned. That would have been true as they had to fight water creatures underwater in their natural element, but it seemed that these guys had another trick for our heroes. The shark suddenly started glowing as the other sea creatures came to it. The kraken sat on top of the shark as it fused it as the crab fused with the underside of it, making the fins and tail disappear as it crab's legs as its new legs. The kraken's eyes became the eyes of the fused creature as it used the crab claws to take the two giant worms into itself as they too became part it, formed another set of arms with razor-sharp teeth for hands. Humans, if you wish to take the key piece, you will have to kill us. Sea Legion the terrible sea chimera. Naruto had a blank look on his face as he said to Inari, "Ya just had to make it worse by saying that." "Oh screw you, you did it last time." Inari barked back. "Boys, I think we have more pressing matters to deal with," Mei said as she made her presence very menacing, making the two boys nodded their head vigorously. "Now, how are we going to kill it?" Naruto then took a good look at the ugly beast and suddenly had an idea. "Katara, summon some fish to keep it busy, me and Mei with summon a hydra to trap it while Inari uses his drilling turtle shell technique to badly wound it. And if that does not work, I am sure I'll come up with something on the fly like usual." The three blinked at him and shook they should have expected an insane plan like that from him. They quickly got to work with Katara summoning up a school of piranha to attack to the kraken's head. Naruto and Mei then summoned two hydras and sent them to restrain the claws of the beast as Inari summoned a turtle with a shell that had a diamond-like drill on it. The turtle began to rotate quickly as it then shot off toward the chimera with the intent to kill. They never anticipated the worm-like creatures, suddenly grabbing it as it then threw the turtle in a random direction as they heard it go poof. The worm then bit into the hydras, making them go poof as well. With the four arms at the ready, they swatted at the piranha, created a large plume of smoke. "Shit," Naruto stated as the chimera started charging at them and they had to dodge or die. Once out the way, Naruto swam next to Katara and Inari and said, "Use your water-bending skills to constrict its movements." "We don't know if anyone has ever done that before," Katara said with wide eyes. "Then you'll be the first," Naruto said as he swam away from the two water-benders. The two just nodded as they concentrated on the water around them and soon the chimera was slowing down but now enough. Naruto growled before remembering the attack he had helped Mei create. "Mei, after I unleash my new attack, you finish it with yours." Mei just nodded as Naruto created 10 clones and shouted out his new attack, Rasen Shuriken, Rotary Funhouse Jutsu. Each Naruto then began to create a large Rasen Shuriken as big as their bodies and once done, they threw the attack at the chimera. They flew in every direction, twisting and turning at every chance as they seared through it like a hot knife through butter. The two worm-like creature were cut in half and they evaporated into the surrounding water. The claws were split down the middle, there were large gashes all over the chimera's body and the kraken's head split in half. They were shocked that Naruto had created a jutsu like that but chalked it off to spare time and a great imagination. Mei then performed some hand signs and yelled, "Lava style, 1000 rising lava blades." A fissure formed at the bottom of the lake bed as lava began to rise and quickly pelt the hybrid creature, and once it was over, they saw the creature floating with huge gashes, burn marks, and large hole through it. It just floated there before its voice came once more, "Well done humans, you have proven to me that you are worthy of the key piece. Just know I am always watching, soon you will die." After that, the lake bed began to rise, they were once again on dry land. They gladly took the rebreathers out and breathed in normal air. The pedestal appeared once more as Naruto quickly took the key pieces. He then had to jump back as the pedestal once again exploded and a blue-green energy shot out and broke the ceiling as it left to the stone in the ocean. It hit the water orb and it began to glow a blue-green color. The people in the village wondered what the hell the light even was. "Well you guys, let's get back to the village," Naruto said as he Azure flashed them out of that place. A few days later, in the Mizukage Tower, Mei had just given her speech about how she would protect everyone and not be like Yagura and was in her office with Team Maelstrom, the other swordsman, and Ao. Naruto had also just informed them about Akatsuki and how Kisame should join to be his spy. Kisame agreed and said that when they meet in the future, he would have shitload of information for him. "I got one more piece of info for you all," Naruto stated as they all leaned in. "When you meet me in the future, it will be the first time I meet you, so try not to scare me too much." "We'll do our best Naruto-kun, but do you two have to leave?" Mei asked. "Yeah, gotta save the world. You heard that voice of the chimera, it was the voice of the dark entity that is trying to get out of its seal in the timeline." Naruto paused and looked at everyone. "I am going to miss you all, so will also tell you this, when the Tower of Time rises, you'll know where to find me. That is because I'll be in that time to stay. I'll also be heading back to Konoha to give them a little scare of me turning and uniting the 5 elemental villages. Right, they all said. Well, good luck everyone, try not to get into too much trouble. Naruto said as he prepared the time travel jutsu. Oh and May, the key to defeating paperwork is a clone jutsu. Yeah Kisame, try not to knock up a fish named Dory out there. Inari lied as Kisame tried to get him as the boys kissed their lovers quickly and left in a lightning storm. I am going to get him for that. Kisame growled out as everyone snickered at him. Present time. Valley of the End. As soon as the boys stepped out of the lightning doorway of the time portal, Inari looked around and said, okay, never been here before. The Valley of the End, the place where I fought Sasuke. Okay, and why are we here? I thought we would end up near Kiri. Said Inari. Naruto just looked around until his eyes stopped at the statues of the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha. I see now. See what? This is a sign of some sort. I don't really know if just me and you can defeat this dark entity. That is why I planned on uniting everyone when I visit each ninja village. That might not be enough, the Hokages were some of the strongest ninja in the land, so let's bring them back. Yeah, and how the hell are we going to do that? Said a skeptical Inari. Time travel, duh. Alright, if you think that will work. It will, it has to. Naruto said as they once again disappeared in a lightning storm. Unknown to them, they were being watched by Zetsu of the Akatsuki. Akatsuki Lair. Zetsu appeared in the dark caves of their group's lair. The one known as Pain saw this and said, report. The Sage of Time has been seen, seems it is true. The two halves of the plant guy said. Is the reptile sage with him? Yes, it seems that the time sage might know something about Naruto. Good, listen up, Pain said as he suddenly addressed the others. While you are out there, I also want you to keep a look for these two, they have vital information on the Kyuubi. Kill one if you have to, but make sure one is alive. Hi, was the response of everyone. 1-2-man group didn't like this at all. If they were the ones to find the time sage, they would help him instead of take him in. They were Kisame, Naruto's spy, and Itachi, Jiraiya's spy. Back in time, Valley of the End battle. Naruto and Inari just stepped out the portal as they had to quickly hide. They wanted to get there at the end of the battle but arrived at the middle of it. Naruto just sighed and told Inari to put up a genjutsu so they would not be noticed. After that they sat and Naruto pulled popcorn out from nowhere. After the battle was done, Naruto scowled. How the first didn't see Madara escape that end attack was beyond him, but that must have been how he survived that awesome battle between two cage-level ninja. They then walked over to where Harishima's dying body lay. Naruto then leaned down and said, your time to die is far from near. The first Hokage's eyes widened at that as he saw that the famed Sage of Time was talking to him. Inari, do your stuff. The first then saw the Sage of Reptiles start healing him with water of all things, but it seemed to work, if only a little. Sorry boss, but not even I can heal these wounds. The boy indicated the deep gashes in the Shodime's body along with what seemed like poison seeping from some of them. I see, then I guess we have no choice. Granny Tsunade is just going to have to work her magic on him. Naruto said as he took out a lock hair of the Shodime, pocketed it for a second and said, see soon in the future. Time skip jutsu. Naruto said as he touched the man's forehead and he disappeared as a spark of time lightning. So, what now bro? Asked Inari. I think it is time we pay Gaara a visit. Naruto said as he took out the lock of hair and yelled out, dead clone jutsu. A replica of the Shodime's body appeared, only dead and everlasting. The duo then disappeared again in a lightning storm. Not 10 minutes later, a group of Konoha ninja came to pick up the body. With the Shodime. As the first Hokage traveled in the timeline, he saw himself get summoned by Orochimaru, fighting the Hokage, entering the Shinigami's stomach, and then the timeline lightning shot him out of the stomach as he traveled until he appeared in the Hokage's office. Tsunade was doing the bane of all cages, paperwork. Shizune, please make it go away. She whimpered, hoping the girl would. Tsunade-sama, we do this every day, just get over it. After that Shizune turned to leave only to stop dead in her tracks as lightning began to form a body in the middle of the room. What they got was not what they were ever expecting. There, in the middle of the floor, was a dying Shodime Hokage. The hell is going on? Shrieked Tsunade as she was at his side in seconds. Great uncle. Tsunade, Time Sage helped me, called you. Granny Tsunade. The man said as he coughed a bit. Tsunade let a tear fall from her eye. There was only one person who called her that. But she had something more important to do, she would ask questions later. When Hashirama was fully healed, he sat in the Hokage's office, listening to what has happened since his disappeared. To say he was shocked was an understatement, he was also pissed. The council had pretty much taken over when the Sandaime was too old to do much of anything and had died at hands of his old student, Orochimaru. Add the fact that the Time Sage is originally from Konoha and the son of the Yondaime, one would have the right to be shocked. Also, his own granddaughter is the Godime. This is a lot to take in. I think I need a drink, the first Hokage said. Good, cause I need one too. Tsunade said as she quickly looked around to see if Shizune had left and then opened a drawer to pull out some sake. She was about to close the drawer when she noticed a piece of paper at the bottom. She picked it up and read it aloud. Thanks to the Time Sage, I have found a way to conquer the bane of all cages, paperwork. Just use shadow clones. Sincerely, Sandaime. There was an awkward silence before both of the cages yelled out, what? Scaring the crap out of everyone in the village. With Naruto and Inari. The duo were currently walking through the unforgiving desert. How can Gaara take this heat all time? Naruto said as they slowly walked. He must have been born here, that is the only why he can take it. Inari panted. Great, the blonde said as they saw the sand village ahead. They smiled as they used chakra to run the rest of the way there. Once there, Naruto saw the guard just nodded to them as it was the same guard that saw them before. Okay, he is back again. Wonder why. The guard muttered under his breath. Soon they were intercepted by an Anbu. Tama-sama, Kazekage-sama wishes to see you and your apprentice. Then Anbu then disappeared. So I am your apprentice now? Asked a curious Inari. I guessing that is how people perceive you traveling with me. Naruto commented as they walked to the tower. Well, it could be worse. Inari said as then looked at Naruto's questioning gaze. They could think I am your kid. Very funny. Naruto deadpanned as they entered the sand-made tower. Once they were near the Kazecage's office, the secretary smiled and let them in. Once in, Naruto instantly noticed who was the new Kazekage. Gaara, you're the new Kazekage? Asked a surprised Naruto. It would seem so. The council thought I would make good Kazekage for the way I changed and I have you to thank for that. Gaara mounted while doing some paperwork and not even looking at him. He knew it was Naruto because of the voice, even though it was a bit older. Wait, older. He looked up and Naruto looked older than what he should be. Last I checked, you should be 14 not 17. Hey, well, I spent 3 years in the Mist Village trying to get the trust of Yagura who was beyond saving. Who? The fourth Mizukage and the Sanbi container. Ah, yes, I think I read about that. It would seem you saved that land from some stupid war. Gaara replied. That was my team there. We were Team Maelstrom. Tamari, who just walked in, yelled, no way. Scaring the crap out of everyone in the room. Not only are you the Tama Kohaku, but also part of Mist's most famous team. Yes. Awesome, she yelled again. Anyway, Gaara continued with a small glare at his sister. I do not have the key to the Wind Temple that it hidden in the oasis that Tamari frequents, but the third Kakekage does. Okay, but why do I get this feeling that there is more? Naruto asked. That is because you helped him with one of his greatest enemies, Kankuro said as he entered with a book in his hand. It says here that he trained you in Inari for a year, becoming Sand's Oasis Ninja and the Whirlwind Ninja. It also says that at the end of that year, you helped defeat Sand's missing nin called the Sand Monster. Great, we have to stay here in the past for a year. Yelled Inari. Oh, don't worry Inari, you'll see Katara again soon. Yeah. Alright, let me see what date I entered. Naruto said as the puppet man showed him the data in another lightning storm. Maybe I should have told him that, the Sand Monster has a bit of you power Gaara. Said Kankuro as an afterthought. No shit, both Tamari and Gaara said. Oh well, let's hope your boyfriend doesn't die. He is not my boyfriend. Yelled Tamari. Though, that would be nice as he looks just a bit older than me now. With Naruto and Inari, Kazekage's office in the past. The teenage boys appeared in a lightning storm right in front of the third Kazekage. The man thought about calling security but he had read about the Time Sage. It would seem that this is how he appears. Why does that make me sick every time we do that? Inari said as he glared at Naruto weakly and then saw the Kazekage. It seemed that the guy had long spiky black hair, and black overcoat with what looked like fur around the neck. How this guy survived in the desert was beyond him. Hi. Hello, you two must be the Time Sage and the Reptile Sage I have heard about. That's us, Naruto said. Well, this is unexpected. Could you tell me why that two figures from history are in my office? The Kazekage said as he noticed the two headbands on Naruto's shoulder. Well, I came to get the key to the Temple of Wind. But when I came here in the future to get it, Gaara said I had to help you with something. Naruto replied. Gaara? Asked the man. Oh, Gaara no Subaku, the fifth cage. I see, any clue what happens to me? The man asked hopefully. Well, I am not really from around here, I am the kid of the fourth Hokage. So I wouldn't know. I see, I guess, Kon no Subaku is gonna have kid in the future. Actually, he had 3 and not the best of fathers from what I hear. Explain, the man said seriously. Well, I'll tell you but it is not like it will change anything. I fuses Shukaku in his unborn son, Gaara, and that kill his wife. I see, now tell me what you are supposed to help me with. The man said while thinking about his apprentice. Oh, and tell me if this Gaara is stable. Well, he wasn't until I meet him and beat the crap out of him. His father kept trying to have him killed after he was 6 and deemed a failure. After I beat him, he becomes somewhat normal, taking in that fact that his brother and sister were there for him and not against him like he thought. Now, Kankuro, Gaara's older brother, read in a book that we were to help you with some missing nin called the Sand Monster. Naruto said. The cage's eyes widened at this. Well, crap, I guess if you were to help me with this guy, I am going to have to train you too. Then, when all is said and done, I will give you the key so that you may use it in the past or in the future if you so choose. He paused for a second and smiled. I guess we are now a team. Me, you two, and Gaara's father, Kon. Well, okay then. Inari commented as the cage handed the two of them Sans headbands. After that, they left the building to go to a training ground where a lone person was training. When the team turned around to see them, Naruto noticed that he looked exactly like Gaara, but without the kanji for love and the dark rings are the eyes. The teen had a black shirt on with a collar, black pants, and some black ninja sandals. Black in the desert, it is a wonder that these guys survived at all. Hello. Kon said, man, the same monotone too. Hello Kon, I am going to introduce our new teammates. Tama Kohaku and Inari. I think that appropriate name for our new team would be Team Sandstorm. The Kazakage said. I see, I think a spar would be good then. I want to see how these sage fare against me. Kon said as some sand rose, showing that he has the ability to control sand. Hey, now they knew where Gaara got. Not just from the Shukaku. Hey, get ready Kon. Naruto said as they two boys smirked before charging at each other. It has been 1 year since Naruto and Inari joined Sand in the past. Naruto is now 18 while Inari is 16. Naruto has become known as Sand's whirlwind ninja for he has complete control over the wind element and even the cage thinks that Naruto is the best wind user ever produced. Inari on the other hand surprised everyone there because he has become the Oasis Ninja. That is because even in the driest air, he is now able to pull water out of it. Some would even say that is better than the Nadaime Hokage, much to his shock. All in all, Sand has been better off with the two joining their ranks as Team Sandstorm is one of the strongest there. Naruto, for his power over sand, Inari, for his power over water, Kon and the cage, for their power over their sand. Right now however, the cage and his sand clones were doing some evil paperwork. He thought back to when Naruto told him the secret to paperwork and chuckled. People thought that he went nut after how easy the answer had been. Just then, an Anbu appeared and said, Cage-sama. Yes. It seemed that Tama-sama was correct, the sand monster is coming. I see, send for my team to meet me at the gate and have all available ninja on the walls, just in case. The Cage of Sand said, as the Anbu nodded and disappeared. Not 5 minutes later, he and his team were at the gate, watching as a large sand tornado was headed their way. As it started to dissipate, they saw a man walk toward them and Kon was the first to recognize the man. Father. Kon said freaked out. Yes, it is my son. The hell are you doing back here? Usually, psychotic missing nins stay away from their village. Kon growled out. Yes well, I have come back to destroy the very village that shunned my brilliance. The man said with a crazed look in his eyes. Don't you mean madness? Yelled the cage. Call it whatever you wish, you all are dead anyway and not even those two sages can help you fools. There was a pause as the team was shocked that this nut job knew about them. What, you didn't think I knew they were here? I took precautions by send in some spies but don't bother looking for them as once they return to me. I killed them, ha 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 ha. Yep, this guy is a serious nut job. Naruto deadpanned. Don't take him for granted Naruto, my father was a scientist and even they are weak, they can become strong through their research. Kon said as he glared at his nutjob father. Yes that is correct my boy. For you see, just before I left I discovered that we have a bloodline and not just any old bloodline. My unusual ability to control sand comes from a source that not even I expected. We are direct descendants from the Shukaku himself. This statement shocked the hell out of everyone. Impossible, yelled Khan. No my son, it is very possible. For you see, the Shukaku only killed men to sat his bloodlust. Never killed a woman unless provoked. So one day, he met a fiery red-headed woman who was able to tame him and soon they fell in love. I am assuming you know the rest. Yes, the Shukaku had a human form so that was possible. Our ability to control sand may not be the only thing that we got from him, so before I left, I took a shitload of DNA from the jar that contains the beast, but I was found out and had to leave. After that, I began to implant the DNA slowly into me, and I became stronger than I ever imagined. The man laughed. You're insane. Yes, but now you know where I got it. Now, it is time to destroy this village for shunning me. The true ruler of the sand. The man yelled as his voice went demonic and his eyes had the Shukaku eyes. Daiyu Insa evil worms. Sand style. Quicksand destruction jutsu. At that, the sand surrounding the sand village turned to quicksand. The only way to stop it is to kill me. That would explain why the sand village in the future in halfway in the ground. Naruto thought as he prepared for battle, the others doing the same as he watched the ninja in the village start helping out the civilians. Not on my watch. Khan yelled as he formed compressed sand around his fists and charged only to be backhanded by an even bigger hand of sand that sent Khan into the sinking wall. That left Naruto, Inari and the case cage. When the case cage saw his student get backhanded like that, he tried to keep his cool but it was hard. So he sent a few spires of metal sand at the nut job and he just sidestepped them. You think that will work? Taunted the sand monster. He then did a few hand motions, all the surrounding sand shot upward as he went higher than them. This is nuts, Inari said as he started to freak out. Don't worry, I will make a plan, Naruto stated but was interrupted by the nut job's voice. Sand style, spikes of death jutsu. He shouted as huge spikes shot out of the sand to try and kill them. Fortunately, Naruto was a wind user and developed a use that let him fly, good thing too, because would have been impaled by the spikes. Inari used his water to make all the sand around him wet and hard to control, while the case cage used his iron sand to stop the spikes from hitting him. Now the sand freak was pissed off. Sand style, animation jutsu. The sand morphed into many animals of all kinds but they were all carnivores. The three paled but since Naruto was in the air, he had more time to think of a plan. He knew that if you used fire on sand, it turns to glass but he only knew on fire jutsu, it will have to do for now. His eyes went to the sand animals, to the mile-high pillar of sand, and to the idiot controlling the sand. He made a plan right then and there. Inari. He yelled as he flew next to him. What? Created as much water as you can, then drench the animals and the sand tower if you can. Case Cage Sensei, distract him for me. I am going in for the kill, he said as he went rage of the gods so he could run faster. The Case Cage nodded as he knew Naruto's plans were good as he spent a year with him. So he sent dozens of his iron sand to try and hurt the sand freak. Inari concentrated very hard to pull all the water out of the air that he could and came up with enough to fill a lake. He then had it shoot huge bullets of water at the sand creatures to stop them in their tracks and fall apart. Naruto on the other hand was running up the large tower at high speed, even though there were huge sand spikes jutting out to try and kill him that way. As he was reaching the top, he nodded to Inari and the kid spread his water all along the bottom of it as he made it go up and start soaking the sand to make it unstable. Naruto ran a bit quicker and reached the top. Khan was starting to wake up as well. So you made it time, Sage. I guess I will have to kill you up here then. The sand monster said as he created sand lances that started flying the blonde. At one point, Naruto used the golden fleece to reflect the attack but the freak use redirected the attack back at Naruto and he got stabbed in the shoulder and knocked back. It was enough force to make him lose his footing and fall of the edge, but he caught hold of the edge to he wouldn't fall to his death, forgetting that he could fly. Any last words before you die, time Sage? The sand monster said with huge smirk and he put his foot on Naruto's hand. Damn, this can't be the end. No, I won, let it end here. Naruto yelled in his mind and pulled himself upward while yelling, Rage of the Titans. To give him an extra power boost. His aura turned gold this time the power blow back the sand monster. What the, impossible. Nothing is impossible for me. Naruto said as he flew up in the air with the sun to his back. Feel the heat. Olympian style, Apollo's fiery fist jutsu. Fire was beginning to form in front of Naruto but it was a mix of white and black fire and it formed a giant fist. Naruto made his fist go forward, a signal for the giant fist to race toward the shocked sand monster, who at the last minute, made all the remaining sand that was not wet cover him. The fiery fist connected with the sand tower and it went up in flames. After it cooled off, Naruto saw that the tower was all glass and inside was a trap. "Kill him while I stop the village from sinking anymore," yelled Khan while Naruto just nodded. He then yelled out his next attack. Olympian style, Artemis Arrow of the Moon Jutsu. Naruto said as he formed an arrow of lunar energy and shot it at the tower, and it shattered the top and hit the freak in the heart, killing him instantly. Naruto then used the pressure force jutsu to smash the tower down to size. While that was going on, Khan was using his powers to try and get the sand to stop sucking the village. He never noticed that it did stop because he made the walrusy lot more and his eyes turned into the shukakus for a minute. After all was said and done, the village was saved, Kazekage was given the key for his help and the boys time traveled back to their time. Naruto and Inari appeared in front of Gaara in his office once again. And once again, Inari felt ill. "I see you have made a safe return. I can only assume that your mission went well." "Yeah Gaara, it did. Now I have some information on you, do you want to know? If so, your brother and sister should be here as well," Naruto said in all seriousness. "Very well," Gaara said as he sent some Anbu to find his siblings and 5 minutes later they arrived. "Okay, this may come as a shock to you all, but since I was in the past I know it to be true. First, did your dad ever tell you about your family history?" Naruto asked. "No, he barely ever had time to talk to us, and when he did, he just looked at us coldly, like all of were monsters," Tamari said sadly. "Well, here's the reason, he probably hated himself for it too," Naruto said as this caught their attention. "When we fought the sand monster, the first thing that came out of your father's mouth was, 'Father.'" This statement shocked them. "Say what?" yelled Kankuro. "That is not the half of it, he found out that you all were direct descendants of the Shukaku himself." "What?" The 3 siblings yelled at once, scaring the crap out of everyone in the village. "Yeah, the sand control you have is not just from the Shukaku but also your bloodline," Inari said as he cleaned his ears out. "But, we don't have the sand control power that Gaara has," Tamari replied. "So, that bloodline could have manifested in a different form, or you just haven't activated it yet," Naruto suggested. "Great control for puppetry could be one and a strong wind affinity could be the other." "I see, Shukaku does have wind powers and I just got confirmation from him that he did fall for a fiery red-headed chick back in the day." "Okay then, now, me and Inari are going to the Temple of Wind since we have the key," Naruto stated. "Tamari and Kankuro will accompany you. I would go myself but I am the Kazekage and I am not supposed to leave, and I got this damnable paperwork to do," Gaara said as he glared at the insufferable pieces of paper. The boy's sweat dropped and Naruto deadpanned, "Or all Kages idiots?" He was met with a questioning glare. "The secret to paperwork is any clone jutsu." Gaara's eyes widened as his mouth dropped wide open. "Sand clone jutsu." Instantly, 3 clones made out of sand formed and started doing the paperwork. "Thank you Naruto, I feared that I would go insane again. I still cannot go with you, so I will just walk around the village." "Alright then, come on guys, we have an oasis to go to," Naruto said as they left the room. Gaara then smirked, "Or I could check out this book that Kankuro is so interested in," the Sandman said as he whipped out a familiar orange book as the hidden Anbu sweat dropped. 1 hour later, we find the team at the oasis. It was full of life unlike the rest of the desert, that was for sure. This place is more beautiful at night, thanks to the moon's reflection on the lake. Tamari replied as they walked through the oasis until they came upon a rock with an indentation for the key in it and some odd inscriptions in a different language. "I am assuming that is where we are supposed to put the key," Naruto said and Inari snored. "What, you thought we would put in a tree?" "No, I was just stating the obvious." "No way, I no clue." Inari smirked as Naruto got an annoyed look as he put the key on the rock. The key sank into the rock, it started glowing a bright white before it disappeared, and all of a sudden, the 4 ninja were catapulted into the sky, their screams could be heard all across the desert. Gaara looked out the window to see them flying and then went back to his book. "They'll be fine, now where was I?" At the same time, a shadow-like figure was confronting 2 of the Akatsuki. "Who are you, yeah?" asked the taller one. "Yes, you are wasting our time," the hunched-backed one said. "Elsewhere." The shadow-like figure's eye were glowing red as the voice said, "I won't be wasting it for long." The shadows then stretched out from every direction and completely engulfed the 2 shocked Akatsuki. The shadow-like figure laughed as he dissipated into the shadows. High in the sky, the group landed on a platform and were shocked to find a city on the clouds of all things. "How the hell is this possible?" yelled Kankuro. "Guess it doesn't matter, we are here now and have to probably get to the top of that tower," Naruto said as he pointed to a large building in the distance with 2 towers but one of bigger than the other. Sounds like a plan, Tamari said as they headed to it. 2 hours later. The group finally made it to the door that lead to the roof of the tower. It was larger than they thought, and it had a shitload of traps and puzzles for them to get past. Thankfully they listened to Tamari or they would have been lost forever in this place, not that Kankuro would ever admit that. When they opened the door, they saw a large field on top of it, with a large spires in a circle formation. In the middle of the field was a stone with a sword in it. They went to it and found that had the same language on it as the rock had. Suddenly though, the words turned to something they could read and it said, Sword of the Winds. Kill Argarok with it. Who is Argarok? Asked Inari as Naruto pulled the sword out. You fools, you have no knowledge of the past. It is sad really. A voice said as a shadow-like figure appeared in front of them, red eyes ablaze. You, Naruto growled out. Yes, it is I, the dark entity. The seal is breaking after all this time. Now, face my next challenge. The guy then disappeared and the shadows stretched to form 3 figures. When the shadows lifted, they were shocked at what they had to face. Sasori of the Red Sands. Deidara, the Mad Bomber. Argarok, the Twilight Dragon. What the shit? Inari and Kankuro yelled. Then the 2 Akatsuki focused on their surroundings and saw the very people they were after. Seems Shadow Man helped us, yeah. Seems so, Sasori said as they charged after the group. Kankuro took this opportunity to stop Sasori while Tamari went after Deidara. Kill the dragon first. We'll handle these 2 for as long as we can, Tamari said. Naruto and Inari nodded as they ran up the spires to get to the flying dragon. Water Boy then started whipping at it and it roared in anger and got blasts of fire at the poor boy. One hit the top of the spire he was on and he was blasted off. Naruto caught him just before he hit the ground. This is going to be harder than I thought, Naruto said as Inari just nodded. With Tamari. This was not a good idea. Tamari thought as she had to keep on her toes and dodge the clay bombs. Die wind bitch. Witness my art, yeah. Deidara yelled as he threw his C2 bombs at Tamari from top his clay bird. Wind style, wind scythe. Shouted Tamari as she used her giant fan to create blade of wind that detonated the bombs in the air. Ah, such beauty, yeah. Deidara smirked. This was taking too long for him so he created a small clay idol and yelled. Art is a bang and so is my C4. Bye, yeah. He then threw it at Tamari. Her eyes widened as that. She had heard what he did in Iwa when he created his prototype of that jutsu. She was going to die by fiery explosion. She then saw Naruto go to catch Inari and they were in the blast zone. Hell no, she yelled as her eyes went Shukaku and jutsu formed in her mind. Sand style, Shukaku's wind rage. She yelled as she used he fan to thrust a gust of wind at the clay idol and Deidara. It began to pick of speed and volume as it got big and more violent. Soon it engulfed the idol and Deidara and what he saw scared even him. There was sand in it that was pelting him and there were large blades of wind that were slicing him in every direction. Soon, he lost both his arms and then the idol came near him and he paled. Art is a bang, yeah, he said sadly as a wind blade sliced the idol half, detonating it. The resulting explosion was tense but was kept inside the wind storm. When it finally dissipated, the body of the Mad Bomber fell to the ground, creating a crater around him. Tamari walked up to him and saw that he was burnt to a crisp, had deep laceration on his boy, his arms were gone, and he had glass spears jutting out from his body. She sighed in relief and suddenly felt very weak. So she walked over to one of the spires and sat down next to it. That last attack had drained her of her chakra. You bitch. The voice of Deidara rasped out as he tried to get up only for Naruto to send a wind blade at him, loping his head off. Tamari smiled as she saw Naruto give her a thumbs up as he took Deidara's headband and pocketed it before he and Inari raced back up into the sky as she fell asleep. With Kankuro, middle of Tamari's battle. Give me a fucking break. Kankuro yelled as he saw Sasori reveal his true self and bring out at least 100 puppets. These puppets are all the warriors that I have killed and have made into my human puppets. I will add you to my collection once I have killed you. Sasori said in a monotone. You would have made a great puppeteer if you had not run into me, too bad. The living puppet then commanded all his puppets to attack and they all went after Kankuro and his 3 puppets. Kankuro did quite well but not even his puppets and his taijutsu could defeat all of Sasori's puppets. He managed to kill of at least half of Sasori's army but at the price of his own puppets and quite a few gashes on himself as well. Damn you Sasori, Kankuro growled out as he struggled to get back up. You should damn yourself for even trying to figure me, now die. No, I won't die for someone like you, Kankuro said as his power grew and Sasori paused for a second. He would regret that for Kankuro finally got up and released a shitload of chakra that blew him back. Sand started to form around all the fallen puppets and Kankuro yelled out his next attack as his eye went Shukaku as well. Sand style. Sand puppetry. At that, all the sand in the area crushed the puppets into more sand and created a golem made of sand. Sasori was beyond shocked because he had heard only that Shukaku could do an attack like this. Not that he could ponder it as he was bashed right into one of the spires and watched as all his puppets were smashed and turned to sand, making the sand puppet even bigger and stronger. Then the sand golem rounded on him and clenched its fist around him and then began to pound him into the ground. His whole body was crushed and the only living part of him left finally gave out as his heart gave one last pump. Kankuro sighed as it was finally over and walked over to the finally dead puppet man. A scroll rolled out from the man's hand and Kankuro picked it up. What the wording said on it shocked him, third case cage. Kankuro knew that this type of scroll was a storage scroll for puppets and that meant that the third case cage was turned into a human puppet. Well, now we know what happened to the third. Kankuro thought as he passed out from chakra exhaustion. Back with Naruto and Inari. Naruto smirked as he and Inari raced back up to the dragon after he caught Inari and helped Tamari out. He had and Inari formed a plan as they ran up the spires and Inari went to work. The water bender used the pouring rain to freeze the dark armor on the dragon and then use his water whips to break them off, much to the anger and shock of the dragon, because it revealed a spot on its back that was very vulnerable to attack. Naruto on the other hand used his blades of Athena to tear into one of the wings and shred it a bit. He had to jump away from the angry fire of the dragon and then he repeated the same thing on the other wing. After he did that, its flying sucked and he then used the blades to grab the head and slam it to one of the spires, disorienting it. Inari. Freeze it now. The water bender nodded and froze all the water on the dragon and it froze in place as Naruto jumped to it. They both began to fall to the ground very fast, but Naruto was undeterred as he made his way to the vulnerable spot and stabbed the sword of the winds in it and then jumped off at the last moment and when the dragon hit the ground, it shattered into many pieces. Damn you Naruto. The voice of the dark entity roared as its eyes appeared. But what caught Naruto's attention was that fact the eyes were different, they had the Sharingan. After the eyes disappeared and Naruto got out of his shock, along with Inari, went to the middle of the arena, where the sword is now. Once they were there, they saw the sword morph into one of those pedestals they have been seeing at the other temples. Naruto then took the key piece off the pedestal and it exploded and sent a bluish silver light that went to the orb on the rock in the ocean with the other glowing orbs. After that, Naruto went and got other two and said, "Let's go Inari." Then the four of them disappeared in an azure flash, back to the sand village. Naruto and Inari flashed into Gaara's office with his unconscious siblings. Gaara looked up and asked, "Do I want to know what happened?" "Well, 2 Akatsuki members are dead," Inari said. "You mean that group that has tried to gather the other demon containers?" The Sandman asked. "Yes Gaara, and you will never believe who they were." Naruto paused for dramatic affect and said, "Deidara, the mad bomber from Iwa and Sasori of the Red Sands. Oh and let's not forget the giant dark dragon that accompanied them." Inari said a little irritated. "You two must be tired, you may take my siblings to our place and rest there for the night, my Anbu will show you the way." Gaara stated as an Anbu appeared to lead the way. The next day, we find our duo waving goodbye the people of sand once more. Naruto remembered something and yelled, "Hey Gaara, when the Tower of Time RIASES, head to Konoha. Something important will happen." The Sandman just nodded, not feeling like yelling. After a few hours, Inari asked Naruto, "Okay, where the hell are we heading now?" "A land between Sand Country and Earth Country, the land of Whirlpool." "Wait, I thought Iwa destroyed it in the last war," Inari said confused. We traveled to it to find it in the past, just think of it as a side trip." Naruto said without missing a beat. "Whatever works for you." Ruins of Whirlpool. Naruto and Inari had finally made it to the land of Whirlpool and when they found the village, it was indeed destroyed. It looked like a freaking ghost town that you see in the movies. They had to an island in a freaking lake that was surrounded by small whirlpools and it was a city that was suspended above a large maelstrom. The city was very old and looked like it could fall in the maelstrom at any moment. "Okay, this used to be a hidden village?" asked a shocked Inari. It was a small village that was rising in power, a lot more than Waterfall is now. Iwa was get jealous and angry that a small ninja village like this was growing in power and taking most of their missions. So, they destroyed a small obstacle in their way. Naruto said with a frown. "Okay then, why are we here?" "My mom was the only surviving member of that terrible slaughter because she escaped moments before it happened. I am guessing it was because of my dad's team that saved her." Inari nodded as they walked the streets of the now dead city. Soon, they came upon a large building and walked inside. It must have been this place's cage tower. They walked all the way around the place until they came upon the cage office. Okay, this is annoying. Rock Ninja were very good at their job at destroying this place, said an annoyed Inari. Well, I guess we really have to go to the past. Naruto sighed as he began to jutsu and they left in a lightning storm, unaware they were being watched by a certain plant man. Uzugaker, in the past. The boys appeared in the Uzukage's office, one of their lightning storms, and the old man that was the Uzukage looked up in shock. When they got a closer at the guy, he had black robes on with orangish red lining on it. He did not have a hat on, but his hair was red and was graying a bit, in the guy and a mustache. Ah, hi. Naruto said nervously. You look like the time sage, Tama Kohaku. Now I know that is not your real name, as even I can tell that it your alias. He was met with a shocked expression. Hey, I am not that stupid. I mean, I did find out a way to beat the course of all cages, paperwork. All you have to do is use a clone jutsu. At this, the boys started laugh their asses off on the floor. Man, I like this guy already, Inari said between breaths. Yeah, well, as you know, I use the alias Tama Kohaku for identity reasons. That is my partner Inari, Naruto said as he pointed to the boy on the ground. He is also known as the Reptile Sage. Now, I am Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. The man looked at Naruto as shocked as he slowly got up and hugged the blonde. Okay, that is different, Inari stated as he got up. Sorry, but I thought that we would not survive this war with Iwa. I guess we do have a future, the old man said. The boys looked at each other and then to the old man. What do you mean? Asked Naruto. Well, I thought that Iwa was going to kill us all. You're right, I am the last Uzumaki, my mom was Kushina Uzumaki. The man once again had a shocked look on his face before he gave a sad smile. I see, then that makes us family. I am your grandfather, Ritaru Uzumaki, the Shidaime Uzukage. Say what? They boys yelled. Yes, but I guess my final jutsu does not work, or else Uzugaker would still be full of life in the future. Oh, you mean this? Naruto said as he created a water version of his rasengan. Yes, but how did you get it so small? Mine is huge. Well, it is based of your attack and my dad's attack. I see. Wait, your father's last name is Namikaze. Well, I'll be. I guess she does get that Minato kid that my tomboyish daughter has been crushing on for the last month. He and his team has been here, the old man said thoughtfully. Yep. I see. Well, I want you to take these 4 items, the old man said as he brought out an elegant-looking sword. It had a dark red sheath with a sea serpent on it, and when he took out the blade, it was maroon. The hilt was in the shape of 2 sea serpents twisting around it and then clawing at the blade. The second item was a headband that had a spiral on it with an omega symbol, crossed with 2 swords. The third item was a pair of steel-plated gloves. The final item was a scroll of some sort. Thanks, Grandpa. But why? Asked Naruto. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, the old man said with a smirk. Anyway, that scroll is the summoning scroll for sea serpents. Our family summon. The glove with give you better control over water. The sword is our family's mark. People will know you are a direct descendant of the Uzumaki clan, a clan that was taught by the 6-path sage himself. The headband is our headband. I saw that you have some headbands on your arm, so I gave you this one. Thanks. I think I should, Naruto said as he was interrupted by a voice. Hey Dad, me and Minato's team are back, said a girl of about 14 to 15 along with others. Oh, who is this? And why does have the sword? Naruto looked to his grandfather for help and the old man just nodded. Kushina, I have some news for you. When we are done with this meeting, I want you and Minato's team to find that useless super pervert and head to Konoha. The time has come. I see, the girl said sadly. She knew she would have to leave soon because of this stupid war. Now for your question. This is Naruto, your son from the future. What? All the kids yelled out. Yeah, I am yours and Minato's kid. On the inside, Kushina was dancing the happy dance, but the outside, she just smiled. So, am I a good mother, Naruto? You probably would have been if you were still alive. He let that sentence hang in the air and Kushina asked, how do I die? Well, after I am born, you are killed by Danzo's root ninja. So if you want to live, be prepared. I will be prepared, Beelvit. Kushina yelled with a fist in the air. Naruto's sweat dropped and said, now I know where I got it. Minato came up next. What about me? Naruto looked at him with a bit of anger, sadness, and happiness. You become the 4th Hokage, but the day I am born, you seal the Kyuubi in me when it attacks, and you die. My suggestion is that you modify your sealing so that you live. Naruto said as he gave him a picture of the seal on his stomach as the boy nodded before the kid versions of his parents hugged him. We are sorry you had to live as an orphan, Kushina said with some tears. You're probably treated like hero though, right? Asked Minato. No, but don't worry, it was for the best. Naruto stated and left it at that until there was a cough. They turned to see the other two members of Minato's team looking uncomfortable. Oh right, these are my teammates, Fugaku Uchiha and Hiashi Hyuga. Oh, so these are Sasuke's and Hinata's dads. Please, can you tell anything about our families? Asked the Hyuga. The only this I am tell you Fugaku, is that you get 2 sons. Hiashi, you get 2 daughters, but I think something happened to your wife, I am not sure. The two bowed in thanks and Naruto said, see in the future. Just wait in Konoha for me when the Tower of Time raises. With that cryptic message, the two sage were gone in a lightning storm. While travel going back to the future, Inari said, why do I get the feeling that you changed the future a bit? Because I did, Naruto said simply. With Kushina, time of Naruto's birth. Kushina watched as her husband took away her son to seal the Kyuubi no Yoko. She was extremely tired, but she knew she had some work to do, so she took a blood and chakra pill and waited. Soon enough, that root ninja came and tried to stab her while she slept, but she moved at the last second, surprising him and sending her sword through the ninja's heart. Not going to happen, she said as she began to glow with the time lightning before she faded away in shock. Konoha, Naruto's time. 3 lightning storms were happening in the village. On in the hospital, one on Team 7's training ground, and the final one on the Chunin exam cage box. Tsunade rushed to the hospital to see what was going on, and she found the lightning storm inside the room where Kushina died. The storm died down to show Kushina as she stormed out of the room and yelled out, Danzo. 4x. On a random street, said man froze as he recognized that voice and yelled out, O Holy Mother of God. 4x. Kakashi rushed to the training ground with some Anbu to find that the lightning storm revealed the 4th Hokage himself. Sensei. Kakashi finally got out of his shock to say that. Hey Kakashi, ya miss me? The yellow flash asked as the man passed out. 4x. Jiraiya had just revealed at the cage box to find what was revealed and said in a very shocked voice, Sarutobi-sensei. The hell is going on, and why do you look so young? I am not sure myself, Jiraiya. Sarutobi said as most of the Anbu who saw the man die for themselves pass out. Holy crap, is that the Shodaime? Minato loudly asked as he and the others entered the Hokage's office. Yes, I was saved by Tama Kohaku. The wood user said simply. Ah, came Minato's intelligent reply. Now that is out of the way, care to explain how you 3 are alive again? Asked Tsunade as she was in dire need of a drink. Well, I used Minato's jutsu to seal away Orochimaru's arms like you know, but I can't explain why I am here and why I am young again, Sarutobi stated simply. Though I can't say it is bad to be alive again. Well, when we were about to leave Whirlpool during the war, we saw Tama Kohaku in the Uzukage's office. Jiraiya was peeping on the women in their bathhouses, so he would have no knowledge of this. Minato said as Tsunade glared at a shocked Jiraiya. The Uzukage revealed to us that Naruto was our son. Naruto then told us of what we would become and I modified the seal to a new design. He gave me a picture of the original seal to work with. When I completed it, I made a deal with the Shinigami that instead of taking my soul, he would take my soul and transfer it to this time with a new body. You see, I really did die in a sense, but my soul still lived on and the Shinigami gave me this new body, which is the same age as the body I had. After that long explanation, he took a breath. Now, I think the same principles took place for Sarutobi, but his body was de-aged to my own to work the seal all the way. My god, I think you just created the path to immortality, good thing Orochimaru didn't find this jutsu. Jiraiya said in shock and awe at his now alive student. Indeed, okay, what about you Kushina? Tsunade asked. Well, Naruto told me how I died, which I am guessing he was told through the letter I gave him at some point in time. Anyway, he told me I was going to die by the hands of a root ninja just after I would give birth to Naruto. After that, I guess my body just disappeared and reappeared in this time. Kushina said. Ah, now I know why you suddenly disappeared from the hospital the night of the Kyuubi attack. Sarutobi said suddenly. Yes, that would explain why Danzo is now dead, but how the hell did you get the Uchiha in on it? Asked Tsunade. Well. Flashback. Kushina had just left the hospital and was rampaging through the streets looking for Danzo when she was confronted by what looked like an Uchiha, although he didn't look as arrogant as the others. That and he looked a bit like Fugaku. Excuse me miss, but what the hell is going on? The boy asked. I am looking for Danzo. I am Kushina Uzumaki. Uzumaki, are you Naruto's mom? Asked the freaked out Uchiha. Yes, who are you? I am Sasuke Uchiha, the last Uchiha and his teammate. Sasuke said. Last Uchiha, how the hell did that happen? Kushina said as she was freaking out again. My brother killed all but me. At this Kushina scowled. He was probably tricked into doing it and I bet I have an idea on who did it. Who? The last Uchiha said in all seriousness. The same man who ordered for my dead that I escaped. Danzo, head of the root Anbu. It is sad really. I hope for the demon to live alone for the rest of his life and then turn him into a weapon. But no, you had to kill one of my root ninja and ruin my plan. Then Sarutobi took pity on that pathetic demon brat. Everything went downhill from there. Danzo said as he came out of the shadows with some root ninja. Luckily for the two, Sakura was listening in on this conversation. Kushina growled at the one-eyed man's remarks about her son and Sasuke was getting pissed off. The Danzo turned to Sasuke and smirked. My plan with you was working until you changed after that brat left. Kushina is right. I told Itachi to kill this best friend so that your clan would live. At this Sasuke had a confused expression on his face. I lied to him about his friend wanting to kill everyone in the clan and he took the bait. After it was said and done the boy gained the Mangekyo Sharingan and I took the dead fool's eye and implanted it in myself. I then activated the Mangekyo Sharingan myself and made Itachi kill all of your family so that one day you would come to me for power when I offered it. While I waited I implanted some Sharingan eyes in my arm along with the wood element. The old cripple said as he revealed it all to them. He smirked as they would soon be dead, so it did not matter to him if he revealed his plans to him. I did it all for war. Every village will bow down to me and me alone. I will have world conquest. You're mad, Kushina yelled. No, I am a realist and I should have gotten the position of Hokage, not that softy Sarutobi. The old man yelled. Anbu, kill them. When they didn't respond, he turned to them and was shocked to see a pissed off Sakura and his dead Anbu on the ground. Before he had a chance to say anything, she punched him to land in between Sasuke and Kushina. Kushina then stabbed him in the chest while Sasuke used a Chidori to the man's head. It was safe to say that he was dead with a fist-sized hole through his head. End flashback. Everyone in the room was pissed off at Danzo for what he had done. It was Kushina who spoke again. It would seem that a great burden has been lifted off the Uchiha's shoulders. He even seemed a little happy as he walked away with that pink-haired girl. Sakura Haruno is that girl's name and she also Naruto's teammate. Tsunade said. Okay, and who is sensei? Asked Minato. That would be me sensei. Kakashi said from his little corner of the room. Good, Minato exclaimed. Yes, it would seem that we have a lot of catching up to do. Suon said as he began to inform them on what has happened since they died. With Naruto and Inari, Earth Country. Hey Naruto, since you brought those other people back to life, who else are you going to bring back? Asked Inari as they walked towards the village hidden in the rocks. Well, I think I will bring back the second Hokage and probably Kakashi's dad. Okay, and why One Eye's dad? Well, I heard from one of the times I actually paid attention in the academy that Tsukumo was next in line to be the Hokage before my dad, but he killed himself because he failed a mission to protect his teammates and back then, Konoha hated him for that. I will show him that he is not hated in the future. Okay then, Inari said as they approached the gates. A big burly man approached them and said, Halt. State your names and your business here. Though he was a big man, he was also on the fat set as he had a chubby face. I am Tama Kohaku and this is my traveling partner Inari. We wish seek an audience with your Tsuchikage. Naruto said, and while on the inside being that BKFUL that he had his black bandana and sunglasses on so that no one notice his Yondaime-like features. TCH, the Time Sage and the Reptile Sage has come to visit our village, EH. Well, I hope you're ready for a fight then. I wanna test my power against yours. The man said but was interrupted by a female voice. Akatsuchi, you dumb ass. A woman said as she jumped up and bashed the man's head in. She appears to be older than the boys, she had short black hair with slim pupil-less eyes. She wears fishnet tights on her legs and a black skirt over it with black pants on the side. Oi, the hell was that for Kurosaki? The big man yelled. Do you really think you stand a chance against someone like the Time Sage himself? This is why you get stuck with guard duty most of the time. You're an idiot, the now identified Kurosaki yelled. Well, excuse me princess, the man said as he went back to his post, grumbling about not getting a good fight. The woman sighed and turned to the two sages. You wanna see the Tsuchikage, right? The boys nodded. Then follow me, I am his bodyguard, so come on. With that, the boys followed the woman into the village and boy were they surprised. I mean, it was not every day that you see a village built into the side of freaking cliff. Once they reached what they thought was the cage tower, they noticed that it was shooting through the cliff and the top had windows all round it to one could see the whole village and the surrounding rocky landscape beyond the village. They climbed all the way to the top of the tower and once they entered, they saw 3 men inside. Behind the desk was a very old and short man. He had Lee-like eyebrows but they were white, a small triangle-like beard, and a mustache that were angled downward. Though he was small, the boys just knew he was no pushover. Next was a man in heavy red steam armor with a fungus-like object on the man's back. The armor seems to stretch around half his face so that only show is his eyes and he had a red straw hat was also made out of the red armor that encompasses his body. Add that with a black GI with the sleeve ripped off, he looked kind of mean. The final person in the room is an older man with red hair that is tied up in the back and he also has a beard. He has large brown headpiece that has his forehead protector on it also on his face is some sort of metal that goes over his nose. He has a maroon jumpsuit with a brown vest that must be the symbol of a high-ranking ninja in Iowa since Kurosaki has one as well. Who are these 2 Kurosaki? The old cage asked. These 2 are the sages of time and reptiles. The woman said as he bowed. Well, what an honor to have these 2 in my office. My name is Onoki, the old man said but then noticed the scratch-up headband. Where did you get that headband boy? Naruto looked over to the rock headband and sighed. When I went to the Temple of Wind, I meet Deidara, the mad bomber. Me and the cage's sister killed him. I took the headband. Every one of the rock ninja's eyes widened at that. You don't say. How badly did that lunatic die? Asked Onoki. Well, after Temari's new jutsu hit him, he looked like badly burnt sausage with large gashes on his body and shards of glass sticking out of him. Seemed he was barely clinging to life because I dealt final blow by sending a kunai through his neck before I went back to deal with the Twilit dragon. Naruto explained to his shocked audience. Bravo time sage. Onoki cheered. So, what is it that you need of me? We need the key to the Temple of Earth to unlock the next stage in our quest. Inari spoke for Naruto as he was getting tired of being ignored. Ah, so you wish for the key? Asked Onoki as they nodded their heads. Well, I wish to know your real name time sage and what you really look like. Are you sure about that? You might not like what you see. Naruto said on guard. Yes, I already have a feeling that I know what you like. But I want these old eyes to see for themselves. Worry not, I will not kill you. Legacy of the Yondaime. The boys had a shocked look on their faces that the old cage just laughed at. Finally, Naruto relented as he took off his sunglasses and the bandana to reveal a Yondaime-like face. My name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze and former demon container for the Kyuubi no Kitsune. The Tsuchikage said a bit put off that the Yondaime would make his own son a demon container. Former. When I acquired my powers, it was revealed to me that the Biju are not as they seem. Naruto said as he brought out the Blade of Time. This sword contains the power of the Kyuubi and the Sanbi. I see, the old man said. Inari decided that this was a good time to speak. So, you're not going to kill Naruto? Onoki and the others in the room laughed at that. No young one, we are not. Though there are those who cannot let go of their grief from the last war, they are your only threat. But, mostly all of them have become missing nins. You see, we have come to terms with that fact, so many died in that war. It is in the job description of ninja that he or she might die in the line of duty. A true ninja must learn how to let go of the past and live in the present. Much like I had to let go of my anger when that asshole in charge of the Ruby Anbu destroyed Whirlpool and my old friend who ran that place. Yes, I was best friends with your grandfather back in the day. Thankfully, he took out all of that division of Anbuon, their leader, in one attack. Onoki said. When he noticed Naruto was about to ask what kind of attack it was, he said, it was some giant swirling ball of water that he taught to his army that created their own giant balls of water and decimated that Amri. Saddle, those who used that attack were drained pretty badly and die afterwards. So, both armies kill each other off. Wow, you have changed history a bit. Inari said to Naruto as they both knew that his grandfather was the only one to use that attack last time. Glad to know you are not going to kill me. Naruto said with a bow. Yep, now about the Temple of Earth, I am sending Han and Roshi with you too. They are also demon containers. Onoki said as he saw the 2 boys smiled at that. Nice to meet you too. Naruto said to the 2 older looking men who were surprised to see no hostility from outsiders. Sure, they were accepted in their home a bit, but everyone else outside the village thought they were the plague. Han, the one in the red armor, said, we will be honored to accompany you to the Temple of Earth. Same here, well, just think of it as another mission. Roshi said. Good luck, you 4. Onoki said as he gave Naruto the key and told them to get out as he felt sore again from being old. Time skip, atop the Temple of Earth. Let's just say that the Temple of Earth was odd. It was into a volcano of all things. They all got lost a few times but they figured out all the puzzles in the temple and thankfully didn't get burned by any lava projectiles. The top of the volcano was huge. It was like a freaking bowl that had dried lava on top and that was covering in lots of sand. As they got ready for anything, a voice came out of nowhere. "You're a pest, no matter, this time you will die." The voice said as the ground began to shake and out of the sand came the torso of a huge-ass skeleton with horns. That was not all though, as cave suddenly appeared and a four-legged dinosaur came out and then a black portal appeared above them and out came a dragon that looked like it was made from lava. Die and burn in the pits of hell. Inari gulped and said, "Oh shit, these things are the Stalfos King, the Dodongo King, and the Lava Dragon, Volvagia. Mythical beasts that were thought to be long dead. Well, we will just have to kill them again," Naruto said as the two demon containers looked at him like he was crazy. "How do you suppose we do that?" Roshi freaked. Naruto looked from the lava dragon to the Dodongo to the giant skeleton and said, "Roshi, do you have a bomb jutsu?" "Yeah, lava bombs to be exact," Roshi said as Naruto looked at him in surprise. "Lava, are you a Terumi?" "Yeah, also you met my cousin Mei." "Yeah, I helped her in the mist. She is my girlfriend," Naruto said. "Better not break her heart or I'll never hear the end of it when visit her next. Now tell me your plan, we don't have much time." "Right, you go after the Dodonga and throw your lava bombs at it but try to get them inside it so it will do more damage. Han, you and Inari will take on the skeleton and back its back if you know what I mean. I will kill the dragon, but I need the hammer." Inari nodded and gave Naruto the hammer and the blonde flew after the dragon in the sky. Inari and Han went down to the skeleton to try and kill it. Roshi sighed as he came face to face with the dinosaur. "Well, here goes nothing," the man said as he ran up the beast and used his strength to punch it back with demon chakra enhanced muscles. He then did some hand signs and sighed, "Lava bombs." He began to throw them at it and they all exploded. He waited to see if it was dead or not but as the smoke cleared, the Dodongo was far from dead. "Damn, guess I gotta throw them inside like Naruto said." He performed the jutsu once again and waited till the mouth was open as it was going to shoot a ball of fire at him. He quickly threw them in its mouth and watched as the beast cried out in pain and fall down when they exploded. He quickly began to punch the hell out of it but it got back and he got out of the way before it hurt him. He had a few more times before it fell down as it was very weak and not wasting any time, used his strength to punch it at the skeleton. With Han and Inari, middle of their battle. They were having a tough time getting to the skeleton because other small skeleton were getting in the way. Sure, they got in a few good hits to the thing's spine but were knocked back from its anger. They heard a roar and dodged just in time as the beaten body of the Dodongo flew past them into the skeleton. Thanks to the momentum, its spine snapped thanks to its weakened state and the two monster went sailing into the side of the mountain, but it seemed that they were still alive but barely. The three ninja began to perform their next jutsu to finish them off. With Naruto. Naruto flew high into the sky to meet the giant serpentine lava dragon in battle. Sure, he could use one of his summons but he chose not to. So he tried to slam it with his hammer when it came near but that didn't seem to work. He growls and brought out his blades of Athena and hooked dragon and slammed it into the mountainside a few times. It growled and charged at him but he quickly flew out of the way and hooked again. This time, he pulled on the chains and it went toward him. He smirked as it got close and then slammed the hammer onto its head, breaking some type of armor and smashing the head in. As it fell toward the two other downed beasts, he got a jutsu name in his head. He held out his hands, activated his Rinnegan, and yelled out his jutsu along with three other voices yelling out their attacks. Shinra Tensai. Piercing Lava Sword. Steam Dragon. Steam Spears. The three elemental attacks hit dead on while the non-elemental attack amped up the force of the attacks leaving nothing left of the three beasts of doom except their smoking corpses which dissolved into darkness. "Will regret going against me, you fool," the voice said accompanied by a shadowy figure which also dissolved into darkness. After that another pedestal rose up from the ground and Naruto looked the key piece. This time a green ball of energy shot out towards Mist Country. "Well, that was fun," Naruto said as the other three in the group sweat dropped. "I assume you two are going back to your village." The two nodded. "Okay, tell him two things for me. 1. The secret to paperwork is any clone jutsu and 2. When the Tower of Time raises, head towards it. I will explain later. Bye," Naruto said as he grabbed Inari and Azure flashed out of there, leaving two confused men in their wake. After the boys left the rock village, Naruto decided to take the scenic route and go the long way to Cloud. Not one of his best ideas, because once they set foot in the Rain village, they were attacked on sight. So, they went around so that they wouldn't have to fight the idiots. One time a group of the rain ninja came after them and one was wearing an Akatsuki cloak but he just looked to be a grunt so they easily outmaneuvered the idiots by going into some cave systems. Sure they killed some rain nin when they got annoying but such is the life of a ninja. Naruto also took the village's headband for his collection. In the cave system, they met an old man with blonde hair. When asked who he was, the man replied that he was the former leader of the rain village, Salamander Hanzo. The man also figured out who they were, led them to the other side of rain country, and before they left, he gave Inari the summoning contract for salamanders. That just added to Inari's reptile count. Not too far away from the grass village, they met Ukakata. It turned out that he was from the mist village and he recognized him instantly. They had been good friends in the mist and the demon container of the six-tailed slug was wary that Naruto would take him back. Naruto reassured him that was not to be and Naruto asked who his traveling companion was. The girl identified herself as Hotaru. It seemed that Ukakata was in charge of protecting the girl thanks to the orders of her grandfather. And it seemed that they had a thing going on that only Inari teased them about for fun. What the four of them didn't expect was that Zetsu, the plant-like man from the Akatsuki, had finally revealed himself in order to capture Ukakata. That ended in an epic failure. The four ninja used water and wind jutsu to literally split the plant man down the middle and then cut him up into a lot of pieces courtesy of Naruto's blades. The plant man may have been good at stealth, but he kinda sucked in battle, even with that annoying spore jutsu. After all was said and done, Naruto once again took the man's headband. Now however, our two favorite sages are in front of a giant waterfall. Okay, what are we doing here? Asked Inari. We are visiting an old friend. You see, this is the village hidden in the waterfall. My team helped save this village from one of their rogue ninja. Okay, and who was this person you saved? The village leader, Shibuki. Now I know you wanna give a wise crack about the guy, but small villages like this one are not very strong to begin with. Whatever, still think it is waste of time for the guy to be a leader if he is not very strong to protect his people. That is how the world works, Inari, just accept that. Naruto stated. Okay, so how do we get in? Asked Inari. Well, we could go through the waterfall, but I don't remember how to get in from there, but I do remember what the inside of the village is like. Naruto said thoughtfully. Wait, what? Whoa. The boy said as Naruto put a hand on his shoulder and they Azure flashed right into the center of the watery village. They were about to get attacked, but since Naruto didn't have his bandana or sunglasses on, so they instantly recognized him. Hey everybody. Naruto said casually. Naruto-sama. It has been a long time. Shibuki-sama will be pleased to see you again, said a random ninja as he then led them to Shibuki's office in the giant tree. The man knocked on the door and they were let in. As soon as Shibuki saw Naruto, he smiled. Well, you have gotten older. Yeah, it comes with the job description of being the time sage. Shibuki's eyes widened. Really, you have become the time sage? Yes. Yes, I shouldn't be surprised. Shibuki said as he turned his head to Naruto's younger companion. You must be the reptile sage. Got that right. Inari smirked. So what do I have the honor of Waterfall's hero in my office? Well, your village was on the way for our quest and besides, you said to come a visit when I had the chance. Naruto chuckled. Hey, I guess I did. Shibuki would have said more but there was a knock on the door and teenage girl walked in, probably about the same age as Shibuki. The girl had green hair with a clip in it, pink eyes, a high white shirt, white armlets, and a fishnet waistband. Her waterfall headband is on her arm and she has some red cylindrical object on his back. Oh, hey Fu-chan. Hey Shibuki-kun, the now identified Fu said. Naruto, this is Fu, my girlfriend. He paused for a second and then said, she is also the demon container for Seven-Tailed Demon. There was a long pause before Naruto chuckled, which was not the reaction Fu was expecting. Man, another demon container. Cool. Okay, you're not reacting like normal outsiders, why is that? It was Inari who spoke this time. Hey, that is because Naruto used to be the container of the Kyuubi. The statement shell-shocked the girl and made Shibuki raise an eyebrow. So that was the red energy you used to beat my old teacher. Yep. Cool. Wait, used to be? Asked Fu. Naruto sighed and retold his story of how he became the Sage of Time. Wow, wait, what is going to happen? What all the spirits of the Biju go to your sword? My guess is that when they leave your bodies, you will retain the powers you get from them as new blood limits. Naruto said with a shrug. That will happen. No deaths, except for the demon container of the three tails, will befall the demon containers. A voice suddenly said from all around them and they all got in battle stances for just in case. Not to worry, young ones, I have not spoken to you to fight. Okay, then why are you hiding? Asked Inari. Who said I was hiding? I have been there the whole time. It said, and Naruto's eyes widened. The voice we literally all around them, and that could only mean one thing. You're the tree. Correct, young hero. The voice said as part of the room was shifting a bit until a humanoid tree man walked out of the wood. It bowed and said, I am the great Deku tree. The who? Asked Shibuki. The tree man sighed, I forget we are not in the past, a past where magic was in place of your chakra abilities. Now the only reason I have spoken is because the blood of the hero has come back from last time. It said, referring to Naruto. Sorry, what? Sorry, still speaking with the old tongue. You, Time Sage, are the descendant of the hero of time and the hero of the twilight. They were famous heroes of this land's past, both coming from this section of land. You mean from the stories of long ago? Asked a shocked Fu. This place used to be the home of the Kokari. Yes, young one, you are descendant of one of them yourself. I think her name was Saria, the sage of the forest. The tree man said to a very shocked audience. Now, I would have contacted you, hero, before you left the first time, but I felt that you were not ready yet. Now I do. Ready for what? Asked the boys at the same time. To take what is rightfully yours, the blade that will aid you in your quest to defeat the dark entity that has been sealed into the time stream. The master sword. Okay, how do I get this? The tree man just smiled and a door-like entrance appeared from where he had entered the room. It then began to glow a light green. Only those with the blood of old Hyrule will be able to enter. Know this, when you find the blade of evil's bane, you will have to defeat its guardian. Good luck, the great Deku tree said as he disappeared into the floor. Well, I guess it can't hurt. Naruto said as he walked toward the door. And here I thought that this would be a normal visit. When has anything we have done, normal? Asked Inari. Good point. Take Fu with you, you might need help. Shibuki said to them as the just nodded and the three of them went into the door. And keep her safe. Will do, came Naruto's voice. Wait, Inari, I didn't know you have Hylian blood. Me either, but I guess I am lucky. Inari said with a smirk. After the two stopped talking, they noticed that Fu was gawking and wondered why. They turned their heads and saw the ruins of a large building far away in a huge forest. Okay, not what I was expecting. The reptile sage deadpanned. After getting over their shock, they started walking toward the old building and opened the giant door, and as soon as they entered, Fu and Inari was flung to the walls and stuck there by some odd enter. Inari. Fu. They will be fine, you will face me to save your friends. A female voice said as a giant spider-like thing dropped down from the ceiling. The room began to darken and had webbed tree roots crawling up the walls. Oh, this is so not good. Naruto said to himself as he took out the blades of Athena. He had to dodge a few shots of purple liquid, which he assumed was venom. Yep, not good at all. He then rolled to the side to escape her legs of death. As he rolled, his blades swung along each other, creating a short of flash of light that stunned the spider for a bit. He was able to get a few legs off of her before she regained her bearings before she screamed out in pain and whacked him into the wall. I will not die like this a second time, she screeched as she glowed with a dark red light. When it died down, she looked like a human. It looked like she wore a black leather bodysuit, spider-like attachments on her back that could stab very quickly. She had black hair that looked wet for some reason, purple eyes and a nice-sized bust. Die human. Naruto took a moment to look at her and thought just one thing. Hot, but very creepy. They then rushed each other and she knocked away his Athena blades after he cut up some more of her stabby legs. He then took out his whirlpool blade, but was caught off guard as she punched him in the face, sending him across the room. Stupid human, you cannot win like this. That may be true, but back home, I have been known to be very surprising. He said, and she was about to say something but he cut her off by shouting out his favorite jutsu. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Over 500 clones of the blonde filled the room and Spider Lady was starting to freak out. Not that she had time to do anything because they all rushed her and sliced her to pieces as she disappeared into black smoke. After she died, again, the room went back to normal and she friends appeared next to him. He smiled and looked at the room. Think of the Temple of Time. The doors to the back slowly opened and they saw the Sword of Evil's Bane in its pedestal. Naruto ran to it and quickly ripped it out and they were instantly transported back to Shibuki's office, who freaked out at their sudden appearance. They decided to just rest there for the night. That was a pain in the ass. After leaving the waterfall village after everything was said and done, Shibuki wanted them to stay a bit long but they needed to get on with their journey. Naruto had the strangest feeling that he would be meeting an old enemy on the way to the Cloud Village. He always did hate that feeling because he was right. Turns out that they had crossed into the border of Rice Country, home of the Sound Village. Okay, that is the 10th Sound Ninja we had to take down. The hell is wrong with these nut jobs? Inari ranted. Well, they do follow Orochimaru. So I would think that they would be a little nutty. Naruto commented. Just be glad is it not Orochimaru. Oh would not say that. Came the snake-like voice of Orochimaru himself. You just had to say it. Inari deadpanned. So, I can now see why my men had trouble taking the two of you down. You are after all the sages of time and reptile. Either one of you would make a great body for me. The snake man said. Sorry snake man, not going to happen. Still, it makes you wonder. Naruto said thoughtfully. What makes you wonder? Orochimaru asked. You still going after people's bodies since you couldn't get Sasuke's, sad really. You can thank me for that. Naruto smirked as he took off his sunglasses and bandana. Yondaime, you are supposed to be dead. Ah, do I really look my dad that much? Naruto's sweat dropped. This just made the snake man angrier. So you still live, and as the time sage no less. I will enjoy killing you. Wait, Inari said before anything could be done. I got a proposition for ya. What is it reptile sage? Orochimaru said through gritted teeth. Since I am the reptile sage, I would like to fight you. Since this is fight to kill and if I win I will get a hold of the snake contract. And if I win, which won't happen, but since I'll be dead, and you can get all the summoning contracts I have to kill Naruto with. Inari, are you sure about this? Asked Naruto. Yep, we are not weak anymore and would say I am on par with Snake Manor here. You are stronger than me after all. I just wanna test myself. Be careful then. I accept. Orochimaru then said with an evil smirk. He would show this brat who is stronger and with that, the two charged after each other. You have not forgotten about me have you Naruto-kun? Asked Kabuto as he snuck up behind him. Naruto rolled his eyes and said, I knew you were there, but you have nothing on me. If you can't defeat Sasuke-kun, then you can't beat me. Really, is that what you think? Naruto said as Kabuto finally saw the chakra strings. He followed them and paled at what he saw. All of Naruto's blade were surrounding him from all directions. Shit, when the hell did he do that? Bye, Naruto said as he literally made the messed up medic nin a pincushion. He pulled the sword back out and sealed them again. He then turned back to Inari's fight. He rose an eyebrow, it would seem that they were literally on even grounds. With Inari. Inari looked all around him. Orochimaru thought he could knock him off guard with his wind jutsu but he was wrong. That jutsu made Orochimaru pissed off and now he was rushing at the boy from behind, with the Kusangi sword poised to kill. Luckily, Inari turned just in time to block with his bow staff. Inari then backflipped and preformed a water jutsu. Cyclone destruction. He was so glad Mei taught him a variation of her crazy just you. 10 Cyclone then appeared out of thin air, charging at the snake man. At first, Orochimaru paled, more. At that boy who could do what the second Hokage could do. This was not good. He growled as he slithered around then attacks and smirked. Inari scowled and activated his steam claws and used his calm waters taijutsu to get in close. Let's just say that the snake freak was not expect that an Inari got in a few good hit that he could exploit later. Other than that, Orochimaru used his superior skill to dodge the boy. You are good boy, but I am ending this now. Summoning jutsu. Orochimaru yelled out impatiently. Out of the smoke came the boss snake, Manda. Why have you summoned me? I grow impatient of fighting the reptile sage. I will kill him now. This got the giant snake's attention as he looked for said sage, only to fight a boy. Boy, if you manage to defeat me and Orochimaru, consider that your test for my clan. The giant snake said much to everyone's shock. Orochimaru then become pleased, he did not have to fight with his summon to get him to fight, the snake already wanted to fight. Inari just nodded and made to summon his own creature. Summoning jutsu. And out of the smoke came the boss alligator, Kane. So, I get to fight Manda, fun. The giant beast said in its booming voice. Thank you for your aid Kane. No problem, let's do this. The alligator roared as he charged at their enemies. Well, at least people will know what happened here. Naruto deadpanned from his spot on a tree as he saw the two giant beasts go at it. Bubbles of stillness. Inari and Kane shouted as they created huge bubbles that went toward the two snakes. Ha, bubbles. Are you kidding me? Laughed Orochimaru as the bubbles surrounded him. Inari smirked as he said one word that Manda knew would not be good for them, boom. The giant bubbles exploded send water shooting all over them but what they didn't expect what the water was infused with large currents of lighting. They got the shock of their lives as Inari performed some more hand signs. Alligator's frostbite. The instant he said that, he channeled his chakra to his boss summon and the beast roar out what looked like ball of ice energy that exploded and froze all the water in the area, effectively freezing the two snakes in place. Manda knew they were done for and was thankful that he was a summon for he knew what was next. He would be destroyed in this world and go back to the summoning realm instantly. He grinned at the thought that Orochimaru would not survive even this. Summoning Jutsu, Reptile Rage. The boy called out as he summoned all of his summon bosses. A large crocodile, the boss of the salamanders, and the leader of the turtles all came into existence. They already knew what to do and they charged the froze froms of Orochimaru and Manda. Then with one attack, the ice sculptures shattered and dissolved. The summoned bosses nodded to Inari and then poofed away. When the smoke cleared, Inari was seen walk toward what was left of Orochimaru's body. The man was barely alive as all that was left of the man was the top half of his torso and head, which had a lot of hair missing. Damn, you, the snake man said weakly as he took his last breath and was claimed by death. Inari grimaced as he searched for the scroll to summon Snake but found it along with the Kusangi sword that he strapped to his back and the duo of sages left the battle site. They had to get to the Cloud Village sometime, but they needed to get to a town and rest up. That last jutsu took a shitload of chakra for Inari. A large number of ninja and merchants had seen this and quickly went off to tell Alabu how the reptile sage had defeated the once might Orochimaru. The sound ninja just got away before they did too. Two of the ninja however, were none other than Itachi and Kisame. So, when should we confront them? Asked the Disney-loving fish man. I would say when they are on their way home, came the voice of Itachi, to which the shark man just nodded as they disappeared. Konoha. In the Hokage Tower, Tsunade was speaking with Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi. Jiraiya was there too so he could talk to Kakashi later. They had just gotten back from a mission and were reporting in. That is when Tsunade got Hawk message from one of her ninja in the fields. Her eyes widened. What is it? Asked Jiraiya. There have been reports of a sage-level battle in Rice Country. It would seem that the reptile sage, Inari, has defeated Orochimaru. What? Everyone yelled, but Team 7 wondered if it was the same Inari from Wave. Naruto and Inari were walking through a large field of grass that leads to the mountains of the Cloud Village when the time sage felt a pang and stopped. Oi, what's up? Asked Inari. This is the spot where the second Hokage died, against a group of high-power lightning ninja. Seems it is time for us to go to the past again. Cool with me, Inari said as Naruto once again performed the time travel jutsu. The flashed away appeared in the field a good distance away from the main fight. After a while of watching the fight, Inari commented, well, at least I know I am on par with this guy, so wanna help him now or what? Yeah, and I got the perfect jutsu for the job, my newest jutsu. Time freeze jutsu. Naruto's voice echoed throughout the fields but it seemed that only the second Hokage heard it as everything froze in time around him. What the? He yelled and looked all around him to see two teenagers walking toward him. Who are? He questioned until it hit him. The sages of time and reptiles, what are you doing here? Well, coming from the future, we know the ending of this battle and thought we would help out. Besides, I come from Konoha and thought you could help out your village against the coming threat. Your brother is already there. I see, but how does this battle end? Tobimara asked. Naruto just sighed and then disappeared and reappeared behind him with one of the guy's white hairs. Time's clone jutsu. For a minute there, nothing happened until a vortex of lightning appeared and there stood an exact copy of the second Hokage. Naruto then Azure flashed away with Tobimara and Inari a good distance away so they were hidden but were still able to see. You will see what happened when you fight water with lightning. Naruto said as he snapped his fingers and everything went back to normal. Tobimara watched horror as he clone fought the ninja with its might which had all his powers, that was what Naruto told him. The ninja performed what looked to be a static paralyzing jutsu on the clone and they could see that it was trying to move but couldn't. The ninja took that opportunity to strike and performed the Great Lightning Vortex Destroyer. It was a massive attack that used lightning to weaken the clone by having lightning arcing around it forming a spiral type deal before it shot upward and then shot downward to spiral down onto the clone, killing it in the most brutal way. To say that Tobimara was shocked was an understatement. When he recovered he said, why couldn't you have jutsu killed those ninja instead of showing me this? Who knows what that could do to the timeline? Inari said. Yes, and on that note, time skipped jutsu, Naruto said as he pushed Tobimara and the man went into the timeline to experience the surreal trip as the first Hokage. So now what? Asked Inari. Time to meet Kakashi's dad, he said as they flashed out of that time period to when Sakuma was supposed to kill himself. They appeared before him right before he was about to commit the act. He looked at the two in shock before Naruto said, do you really think that is a good idea? Sure, you messed up on a mission in this time but Konoha has changed thanks to you in the future, here let me show you. Naruto said as he walked right up to the shocked man and put two fingers to the man's head and he saw all that Naruto saw during his time as a ninja. When he recovered he asked, what was that? That was my vision of the future jutsu. Now, I think your son would like to see you once again. Naruto said as he ripped out a hair out of the man's head and then did a time skip on the man. Naruto then performed his time's dead clone jutsu so time would not be fucked up. The two then nodded. Azure flashed back to where they were before only to confronted by Cloud Ninja. Time-sama. Raikage wishes to speak with the you two, please come with us. A Cloud Ninja said and the two boys shrugged and went with them. They were going to the Cloud Village anyway. Present. Konoha. Tsunade was talking with her great-grandfather about the evils of paperwork when the time lightning appeared in the office once again. The two waited for it to die down and they saw the second Hokage and Tsukumo, the White Fang. Okay. I really wonder what Naruto is planning with his whole bringing all the strong ninja from Konoha's history and the fact that Iwa has contacted us as they want an alliance along with Kumo and Kiri, they must know something is going to actually do this. Tsunade said boredly. You have got to be kidding me. The two men said at the same time. Is the time sage really that influential? Asked Tobimaro. Yes. It has been reported that he helped stop the bloodline purges in Kiri. While he was here, he helped Suna out by befriending their demon container making him stable, and obviously he has gotten on the good side of the third Tsuchikage. I got a feeling that the Raikage will be sending us some sort of alliance like the other villages. I see, will you please tell us what has happened since we died? Asked Tsukumo. Sure, Tsunade said with a smile, then you can go see your son. With Naruto and Inari, Kumo. The boys walked towards the Raikage's office in silence. When they were let in, they saw a big dark-skinned man at a desk that didn't look like he was suited for. Hi, said Naruto. I know we have not truly met you yet but I want to flash in time in my office. I would say, when you were at the age of 5 would be the time to go, since I took over a year after the Hyuga incident. Hey, see ya then. Naruto smirked as he and Inari went back in time to the specified time. The Raikage then pick up to things. One was an alliance form that he was going to send to Konoha and the other was a picture from the past. It showed the Kumo trio, Yugito, Killer Bee, and the two boy who were in his office a few moments ago. He smiled at the old times. Kumo was about to create the Storm Brothers. Kumo, past. They appeared in front of the man in the past and he didn't seem surprised to see them. How does everyone seem to know when I am coming? Naruto said a little annoyed. Hey, people actually read their history. I may look like a brute but I am actually smart. By the way, I am E. The big man said with a smirk. Nice to meet ya. Yeah, Naruto would know this if he actually read anything. I mean he said he was the dead last in the academy. Right, Naruto. Inari asked curiously at the end only to sweat drop as he saw Naruto in the corner of the room looking very gloomy. He quickly recovered and said in a matter-of-factly, I was the dead last because I didn't like the book studies, I am more of a practical guy and the teachers who didn't like me tried to hold me back. Whatever, Inari said as he rolled his eyes with a smirk. Since I am the time sage, I know I am awesome. There was a cough and the boys turned their attention back to the Raikage. Anyway, since you are here, I would like you to help me. Since I am new in this office I need someone like you two to help me in my situation. I would say about a year would do, what do you say? The boys looked at each other and smirked. Naruto then spoke, okay but on one condition, at the end you give me the key to the Temple of Lightning. Agreed. The Raikage said without hesitation and questioning of why they needed to get into the temple in the first place. 1 year later. Yeah, I am speeding this up since I have not posted in a while. The boys are now older with Naruto being 20 and Inari being 19. Over the course of a year, they have got even stronger with the both of them learning how to use the storm release and becoming the famous Storm Brothers as they were unstoppable. They even gain a few other people they became friends with. Yugito Ni was the demon container of the two-tailed cat and Killer Bee, who was the demon container of the eight-tailed ox. The two had taken a liking to Naruto really quick. Naruto somehow liked Killer Bee's rapping and the two viewed each other as brother in all but blood. Yugito was like a sister to Naruto but that is what Naruto thought. Even though she knew Naruto was the Mizukage's boyfriend, she couldn't help but have a crush on the knucklehead. That was the same problem for Samui of the Kumo trio. But they had to deal with it. They all had gotten along with Inari as he was friendly enough. He was sarcastic a lot with Naruto but they liked that about him. Though, once Inari had heard Killer Bee singing, I'll make a man out you. That sparked a lot of teasing from the boy. The boy just loved teasing Killer Bee like he did to Kisame. Anyway, today they had returned to the future after saying their goodbyes for the moment and were at the Temple of Lighting. You know, this the last temple other than the Temple of Time. Inari said with a smile. Yeah, almost done with this quest. I am glad we will be going home soon. Well, we better be getting going so we can get home. Inari stayed as they entered. They had another Scooby-Doo type music montage. They tried to figure out the best to get to the top. When they finally did get to the top, they were greeted with the shadow of the dark entity once again. I do not know had you still live, nor do I care anymore. I will kill you here myself along with 2 more of those Akatsuki guys that want to kill you. It said as green tribal marking lit it up and went after Inari so the other 2 could kill Naruto. Naruto looked to see that the one of the 2 had a triple-bladed red scythe and the other looked a little mummy-like. They were Kakuzu and Hidan, 2 of the most dangerous guys around that seemed immortal. Well, that was what the report said when the Kumo spies found out about them. Well shit, we got sucked into some damn portal that some fucking shadow summoned and now get to kill this fucker that leader Sama wanted dead. What a day, Hidan said loudly. Shut up you idiot, I will take him on, Kakuzu said as he said forward as the religious nut job cussed him out for getting to fight first. Kakuzu just ignored the fool. He wasted no time in bring out all of his masks and sent a barrage of deadly elemental attacks at the time sage. Naruto barely dodged them but he managed and was really getting tired of this one-sided fight that it seemed to be and said, my turn. When the attacks went calm. He created 10 clones and they each created 2 Rasenshuriken and then Naruto attached them with chakra string and called out, Rasenshuriken, rotary fun house. The destructive attack hit home as it destroyed 4 of the man's masks. Damn it, I never seen an attack like that. All I got left is my earth mask. Kakuzu grumbled. Now we end this. Let me show my newest attack that I have been died to bust out. Naruto formed a rasengan in his hand and then added the storm element to it. A cloud began to form around it that was filled with water and lightning. Then, the lightning began to spiral out with the wind to create a mini tornado with lightning, water, and wind. When the attack was finished, it looked like a storm cloud with a tornado attached to it. The hell? Kakuzu growled out as he saw charge it so he created an earth wall. It did little to protect him as Naruto charged right through it and at him with a cry of storm drill. The attack drilled right into the man's stomach and shooting electricity through him and also destroying his chakra network. The man died in seconds. Naruto then turned to Hidan who looking at him with rage for killing his partner. I am going to end this now, I don't feel like fighting a long battle with someone like you. That would be a bad idea. So, he is my ultimate lightning jutsu. It seemed that Inari was having trouble with the shadow of the dark entity, but he heard him and was able to plow it towards Hidan. Naruto smirked as went through a series of hand signs. He got the idea for this jutsu when he saw how the Nadaime was supposed to die. Inari seeing this just got to the very edge of the battlefield to get far away from this attack. Even he was afraid of this attack. When he was done doing the hand signs, a ball of lightning formed in his hand and he threw it to the sky and it disappeared. Is that it you fool? What a disappointment. Oh well, what is with the sky? The dark entity shouted as the sky began to darken very quickly. All around the elemental countries, people were wondering why the sky was thickening with clouds and darkening very quickly, though also seemed to be converging at one point. Everyone as Kumo knew what this was and just shook their head at whoever pissed off Naruto that badly to use that attack. The Raikage just smirked. Give him hell kid. Naruto gave a glare to his enemies through his hair as did not wear his bandana and glasses much anymore. It looked very menacing with the dimming light and the occasional lightning strike. He smirked and yelled out his attack, Zeus, Fury. Then huge columns of lightning spiraled down from the heavens and blasted all around him, completely obliterating anything in sight. When it died down and everything went back to normal, well, let's just say the shadow was gone and cursing at Naruto through his seal and Hidan and Kakuzu's bodies were extra crispy, while Hidan's body was mostly vaporized but still. Hey, that is one scary ass attack. Inari's shaky voice said as he approached Naruto. You know, that might have been overkill ya know. Yeah, but I didn't want to really fight this guy. I guessed as much, Inari said as a pedestal rose up from the craggy ground and when Naruto took the last key piece, a ball of yellow energy shot out towards the sealed place. Then he connected the pieces together and it formed the symbol of the Knights of Hyrule. A glowing arrow pointed in the direction of the place they need to go to unleash the Temple of Time. Well, we have our heading. Naruto said they started off, never noticing that Naruto's right hand was glowing with the Triforce for a few minutes. With Madara. That boy grow more powerful by the day and it is annoying. I think it is time you free me so we can show the world true fear. The entity said with growl. Madara looked at the glowing red eyes in midair of his so-called master and nodded. What should we do about Pain and Konan? They are of no use to me. Nagato is nowhere near the level of the Six-Path Sage. Trust me, I should know. I am sorry but I don't understand. Madara said. I told you when you were young but you seem to have forgotten. The voice growled out. Listen carefully, ot many know this but father had a third son who was our older brother. While we named ourselves the Uchiha and the Senju, our brother named his family the Uzumaki. How you do think Nagato has the Rinnegan? Him and Naruto come from his line. That family gained that Rinnegan while we gained what we thought was his eyes. Now, while I purged the lands and hand many kids, he found out what I was trying to do and since he was an expert with seals, seal me in my current prison. Now free me. Yes grandfather. Madara shouted out in panic. They never saw a blue-haired woman leave and when she reached Pain, she relayed what she heard. Pain sighed, so, father was right. We are directly from the Six Paths Sage. No doubt Naruto-kun has the eyes as well. After all, I am his uncle. Wait what? Conan said shocked. I am Kushina's older brother and well, I ran away and met you guys. I just made up all that bull when I met you so to not arouse suspicion. I did not want the life my father wanted of me. I was a coward. I should have stayed to protect my father, my family. But there is still time. I will help Naruto, will you help me Conan? Idiot, I have been with you for so long. What makes you think I will stop now? But what about your real body and the other bodies? Not to worry. I found out about another power of the Rinnegan. Since my real body is almost dead, I may make one of my other bodies into my main one. I have chosen this one to carry out my old friend's legacy. Yahiko would want that. Pain paused for a second and said, also, the powers my other bodies have will be in this body. I will not need them. I see, and what of the captured Biju we have? We don't really have any, remember? Oh right, Conan blushed. Let's head out, we will meet them in Konoha, but first. He said as he began to glow a bright white, to which Conan had to shield her eyes. When it died down, Conan saw the form of a fully healthy Nagato. That feels better, let's go. Conan nodded and headed out of their lair. As soon they were out, the lair was engulfed in pure black chakra. Let's hurry. With Naruto. The two boys were at a stone in the middle of the ocean that had 5 glowing orbs on it. Never thought it would be this close to the mist village. Inari said. Yeah, I just hope everyone is ready for this. Naruto stated. Inari nodded as Naruto put the key in the middle of the stone and they quickly had to jump back as it exploded apart and the energies shot up into the sky to part the clouds to reveal that the moon was closer than usual and then shot back down into the waters. After nothing happened for a minute, Naruto started walking forward only for Inari grab him and jump back further as the water got rough and a large tower shot out of the water that looked like it could touch said moon. The two looked in awe at the tower before Naruto deadpanned, we gotta climb this don't we? Looks like it, and in the words of the one you call Shikamaru, troublesome. Inari said as the two then began their way up the Tower of Time. With Mei. As soon as the light show came to be, Mei knew something was up. She was right on the dot as a huge tower rose in the ocean not too far from the village. Anbu, get me Katara. I think it is time she took her post as the sixth and then head there. The Anbu nodded and left. Mei smiled to herself and said, time to meet again my love and this time, I got a surprise to show you. Mom, the big tower rose. Is it time to see daddy? Asked a now 10-year-old girl. Mei laughed at the girl's energy. Yes it is Haruhi. Let's go and surprise your father. Yay. With the rakeage. Well shit, he was not kidding, Yugito said to Killer Bee in the rakeage. Kid never seems to surprise me with this stuff, said as he smirked at the sight. I guess it is time to go. B, get you team, I think it is time we pay Naruto a visit. With Gaara. It is time, Kankuro, get Tamari. It is time we go see Naruto again. Gaara said. Yeah, gives her an excuse to ogle the guy. Kankuro snickered but Tamari heard that as she entered the room. Gaara just rolled his eyes as Tamari beat the crap out of Kankuro. Idiot. With Onoki. Damn, guess I gotta move these old bones if I want to see that Gaki again, that and complete the alliance. I am getting too old for this shit. The old man complained as his Anbu sweat dropped. Konoha. Everyone in Konoha saw the tower rise and all the ninja were getting ready for Naruto's return. You better get back soon Naruto, Tsunade said to herself. With Naruto and Inari, at night. I think, it is safe to say we are going the fast way down after that ordeal. Naruto commented as they finally reached the top of the tower after fighting off monsters and solving puzzles to get higher into the tower. I agree, Inari said as he then looked around and saw a raised platform with a stone on it. He looked up to see that the moon was really close and it was night time. Geez, it is already night time. All the more reason to get this over with so we can go. Naruto said as he went up to the platform by jumping. Once atop the platform, he read what was on the stone side, that simple, he took out his blade of time and lifted it above his head. Entities of the time stream, come and return to me. The blade shot off a blast of energy that hit the moon and arced out over the elemental countries like a shockwave. All the demon containers, except of Yagura, had their demon cloaks on until it disappears off of them into the tower. They were not dead because they gained the powers they had as bloodlines now. The energies of the Biju all came to the blade and Naruto thought it was done, but it was not. As the moon began to glow brighter with white energy, it shot all the energy on him and the tower, making it seem that it was being destroyed. Soon, it died out and the blade now had a lunar glint to it and Naruto felt a hell of a lot more powerful. Naruto jumped back down to Inari to that he seemed a bit stronger as well. Ready? Oh yeah. Inari smirked as the two of them then ran to the edge and jumped off. On their free fall down to earth, they saw that the water was littered with boats. Naruto, looks like we've got a welcome party down there. So it does. Hope this does not scare them too much. Naruto said with a smirk as the two of them laughed. Down of the water, they were all watching the front doors to the tower intently. Well, that was until someone shouted that two people were falling down from the sky. The duo landed right on the water, with chakra reinforcing their landing, creating a rather violent shockwave that rocked the boats a bit. Naruto got up and looked around to that the frontmost boat had the one he loved on it, with a kid. Naruto scratched the back of his head and said, "Glad you see you again, Mei." Mei smiled as she walked on water towards him with the little girl walking next to her. "Yes, it is my love. It has been too long." He then kissed him and then said, "I think you should meet someone." The little girl that walked right up Naruto and said, "Hi. My name is Haruhi." "Nice to meet you, Haruhi," Naruto said as he got down to her level. "Guess what, I am your daughter." That state dem shocked the hell out of Naruto as did the one thing most guys do when they find out they have a kid. He fainted. As he was going out he heard Inari crack up and someone that sounded like Kankuro yelled out, "You lucky bastard." Konoha. 4 people appeared at the gates, all in normal Jonin armor. Minato, who was talking with the guards, saw this and sighed. He really hoped his would not have to fight today. "Okay, and who are you all?" "I am Nagato, Kushina's older brother, this Konan, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame. We wish to meet with the Hokage and join the village. We want to help Naruto-kun." "This is so unexpected," Minato said as he led them to the Hokage tower. Next day, road to Konoha. After Naruto recovered and got to know his daughter and get information on everyone, he was in a happy mood with his daughter on his shoulders. All his friends from his travels were with him and heading to Konoha. Sure, they checked in with Suonmi on the way to tell her they were still alive. She was just shocked to see the two of them all grown up. He then found out that Katara was now the 6th Mizukage as Mei wanted to live with Naruto. Naruto somehow knew Inari was going to live in the Mist Village when this was all over. He had also gotten to know Haruhi and was surprised to find out she was a lot like him as she told him stories about the mist. "Dad, let's sing a pirate song." "Alright, let's sing my favorite one, this will defiantly kill some time." The girl cheered as she already knew what was her dad's favorite one was as her mom told it to her already. Naruto then began the song, "Do what you want 'cause a pirate is free, you are a pirate." Somehow, everyone knew this song as they decided to join in. "Yar har fiddle dee dee. Being a pirate is alright with me. Do what you want 'cause a pirate is free. You are a pirate. You are a pirate." They jumped through the trees as Naruto began the next set. "We've got us a map. To lead us to a hidden box. It's all locked up with locks. And buried deep away. We'll dig up the box. We know it's full of precious booty. Burst open the locks. And then we'll sing hooray." Haruhi sang the next part. "Yar har fiddle dee dee. If you love to sail the sea. You are a pirate." Naruto then shouted at the top of his lungs so loud that everyone in Konoha heard and rushed to the gates. "Weigh anchor. Yar har fiddle dee dee. Being a pirate is alright with me. Do what you want 'cause a pirate is free. You are a pirate." Arranged by Yar, Ahoy and Avast. "Dig a deep dig and you're digging too fast. Hang the black flag at the end of the mast. You are a pirate. Ha 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 ha. We're sailing away, set sail. Adventure waits on every shore. We set sail and explore, yar har. And run and jump all day, yeah. We float in our boat, the boat. Until it's time to drop the anchor. Then hang up our coats, aye. Until we sail again." As soon as Naruto saw the village, Naruto yelled out, "Hey, look. Land ho." That made everyone in Konoha sweat drop. "Yar har. Winds at your back lads wherever you go. Blue sky above and blue ocean below. You are a pirate. Ha 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 ha. You are a pirate. Ha 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 ha. As soon as the song ended, they were in the village and people were looking at them oddly. Hey, sorry about that. Who are you? Asked Kiba rather loudly. Gee Kiba, I may look different, but do I sound that different? Asked Naruto as he took his bandana and sunglasses off. It's me, Naruto. What the, but, you look 20, Ino yelled. Hey, time travel does that to ya when you are Tama Kohaku. Everyone just looked at him in shock except for a few. Mei then walked over to him and she smiled and said, oh yeah, let me introduce you to my soon-to-be wife and my daughter. Maid Terumi and Haruhi. What? Was the collective reaction that could be heard from miles. Oh you are just a lucky bastard. Kiba yelled. Hey, Kankuro said the same thing. Inari chuckled. He then turned to Team 7 and said, hey guys, it is me, Inari from Wave Country and now I am known as the Reptile Sage. The group just gawked at him, which made Inari chuckle. I am already a grandma. Kushina said as she came right up to Naruto and then hugged him. I feel old already. Minato said as lot of people just chuckled. Tsunade sighed and said, great, now I will be called great-grandma. Don't worry guys, you'll get used to it. Naruto said. It is glad to have you back Naruto. Sasuke said. Glad to be back. Madara Uchiha was feeding his black chakra into a large seal that appeared out of nowhere to him. It was very complex but all he was told to do was feed chakra to it. The dark entity smirked from inside the seal. The seal itself was weakened from being in use throughout time. All it needed was a push. When the seal glowed on both sides, he knew it was time for him to be free and he pushed his way out. There was a flash of light and the dark entity stood in all his glory. Madara looked at him in shock and stuttered out, impossible, YUL look just like. I know that. Soon I will get my old looks back but for the time being, I could have some fun with this form, but first, the dark entity smirked and grabbed Madara by the throat. What are you doing? Rasped out Madara. You waited too long to take over this world. You let your pride consume you and that lead to your many downfalls. Hashirama was still alive and has been brought to this time, along with the others I told you to get rid of. You are a failure, just like your father, the rest of those pitiful Uchiha, and all my old minions. You are worthless and it would seem I have to destroy my enemies myself, but first, I am going to reveal the next stage past Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He took his other hand and put it on Madara's face and the man screamed in pain as his eyes were ripped out of his skull and the dark entity dropped Madara to the ground as he was clutching his head in pain. What have you done? Why waste the opportunity to gain the next level of Sharingan? You see, I made the Sharingan to have another level but I could not gain it because no one had the EMS. Now that I do, the world shall fall. The dark entity said as Madara's Sharingan were absorbed by his own eyes. There was a shockwave of power and the eyes changed with the colors being inversed. Madara felt the power and shook with fear. You see, this gives me back the power I had in my other life, back when I was the king of evil. Now, these eyes will change my body back to what it once was, but slowly. Who are you really? Asked Madara. I am known as Ganondorf. At this, Madara shook more with fear as his body was lifted into the air and all his chakra came pouring out of him and into Ganondorf's body. It was like all the things that made Madara healthy was now gone as he looked like a dread-up husk. Time to pay Konoha a visit. The figure of Ganondorf walked out with a smirk on his face and the inversed version of the Sharingan blazing. Konoha. It has been a day since he arrived back home and while the Kages were in their alliance meeting, Naruto was getting to know what happened since he was gone. They were currently in a BBQ restaurant, catching up. Man, Kiba said, what a crazy adventure you went on. Well, nothing like that happened except that my curse seal changed from black to white and I can't feel the presence of Orochimaru telling me to kill everything. Kakashi said it was like his father's power. White chakra. Sasuke said. Naruto noticed that the Uchiha looked different. He wore black shinobi sandals, black jeans, and a white dress shirt with the Konoha symbol etched on the back. Everyone else looks like they do in Shippuden. Interesting, Naruto commented. You sure have changed, Naruto. Sakura said while everyone else nodded except a few. Yeah, you disappear, go on some great adventure through time, get a girl and a kid, and come back to us as some sort of hero of time. Shikamaru said. That would be an ancestor of mine. He was the hero of time while I am sage of time. You also have become strong and smart. Shino said. Not to mention hot. Ino declared but quickly backed off thanks to the glares from Mei and Haruhi. I can't believe that you are my uncle though. Naruto said to Nagato, who was sitting next to Konan. Yes, but it is nice to have family that is still alive. Nagato said. True. Naruto said thoughtfully. So what is next? Asked Inari. Next we find this dark entity and get rid of him before he gets rid of us. Naruto said in all seriousness. You guys said he popped up a lot. Any clue who he is? No clue, Naruto said sadly, but they didn't have time to dwell on it as explosion was heard nearby. They quickly rushed outside to find a black cloaked figure wreaking havoc on some of the buildings. The cloak's figure then noticed Naruto and started walking towards him. Naruto, do you have the power to kill what your ancestor could not, the power of the King of Evil? Naruto glared at him as more ninja and the cages all arrived, Itachi and Kisame among them. Yes, Sasuke forgave his older brother but they did not talk much. What do you want? Growled Naruto. Simple, what I have wanted all my life and in my old life, total world domination. He then chuckled. It really is sad, you never got a good look at the son of the Six Paths sage that gave you the Phoenix summoning contract. Where are you going with this? Inari asked. I am that son, the first Uchiha. The man said to a shocked audience. Though my soul is from a much farther time in the past. This shocked even Naruto. You, boy, shall recognize my reincarnated form. The said once more as he let down his hood and reveal his face to all. There stood a black-haired Naruto. Impossible, Naruto said shocked. Oh, it is very possible. Your form infrequent in the time stream as you are the Sage of Time. Now, my name is Ganondorf. King of Evil, he shouted to all of Konoha. What annoyed him was that some of them were snickering. Naruto and Inari could not help but laugh at that name. You have got to be kidding me. Ha 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 ha. More like Ganondorf, Naruto said through stitches in his stomach while Inari could not stop laughing, which made a lot of other shinobi start to laugh as well. Ganondorf growled at the jab but didn't reply as he noticed a few things within the crowd of ninja. Interesting, he announced so that they would shut up. How you not noticed it yet, boy? There are those here with the power of the old sages. Naruto looked at his oddly but then remembered that Fu was the sage of the forest and she was here with Shibuki. What do you want with them? Foolish boy, you don't know the power they have, what they could do to help you. So sad for you, Ganondorf yelled as he shot a beam of light right at Fu and then she was encased in crystal. Sage of the forest, he then shot a few more beams into the crown. They hit Jiraiya, Kisame, Minato, Sasuke, and Gaara as then announced who they were respectively. Sage of Fire. Sage of Water. Sage of Light. Sage of Darkness. Sage of the Spirit. No, Naruto yelled. Ha 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 ha. You cannot stop me, boy. If you wish to see them again, come to my castle of darkness. Well, that is if you defeat my gift. Ganondorf said as he appeared by Haruhi, left with her and the crystallized sages and disappeared as the last thing anybody saw of him was his inverse Sharingan. If anybody actually saw it, they just put it off as being paranoid. What did he mean by that? Inari said, looking around frantically. Naruto paled as he saw the figure he saw the first time he had entered the timeline. Dahaka. Oh, this is so not good. His mind was reeling as he had to get his daughter back, but he had to survive a fight with this thing. Yeah, the thing from Prince of Persia too. Might I ask why? Inari asked. He was the guardian of the timeline. I'm not even sure how powerful he is. Oh, shit, Inari said as he had to dodge some odd tentacles that come after him from the body of the Dahaka. So, he has gained some power over time as well, the bastard. Naruto growled out as Sasuke and Sakura came up behind him. We can help, Sakura said. Yeah, what do you think we have been doing all these years? Sitting on our asses, Sasuke said. Well, if that is the case, let's make a plan. Naruto smirked as they gathered around him. A few minutes later, Naruto and his friends were facing off the dark creature known as the Dahaka. They were dodging its attack like crazy and sent jutsu after jutsu at it. Put on whispers in the dark. Kiba and Akamaru ran at it, swiftly dodging the tentacles that the Dahaka threw at them as they charged up their piercing fang attacks and got a hit right on its chest before they were batted away. The rest of his team fared no better. Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji tried to trap it but failed as the body of the Dahaka just took the pain like it was nothing. Sure, Choji flattened it with his body but it was still living. Next up was Neji, Tenten, and Lee. The Hyuga tried to close up its chakra points but it was kind of hard when there is no chakra to seal up. Lee and Tenten did a little better, with the girl throwing every weapon she had through it and that seemed to slow it down enough for Lee to come in with his 5 gates opened and knock it down a few pegs, but it blasted them away with some sort of dark lightning. That's new, must be something Ganondorf gave him, thought Naruto as he noticed that something was wrong. He then looked up and cursed. It seemed that the village had been pulled into the timeline as it was now an island in the freaking ocean of time. The hell is going on? Sakura shouted. I have heard about this. It seems that the longer the Dahaka is in one place, that the place it is in gets sucked into the timeline. Naruto panicked. Great, deadpanned Inari and Sasuke. No sweat. We just have to kill it and it will reform later. It is just being controlled. Naruto said as he smirked. Time to use our powers. Rage of the Titans. His power shot through the roof as all the light Ning in the area converged on him. One more level and I would be in Sage mode. Yeah well, I am not as strong as you Naruto. Sage mode. Inari said as his eyes went reptilian and his chakra turned green. To say that, Naruto's friends were shocked was an understatement. Sure they knew he was strong but this was crazy. Sasuke got annoyed by this but smirked as he too powered up with his white chakra and his now black and white version of the Sharingan. Sakura sighed as charged up her Tsunade-like strength. Naruto nodded and Sakura raced toward the Dahaka and punched the hell out of it while Sasuke came to it with two black and white Chidori and plunged them in its chest, shocking it as it roared in pain. Inari was next as he then charged all his energy to his hand and blasted it toward the Dahaka. It seemed that all the reptiles of the world were imaged within the blast as it hit the now evil Time Guardian. As it was writhing in pain, Naruto started charging all his time power and the power of the Rasengan in the Blade of Time. Once done, the Rasengan was circling the blade and as he charged the Dahaka, he yelled, "Blade of the Tamasengan." He plunged the blade in its chest as it roared out in pain and the sky went crazy until the normal sky was back and the Dahaka disappeared in a black mist. Good work guys. Naruto announced but he could not say any more and the ground shook and in the distance the clouds darkened and huge black castle rose up. Ah, shit, Inari deadpanned. Yeah, looks like we got our work cut out for us Inari. No shit. In the days that Ganondorf was resurrected, the land itself looked like it was dying. The sky was red with black clouds, the trees were losing their leaves, and all the green grass was now brown. During that time, Konoha heard that an army of monsters were making their way to their home. Fortunately, ninja moved quicker that monster and a good number from other villages decided to help out since their cages were in Konoha. Not to mention that all the former demon containers that were still alive were there as well. When they did get word of this monster invasion, they all turned to Naruto, much to his shock. When he asked why, Hashirama said that he was the strongest ninja that they had and that kind of made him a leader of sorts to the villages. So, he decided to split the group into two groups, an infiltration group and a bigger group that would fight the monsters. So far, the infiltration group was Naruto, Inari, Mei, Katara, Kakashi, Itachi, Kushina, Temari, and Kankuro. The rest would stay back to beat the crap out of the monsters when they came. Now, however, the group was in front of a dark-looking castle that was the epicenter of all the madness that was going on. Konoha was starting their battle with the evil creatures that Ganondorf had summoned. As they entered the building, the doors closed and melted into the walls so that they could not get out. Damn, it is a trap. Naruto growled out as they heard a sinister laugh. Correct, came heavily accented voice as a shadow knight appeared. Lord Ganondorf has returned and he wanted you all dead. You and the villages starting with Konoha. This will be you grave. The Shadow Knight then disappeared into the shadows. I will be waiting for you all at the top, don't disappoint me. Well, that was rather uneventful, commented Inari. Make no mistakes, this place has the most powerful monsters here, be careful. Naruto said in all seriousness. Will do, now let's find Haruhi and the others. Mei said. As they made their way through the dark castle as they were calling it now, they noticed it was very similar to the castles you see in the movies with all the hidden traps. When they finally made it the middle floor, they noticed a series of doors with the symbol of each sage on the doors. They then heard the voice once again, oh how will you save them? Okay he is getting annoying. Katara said angrily. Yeah well, just ignore him for the moment. Naruto said. Mom, go get dad, Itachi, go after Jiraiya, Temari and Kankuro, go after Gaara, Kakashi, go after Sasuke, Inari and Katara, go after Kisame. I am just glad he did not get Fu, now let's head out. Naruto said. Fu had come late to Konoha and had not suffered the crystallization like the others, so she stayed in Konoha to fight off the horde of incoming monsters. So as Naruto and Mei continues upward, the new teams went to their doors. With Konoha. Tsunade, along with Pain, Konan, Tsukumo, and the other cages, were at the front gates of the village where they watched as the army of darkness came upon them. She then turned to her shinobi and the shinobi of the other villages and announced, the hour of darkness is upon us but don't fear, for we are prideful ninja of this land and we shall not succumb to this fear. Just have courage, that is all we need, for it has been all Naruto, the time sage has needed all his life. Courage is not the lack of fear but the ability to face it. She finished as all the ninja rose their hands up and cheered for victory. She turned back to the incoming army and yelled, for the sake of the light, charge. After she said that, every ninja rushed out to face their enemy head-on while the strongest of their army went after the leaders of the army of darkness. There may have been a shitload of smallish monsters, but Ganondorf had brought back some badass monsters. The second Hokage went after a large fire bug called Goma. It seemed to have armor on it, but that did not deter him in fighting it with all his might. That, along with some earth users flinging huge rocks and cracking the armor, did help. The first Hokage went after some huge-ass carnivorous plant that shot acid at anyone that tried to attack it, and it somehow had a pool of acid following it around. He had heard about this in a book once, Kale Demos he thought it was called. He was just happy he could the Mokuden to fight against this thing. The third Hokage, along with the Monkey King, Enma, were fighting off possessed baboon-like creature that flung out wind attacks, among other things. Enma was just happy he was there to get rid of these things. The Raikage and the Tsuchikage were fighting off two two-headed Gleeoks, which were dragons to an extent. Let's just say the dragon-like creature were not winning. Tsunade and Sakuma were taking care of a monster called Bellum the evil phantom, while Pain and Conan had their hands full with the leader of the Army of Darkness, Puppet Ganon. All in all, people could say that they would be talking about this battle for a long time. With Inari and Katara. As soon as they entered the room which held the Sage of Water, Kisame, they noticed the shadow form of Ganondorf standing next to the crystallized sage. He then smirked at them and said, "Welcome Sage of Reptiles and Mizukage Katara. I hope you find this fun." The darkness shifted around the Shadow Man before he disappeared, and it consumed Kisame. Dark Water Sage, Shark of the Acid Waters. Grayat. Both Inari and Katara deadpanned as they got ready to fight. What was weird though was that the water that was the floor was turning a purplish green. "Come on Inari, let's knock some sense into this fish." "Yeah, let's get our Disney-loving fish back," Inari said as the form of Kisame twitched a bit at that jab. With Kushina. Kushina found this room odd, as it seemed that there were platforms everywhere, and in the middle was the crystallized Minato, surrounded by a dark mist. Dark Light Sage, Black Flash. The crystal broke and Minato slowly walked her. "Now, Minato-kun, it is me, Kushina. Snap the hell out of it," she said as she whacked him over the head. He twitched a bit before disappearing in a flash of black. Kushina sighed, "I am so glad he taught me the Flying Thunder God." She then disappeared in a red flash. Itachi was having the same problem with Jiraiya, the demon fire toad, while Tamari and Kankuro were dealing with the Twilight Shukaku. Somehow Kakashi didn't have to fight Sasuke, as he was fighting his own inner battle with his evil self, and Kakashi couldn't help but sweat drop. With Naruto and Mei. They had made it to the top of the castle. They saw the Dark Knight. "So good of you to join me, Naruto. Let me introduce myself," the man said while taking off his helmet to reveal a shadow of Naruto. "As you can see, I am you. Like many other things, call me your shadow. Ganondorf combined your dark self with the essence of the Dahaka. Now let's dance." The two then charged at each other while Mei was ready for anything. While Naruto had out the Master Sword out, Shadow had a blade made of pure darkness. The two clashed their swords together and parried like they were mirror images of the other. Shadow finally decided to do something different. While their swords were at one another, he took out two daggers and stabbed Naruto in the shoulders. He smirked and yelled, "Shadow Lightning." The shadows from all around them bended and twisted until they hit Naruto with lightning made of shadows. Arg. Naruto grunted out as was blasted back towards Mei. "Mei, I think we need a plan to get rid of this guy." "Well, how about I keep him busy while you do that?" Mei smiled. "Good idea. I don't know why I didn't think of that during the battle with the Dahaka. Use as many of your water jutsu as you can, water might be his weakness," Naruto said. "Right, water style, Hydra's rage," Mei called out as a stream of water came out of her mouth and then split into 5 Hydra heads. They kept circling the knight, striking him every now and then. After a while, he had enough and sliced them away, and Mei was on the defensive with her water blades activated. Shadow waves. Shadow called out. He swung his blade and out came dark waves of water that threw her back a few feet, but the damage had been done and sent a shadow lightning attack at her, and she screamed in pain. That pissed her off and she called out her newest attack as she performed a hand signs and called, "Sage Mode, Dance of the Hydra." Her eyes went to a teal-slitted eyes and she was enshrouded in a cloak of water where 8 Hydra heads seemed to be coming out of her back. What was weird was the 2 more heads were coming from her hands and were made of the lava and boil elements. Shadow took one look at and deadpanned, "Ah, shit." He quickly went to dancing around the heads of the Hydras, but he slipped up in the lava. One hit him in the chest and the boil one flung him into the air where it was hard for him to dodge the water ones. While that was going on, Naruto had thought of a plan and brought out his Uzumaki blade and called out fusion to make a double-sided blade and then channel wind on one end and water on the other while both sides had lightning running through them. He spun them around until it created a whirlwind of sorts and called out, "Hurricane Buzz Saw." And then, Shadow Hurricane Buzz Saw. Mei jumped away as 20 vertical attacks came right at Shadow, barely dodged out of the way in time. That was all Naruto needed as he sent his other bodies to restrain that man. In a flash, Shadow was held down by ice on his right leg, a hard as steel branch on his right arms, some form of metal connected to his left arm, and the black flames of a Mestaru burning up his left leg. While he was screaming in pain and yelling at Naruto for him to stop, Naruto was powering up a jutsu. Time and water style. Tama Uzu Rasen Shuriken. Naruto then rushed at him and plunged the shuriken-like sphere of time lightning, water, and pure chakra into the chest of his shadow self. Shadow screamed in agony as his body was shredded apart from the inside out. As what was left of his body faded away, a sinister laugh echoed as the Naruto-fied Ganondorf appeared on the roof. So, you, like you annoying friends, have survived the enemy I set up for you. They should be here soon, but I want this to end now. Ganondorf said as he shot a beam of energy at Mei, freezing her in place. Haruhi joined her in a flash of light. Kill me and your loved ones will be free, but lose and everyone you care about will die. He chuckled and created a barrier around them so no one would interfere. I have sent some of my strongest minion on you, but you survive every time. This time, I will do it myself to make sure you die a painful death. Ganondorf shot a blast of energy at Naruto, who nearly sidestepped it but soon and to make quicker as the madman shot lots more at him and they seemed to be tracking him. He was able to slash at them with his master sword and sent some back at him, but that made some of the others to get to him and shock the hell out of him. This was the scene the others finally came to see when they had gotten there. They saw Naruto get shocked and it seemed he had enough as he stood up and yelled, "Rage of the Titans," but he was not done yet, storm style, raging claws of the dragon. A storm cloud formed around Naruto as it formed a large dragon and then began clawing at Ganondorf. The madman had to work overtime to dodge the claws, and when he did get hit, his body was almost cut to piece because at the last second, he got out of the claws. With his IEMS, he shot out a concentrated beam of black lightning to disrupt the dragon and send Naruto flying into the barrier. Fool, you can't win that way. Ganondorf laughed as he was once again in the air with his levitation skill. We'll see about that. Naruto growled out as he was weakly got up from that body-jarring attack. Sage Mode. Wrath of Time. There was an explosion of power that was felt from the battlefield in Konoha. Instead of the normal changes when he uses the rage abilities, his pupils went to that of the Toad Sage Mode with a dragonic-like slit across it, and it seemed to have a firestorm traveling around it. He also had a fiery blue phoenix wing and a fiery blue dragon wing on his back. Out of the wings came 8 hydra heads, each made of a different element. After that, all his swords came out of his coat and fused to create a new sword, Blade of Time's Wrath. Minato noticed that Naruto unlocked a unique stage of their bloodline that skipped him, the Arishigan. Before Ganondorf knew it, Naruto was performing hand signs like crazy. Divine Storm Guardian. A giant griffin made of odd storm clouds with blue vein-like lines on its body was now stomping down on Ganondorf. It crushed one of his arms while ripping his other arm clean off. Ganondorf tried to shot more of his black lightning at the beast, but it was just absorbed, and that was the time Naruto rushed him. Naruto swung his new blade, chopping off the madman's legs and gave him an X-shaped scar on his chest. Naruto then held his hand up and the beast melted to his palm and formed a 6-point drill of all things. Divine Style. Storm Drill Penetration. With that, the drill was plunged into Ganondorf's chest as it ripped him to pieces. As Naruto walked away, he had to look back because he heard crazed laughter coming from the surprising still-alive Ganondorf. Naruto looked on in fear as Ganondorf's body was slowly being lifted into that air by black energy. Yes, I felt the fear coming from you, from everyone and everything in this land. Even from my own minions and the fear I hold within myself. Fear is the most devastating of all human emotions. Man has no trouble like the paralyzing effects of fear. It gives me power. Naruto was blown back as it was now Ganondorf's turn to have explosion of power. As our hero looked up, he saw the new form of Ganondorf. Twilight Ganondorf, I don't know how to describe that. He was no longer in his old weak form that showed Naruto's form. Fear is all the power in the world that I need. Fear is what makes people strong, because the weak fear the strong. He yelled as he held out his hand and a sword materialized in it. It was a pure black blade with red runic veins running up and down the blade. Blade of Fear. You're wrong, Naruto said as he slowly got back up. Not fear, but hope. Hope. Ganondorf boomed as laughed. Hope is for the weak. Hope all you want to win, you will still die. Hope is what makes up strong. It is why we are here. It is what we fight with when all else is lost. With that sentence, it started a chain reaction as he felt an odd bluish-white energy start to enter him. The sage saw this and knew it was the fabled power of hope. They gathered the surrounding energy around and in them to send it to Naruto. Fu, who was at the battlefield, was doing the same thing with everyone and everything around her. All that energy went into Naruto and they were blinded by a bright light as another shockwave of power rocked the land. When the light died down, Naruto stood once again. His black coat was gone and his form was a bit different. He had the same eyes except the firestorm was now bluish-white, the wings had transformed into a flaming bluish-white cape, and his hair was aflame with a white color. Sage Mode Level 2. Advent of Hope, he called out as the sword he held shifted to a smaller form that was pure white and blue runic veins running up and down the blade. Blade of Hope. Ganondorf growled and said, "So, you think that power will work for you? Very well, we'll see about that." The two then charged at each and their blades clashed. They were locked in a fierce sword battle that whenever their swords met, a shockwave of power was sent out. It seemed to have shattered the barrier and the barrier around Mei and Haruhi because everyone was behind some fallen debris. "This is insane." Inari got out. "Ya got that right, never knew the Dobi could be that strong." The Dark Prince said. "They seem to have equal power, I just hope Naruto can win." Katara said as she felt another shockwave rock them, only, this one was stronger. "Don't worry, my daddy came to anything." Haruhi shouted with a fist in the air, which made Sasuke and the other shinobi smirk as she reminded them of a younger Naruto. As little Haruhi said this, Naruto struck rather hard and that stunned the fear maniac for a few seconds and that was all he needed and pulled a shadow. He took out a kunai and stabbed it in Ganondorf's shoulder. That made the arm useless as Naruto swung his blade and chopped the blade of fear in half. As it fell to the floor, it was swallowed up by some black energy before disappearing. Naruto then stabbed the blade of hope into Ganondorf's chest, finally killing him. What Naruto expected however was when Ganondorf's body fell to the ground, it dissolved into darkness that formed a seal that glowing purple and halfway light up. The purple light dissolved a bit as only a four of it was lit up and it then floated into the sky and formed a black hole. It then began to suck in all the surrounding darkness and even the army of darkness was being dragged into the black hole. Everyone on the battle just assumed that Naruto had won even though that they had killed all the main leaders of the army of darkness. Then, the black hole stopped and caved in on itself. The skies began to clear and it seemed that things were back to normal. In the ninja world anyway. Naruto sighed as he dropped the sage mode and turned to the others. "Well guys, let's go home." They all Azure flashed out of sight and not a moment too soon I might add as the whole building collapsed. Once back in Konoha, Mei turned to Naruto and asked, "So, what's next?" "Dunno, I have not thought that far ahead." Naruto replied, which got a collected sweat drop from all those that heard. Back in Konoha, a few days later. Naruto was in council meeting with all the cages and high-powered people. "Here's what I propose. We create a new village, one that unites us all and prepares us for what is in the outside world, beyond the ocean." There was some murmuring and finally they took a vote. It seemed that Naruto's idea had won. In the later years, a new village was built and it was bigger than any of the villages put together. They called it, Tokyo. Epilogue. The years had gone on and the village of Tokyo had prospered. It was the largest city in the land and there were a lot of civilians that lived there. Ninja were scarce nowadays, because only the best of the best were around. Those were the children of the heroes of the past. Haruhi was much older now and she was looking out of the largest building in the city, or city hall as people called it. She sighed as she reminisced about the past when her father was still alive. She was trained so that she would be stronger than both her parents combined. It was hard but she finally the strongest person alive, well next to her brother Link anyway. That bugger was badass businessman and one of the richest men alive. Anyway, after their father died, they decided that neither of them would ever use the Blade of Hope, unless there was a national emergency like when she was 10. Smile at that, that was one of the best days of her life, she father kicked some real ass that day. A door opened and in came Naruto and Mei, her son named them after his grandparents. Minato and Kushina came in next, they were a bit older but they still loved to visit their grandmother. "Grandma, can you tell us a story about great-grandpa's best adventure?" She chuckled, how could she say no to her twin 6-year-old grandchildren and her other twin 13-year-olds? "Sure, how about I tell you about his defeat of the evil man named Ganondorf?"